Tonight, we'll be talking about a kingdom's sacred fire that must be relit, a young apprentice outsmarting a puppeteer, and the quest for the last pearl of an ancient dragon. Before you get cozy, be sure to like the video and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. So, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the journey begin. The harmattan wind, a dry, rasping breath from the Sahara, whipped through the skeletal remains of Oyo-Ile, the ancient capital of the Yoruba kingdom. Once, smoke from the sacred fire had billowed here, a visible connection to the heavens, a promise of prosperity and the watchful gaze of the Orishas, the deities. Now, only dust devils danced where flames had once leaped, and the silence was a heavy shroud. Ayo, a diviner with eyes like polished obsidian and the lean strength of a desert cat, knelt before the blackened altar. He traced the intricate carvings, each a prayer, a sacrifice, a plea answered long ago. Today, there was no answer. The fire pit was cold, a gaping maw in the heart of the ruined city. The ember of Alaafin, the eternal flame symbolizing the king's divine right and the kingdom's connection to the cosmos, was extinguished. Ayo closed his eyes, and the wind seemed to whisper secrets in his ear, not secrets of the living, but echoes of the dead, the lamentations of ancestors, and the distant murmurs of the Orishas. He saw visions flicker behind his eyelids, a sky choked with darkness, fields withering under a merciless sun, and the faces of his people etched with despair. He opened his eyes with a jolt. The vision was clear. The extinguishing of the ember was not merely a tragedy for Oyo-Ile, but a disruption in the cosmic balance. The realms of the living and the spirit world were blurring, chaos was brewing, and if the fire wasn't relit, the consequences would be catastrophic. Ayo was no ordinary diviner. He was a Babalawo, a master of Ifa divination, chosen by the Orishas themselves. He could commune with the spirits, interpret the will of the deities, and navigate the treacherous paths between worlds. It was a gift and a burden, a responsibility he had never sought but could not ignore. He rose, his worn leather sandals crunching on the cracked earth. He clutched the tools of his trade, his opal, a divination chain made of sacred seeds, his iroka, an ivory tapper used to invoke the Orishas, and his ace, a small gourd filled with powerful herbs and potent words. His journey had begun. Ayo knew he couldn't simply relight the fire. The circumstances of its extinguishing were shrouded in mystery, and the reasons he suspected were rooted in the spirit world. He needed guidance, and for that, he turned to Eshu, the trickster god, the gatekeeper between realms, the master of crossroads and chaos. He traveled for days, guided by the sun and the stars, his path leading him through sun-baked savannas, lush forests, teeming with unseen creatures, and villages clinging to life in the shadow of the ancient kingdom. He listened to the whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the songs of the birds, seeking clues, deciphering the subtle language of the natural world. Finally, he reached a sacred grove, a place where ancient trees clawed at the sky and the air hummed with an unseen energy. In the center stood a towering Iroko tree, its roots thick and gnarled, disappearing into the earth like grasping fingers. This was Eshu's domain. Ayo approached the Iroko tree with reverence, prostrating himself before its immense presence. He scattered kola nuts at its base, a traditional offering, and began to chant, his voice weaving a tapestry of ancient words. invoking the name of Eshu Elegbara. The air crackled with energy, and the shadows around the Iroko tree deepened. A figure materialized from the darkness, tall and lean, with eyes that gleamed like embers. He wore a patchwork of clothes, each piece taken from a different era, and a mischievous grin played on his lips. "Ayo, Babalawo," Eshu said, his voice a melodic rumble. "I have been expecting you. The ember's fall has caused quite a stir, even in my realm. What troubles you?" Ayo explained his plight, his voice filled with urgency. "The fire is extinguished, Eshu. The balance is disrupted. I need to know why. I need to know how to relight it." Eshu chuckled, a sound that echoed through the grove. "Ah, the ways of the Orishas are never simple, are they? The fire was not extinguished by accident. It was a consequence, a symptom of a deeper ailment." He paused, his gaze piercing Ayo's soul. "The balance between the realms is maintained by respect, by offerings, by remembrance. But the people have forgotten the old ways. They have turned their backs on the Orishas, chasing after fleeting pleasures and empty promises. Their neglect has weakened the veil between worlds, allowing darkness to seep through." "And who benefits from this darkness?" Ayo asked, his hand instinctively reaching for his Iroke. "That, Babalawo, is what you must discover," Eshu replied, his grin widening. "The path to the ember's relighting lies through the spirit world. You must journey to Orun, the realm of the ancestors, and uncover the truth. But be warned, the journey is fraught with peril. You will face trials that will test your courage, your wisdom, and your soul." The journey to Ile-Ife, the realm of the Orishas, was even more perilous than the descent into Orun. Ayo had to navigate treacherous landscapes, overcome formidable obstacles, and face trials that tested his very sanity. He had to climb mountains that pierced the clouds, cross rivers of molten lava, and traverse deserts where mirages danced like mocking spirits. He was tested by Ogun, the Orisha of iron and war, who challenged his courage and his strength. He was seduced by Oshun, the Orisha of beauty and love, who tempted him with earthly pleasures. He was confronted by Shango, the Orisha of thunder and lightning, who demanded his unwavering loyalty. With each challenge, Ayo grew stronger, wiser, and more determined. He learned to harness his inner strength, to resist temptation, and to remain true to his purpose. He realized that the journey was not just about relighting the ember, but about transforming himself into the person he needed to be to save his people. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he reached Ile-Ife, a city of shimmering gold and radiant light. The air was filled with the scent of flowers and incense, and the sounds of music and laughter echoed through the streets. It was a place of unparalleled beauty and serenity, a refuge from the chaos and darkness of the other world. He was greeted by Obatala, the Orisha of purity and light, who welcomed him with open arms. "Ayo Babalawo," Obatala said, his voice filled with compassion. "We have been waiting for you. You have proven yourself worthy to stand before the Orishas." Obatala led Ayo to a grand palace, where all the Orishas were gathered. They sat on thrones of gold and ivory, their faces radiating divine power. Ayo prostrated himself before them, his heart filled with awe and reverence. The Orishas listened intently as Ayo recounted his journey, his voice filled with passion and urgency. They knew the danger that Iku posed, and they understood the importance of relighting the sacred fire. After he finished, Shango, the Orisha of thunder and lightning, rose from his throne, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. "This Iku must be destroyed," he thundered. "It threatens the very fabric of existence." Oshun, the Orisha of beauty and love, spoke next, her voice soft but firm. "We cannot simply destroy Iku," she said. "It is a part of ourselves, a reflection of our own darkness. We must find a way to heal the wounds that gave rise to it, to transform the despair into hope, the hatred into love." The Orishas debated for what seemed like an eternity, their voices echoing through the palace. Finally, Obatala, the Orisha of purity and light, spoke, his voice filled with wisdom and compassion. "We cannot fight darkness with darkness," he said. "We must fight it with light. We must rekindle the flame of hope in the hearts of the people, restore their faith in the Orishas, and remind them of the power of love and forgiveness." He turned to Ayo, his gaze piercing his very soul. "Ayo Babalawo," he said, "you are the chosen one. You have the strength, the wisdom, and the compassion to defeat Iku and relight the sacred fire." He handed Ayo a small, unassuming clay pot. "This is the source of the ember's power," he said. "It contains the essence of creation, the spark of life. Take it back to Oyo Ile and use it to relight the sacred fire. But remember, the fire will only burn if the people's hearts are filled with hope and faith." Ayo returned to the mortal world, his heart filled with a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that his journey was far from over. He still had to confront Iku, the spirit of death and destruction, and he still had to convince the people to embrace hope and faith. He traveled back to Oyo Ile, the ruined capital of the Yoruba kingdom. The city was even more desolate than before, the air thick with despair, and the silence broken only by the mournful cries of the wind. He found the people huddled together, their faces etched with fear and hopelessness. They had lost their faith in the Orishas, their belief in the future. They had given up on life. Ayo climbed onto the blackened altar, holding the clay pot high above his head. "People of Oyo Ile," he cried, his voice echoing through the ruined city, "I have returned from the realm of the Orishas. I have seen the source of our darkness, and I know how to defeat it." He told them of his journey, of the trials he had faced, and of the wisdom he had gained. He reminded them of the power of the Orishas, of the importance of hope and faith, and of the strength that lay within them. At first, the people were skeptical. They had been through so much pain and suffering that they had lost the ability to believe in anything. But as Ayo spoke, his passion and sincerity began to touch their hearts. He showed them the clay pot, the source of the ember's power. "This is the spark of life," he said. "It has the power to heal our wounds, to restore our hope, and to relight the sacred fire." Eshu vanished as quickly as he had appeared, leaving Ayo alone in the silent grove. He knew what he had to do. He had to journey to Orun, the land of the dead, and confront whatever forces had conspired to extinguish the sacred fire. The entrance to Orun was hidden deep within a cavern, guarded by ancient spirits and shrouded in an almost tangible darkness. Ayo prepared himself with potent herbs and incantations, fortifying his spirit against the dangers that awaited him. He drew a protective circle around himself with white chalk, invoking the protection of Obatala, the Orisha of purity and light. He stepped into the darkness, and the world dissolved around him. He felt a disorienting sensation of falling, of being pulled through a vortex of swirling energy. Then, suddenly, he was standing on solid ground, but the world around him was unlike anything he had ever seen. Orun was a land of shadows and whispers, a mirror image of the living world, yet distorted and faded. The trees were gnarled and leafless, the rivers flowed with a viscous black fluid, and the air was heavy with the scent of decay and regret. Lost souls wandered aimlessly, their faces etched with sorrow and longing. They were the spirits of those who had died without fulfilling their purpose, trapped between worlds, unable to find peace. Io avoided them, knowing that their despair could easily overwhelm him. He followed the path laid out for him by Aoife divination, using his opale to guide him through the labyrinthine landscape. He encountered mischievous spirits who tried to mislead him, vengeful spirits who sought to drag him into their torment, and ancient guardians who tested his worthiness. He used his knowledge of herbs and incantations to ward off the malevolent spirits, his wisdom to outwit the tricksters, and his unwavering faith in the Orishas to overcome the trials. He learned that Orun was not a place of eternal damnation, but a place of transition, where souls could find redemption or be consumed by their own darkness. As he journeyed deeper into Orun, he began to sense the source of the imbalance, the force that had corrupted the spirit world and led to the extinguishing of the sacred fire. It was a presence, a malevolent entity that emanated from the heart of Orun, a being of immense power and ancient hatred. Io's path led him to a clearing bathed in an ethereal light. In the center stood a circle of ancient trees, their branches intertwined to form a living canopy. Beneath the canopy sat the council of ancestors, the elders of the Yoruba people, their faces lined with wisdom and their eyes filled with the knowledge of generations. He approached the council with reverence, prostrating himself before their collective presence. "Honorable ancestors," he said, his voice filled with respect, "I come seeking guidance. The sacred fire has been extinguished, and the balance between worlds is disrupted. I have been sent to uncover the truth and find a way to relight the ember." The ancestors listened in silence, their gaze penetrating his very soul. Finally, the eldest among them, a woman with hair as white as moonlight and eyes as deep as the ocean, spoke. "Ayo Babalawo," she said, her voice a gentle whisper. "We have been watching you. We have seen your courage, your wisdom, and your unwavering devotion to the Orishas. You are worthy to know the truth." She gestured to a swirling vortex of energy that hung in the air above the clearing. "This is the source of the imbalance. It is the manifestation of the people's neglect, their abandonment of the old ways. It has given rise to a darkness that threatens to consume both the living world and the spirit world." "What is this darkness?" Io asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is called Iku," the ancestor replied, "the spirit of death and destruction. It feeds on despair, on anger, on hatred. It was born from the broken promises and the unfulfilled potential of our people. It seeks to sever the connection between the living and the dead, to plunge the world into eternal darkness." "How can I defeat Iku?" Io asked, his heart pounding in his chest. "You cannot defeat it alone," the ancestor replied. "Iku is a reflection of the people's collective consciousness. To defeat it, you must heal the wounds of the past, restore the people's faith in the Orishas, and rekindle the flame of hope in their hearts." She paused, her gaze locking onto Io's. You must travel to the realm of the Orishas, to Ile Ife, the sacred city, the birthplace of humanity. There you will find the source of the ember's power, and there you will receive the guidance you need to defeat Iku. As he spoke, the ground began to tremble, and the air grew heavy with a chilling presence. Iku, the spirit of death and destruction, had arrived. The entity manifested as a towering figure of pure darkness, its eyes burning with malevolent fire. It exuded an aura of fear and despair that threatened to overwhelm Io and the people. "You cannot defeat me!" Iku boomed, its voice a thunderous roar. "I am the embodiment of your own darkness, your own despair. You are weak and you are doomed." Io stood its ground, his heart filled with courage and determination. He knew that he could not defeat Iku alone. He needed the help of the people, the strength of their faith, and the power of their love. He turned to the people, his eyes filled with compassion. "Do not be afraid," he cried. "We are not weak. We are the descendants of kings and queens, of warriors and healers, of artists and dreamers. We have the power to overcome this darkness, to heal our wounds, and to create a better future." He raised the clay pot high above his head. "Let us relight the sacred fire and let it burn away the darkness. Let us embrace hope and let it guide us to a brighter tomorrow." The people hesitated for a moment, their faces etched with doubt. But then, one by one, they began to nod, their eyes filling with a glimmer of hope. They reached out to each other, offering words of encouragement and support. Io placed the clay pot on the blackened altar and opened it. A spark of light emanated from within, growing brighter and brighter until it filled the entire city. The spark ignited the dried wood and herbs that had been placed in the fire pit, and a flame flickered to life. The flame grew stronger and stronger until it became a roaring inferno, reaching for the heavens. The light of the fire banished the darkness, and the warmth of the flames chased away the chill. As the fire burned, the people began to chant, their voices rising in unison, their words filled with power and emotion. They chanted the names of the Orishas, they chanted the names of their ancestors, and they chanted the names of their loved ones. Their chanting created a wave of energy that washed over Iku, weakening its power. The entity shrieked in agony as the light of the fire burned away its darkness. Finally, with a deafening roar, Iku exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, its essence scattered to the winds. The spirit of death and destruction was defeated, its reign of terror brought to an end. As the flames of the sacred fire danced in the sky, the people of Oyo Ile rejoiced. They had overcome their darkness, they had restored their faith, and they had rekindled a flame of hope in their hearts. Io watched as the people celebrated, his heart filled with joy and gratitude. He had done his duty, he had fulfilled his purpose, and he had saved his people from destruction. He knew that the journey was far from over. The world would always face challenges, and the darkness would always lurk in the shadows. But he also knew that the people of Oyo Ile had the strength and the wisdom to overcome any obstacle, to face any darkness, and to create a better future for themselves and for generations to come. The sacred fire burned brightly, a beacon of hope in a world filled with uncertainty. The ember of Alafin was rekindled, and the cosmic balance was restored. The connection between the living and the dead was strengthened, and the Orishas smiled down upon their people with love and compassion. Io, the wandering diviner, had saved his kingdom. He had traveled through realms of gods and spirits, confronted his own inner demons, and emerged victorious. He was a hero, a legend, a symbol of hope for all who sought to overcome darkness and embrace the light. As the sun rose over Oyo Ile, casting a golden glow on the faces of the people, Ayo knew that the future was bright, the ember was burning, and the spirit of the Yoruba people would endure. The journey had been long and arduous, but in the end, love, faith, and unity prevailed. He was more than just a diviner. He was a restorer of balance, a guardian of his people, a testament to the power of belief. Alorica wasn't like other kingdoms. It wasn't built of stone on solid ground, but woven from living coral, spiraling upwards from the ocean floor like a fantastical, multicolored tree. Bioluminescent algae painted the city in shifting hues of emerald, sapphire, and amethyst, creating an ethereal glow that pulsed with the rhythm of the tides. The inhabitants, the Alorians, were as unique as their city. Their skin possessed a subtle shimmer, and their eyes held the deep, knowing gaze of those intimately connected to the ocean's mysteries. James, a young cartographer with a restless spirit, often found himself drawn to the edges of Alarica, where the city met the inky blackness of the deep sea. He dreamed of charting the uncharted, of discovering new currents and underwater mountains. He felt stifled by the predictable beauty of Alarica, a beauty that had become, in his eyes, a gilded cage. One evening, as the twin moons of Alorica cast long dancing shadows across the coral streets, James found himself near the workshop of Keaton, the master puppeteer. Keaton was a recluse, a figure shrouded in whispers and rumors. He lived in a secluded cove, his dwelling a chaotic jumble of driftwood shells and half-finished puppets. The Alorians regarded him with a mixture of awe and unease. His creations were legendary, dolls so exquisitely crafted that they seemed to breathe, to possess a spark of life. It was said that on still nights one could hear them whispering secrets in the dark. Drawn by curiosity, James cautiously approached the workshop. The air hung heavy with the scent of salt, varnish, and something else, something indefinably strange, like petrified wood and dried kelp. A crack of light spilled from the doorway, illuminating a scene that sent a shiver down James's spine. Keaton, a gaunt figure with eyes as dark and fathomless as the abyss, stood hunched over a workbench, his long skeletal fingers deftly carving a piece of driftwood. The wood resembled a human face, and as James watched, a startlingly lifelike expression began to emerge, a look of serene contemplation, almost sadness. The workshop was filled with puppets, hundreds of them. Some were suspended from the ceiling, their empty eyes staring blankly ahead. Others lay scattered on shelves, their limbs tangled in a macabre embrace. Each puppet was unique, a miniature representation of an Alorian, their features captured with uncanny accuracy. James recognized the likenesses of several villagers, the baker, the fisherman, even the high priestess. As James watched, Keaton picked up a small, ornate music box. He wound it, and a haunting melody filled the air. As the music swirled around the room, James noticed something extraordinary. The puppets seemed to stir. Their wooden limbs twitched, their heads tilted, and their painted eyes seemed to flicker with a semblance of awareness. James stumbled back in astonishment, his heart pounding in his chest. He wanted to run, to escape the unsettling atmosphere of the workshop, but he was frozen in place, mesmerized by the scene unfolding before him. Suddenly, Keaton looked up, his dark eyes meeting James's. A slow, unsettling smile spread across his face. "Intrigued, young cartographer?" he rasped, his voice like the rustling of dried leaves. "You have a keen eye. Few are privileged enough to witness my creations." James found his voice, though it trembled slightly. "They're incredible. But how?" Keaton chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Magic, my boy. Pure, unadulterated magic. The lifeblood of Alarica, distilled into art." He gestured towards the puppets. "Each one is a vessel, a conduit. They hold the essence of their counterparts, their memories, their dreams." James felt a wave of unease wash over him. "You mean you've taken something from them?" Keaton's smile widened. "Taken? No, my boy. I've merely borrowed it. I've given them immortality, a place in my grand design." Before James could respond, Keaton turned back to his workbench, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. "Go now, young cartographer. My work calls. And remember, silence is golden in Alorica." James didn't need to be told twice. He fled from the workshop. The image of the puppets and Keaton's unsettling smile burned into his mind. He returned to his small apartment overlooking the coral gardens. He tried to dismiss what he had seen as a product of his overactive imagination, but the feeling of unease lingered. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong in Alorica, something that threatened the very fabric of their existence. The next morning, Alorica was silent, unnaturally silent. The usual cacophony of sounds, the laughter of children, the calls of vendors, the gentle lapping of the tide against the coral walls, was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness that hung heavy in the air. James awoke with a sense of dread. He rushed out of his apartment and into the streets, and what he saw made his blood run cold. The Alorians were standing motionless, their eyes glazed over, their limbs stiff and unyielding. They were like statues, frozen in time, their faces locked in expressions of bewilderment or terror. As James moved closer, he noticed something even more horrifying. Their skin was no longer shimmering and alive. It was smooth, polished, and wooden. The Alorians had been transformed into marionettes. Panic surged through James's veins. He ran through the streets, desperately searching for someone, anyone, who was still unaffected. He called out names: William, Percy, Nicholas. But only silence answered him. He found William, his childhood friend, standing outside his pottery shop, his hands still clutching a lump of clay. His eyes were blank, his body rigid, his skin a dull, lifeless brown. James reached out and touched William's face, and his fingers recoiled in shock. His skin was cold and hard like carved wood. Percy, the town's jovial fisherman, was frozen in his boat, his fishing net suspended in midair. Nicholas, the high priest, was standing before the grand coral altar, his hands raised in a silent prayer. All of them, every single Alorian, had been turned into wooden puppets. James's mind raced. He remembered Keaton's words, "I've given them immortality, a place in my grand design." He realized the horrifying truth. Keaton had somehow used his magic, his puppets, to transform the entire population of Alorica into marionettes. But why? What was his motive? Was he mad? Or was there something more sinister at play? James knew that he was the only one who could save Alorica. He was the only one who had witnessed Keaton's magic, the only one who understood the connection between the puppets and the Alorians. He had to find Keaton, to confront him, and to somehow reverse the spell. He set off towards Keaton's secluded cove, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. The journey was surreal, walking through a city populated by silent wooden figures. The only sound was the gentle lapping of the tide and the distant cry of seabirds. As he approached Keaton's workshop, he could hear the faint, haunting melody of the music box. He knew that he was getting closer to the truth, to the heart of the mystery that had engulfed Alarica. He reached the entrance to the workshop and paused, taking a deep breath. He steeled himself for whatever horrors awaited him inside. He pushed open the door and stepped into the workshop, ready to confront the master puppeteer and unravel the secrets of the Silent Kingdom. Keaton was waiting for him. He stood in the center of the workshop, surrounded by his puppets, his dark eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. The music box played on, its melody weaving a spell of eerie enchantment. "Ah, James," Keaton said, his voice a low, rasping whisper. "I knew you would come. You are, after all, the only one who understands." James glared at him, his fists clenched. "Understands? I understand that you've turned everyone in Alarica into wooden puppets. Why, Keaton? Why would you do this?" Keaton chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Why? Because Alarica was dying, James. It was stagnant, complacent, lost in its own beauty. The Alorians had forgotten the true meaning of life, the true power of art." He gestured towards the puppets. "Now, they are perfect. They are immortal. They are art. They will never suffer, never age, never die. They will exist forever in my grand design." James shook his head in disbelief. "This isn't art, Keaton. This is madness. You've robbed them of their lives, their emotions, their very souls." Keaton's eyes flashed with anger. "Souls? What are souls but fleeting illusions? I have given them something more enduring, something more meaningful. I have given them a purpose." He pointed to a large, intricately carved puppet that stood apart from the others. It was dressed in regal robes and bore a striking resemblance to the Queen of Alarica. "This," Keaton said, his voice filled with pride, "is my masterpiece, the Queen Marionette. She will rule Alarica forever, guided by my hand, ensuring that the kingdom remains pure, untouched by the corruption of the outside world." James realized the full extent of Keaton's madness. He wasn't just a puppeteer. He was a megalomaniac, a delusional artist who believed that he had the right to control the lives of others. "You can't do this, Keaton," James said, his voice trembling with emotion. "You can't control people like puppets. They have their own free will, their own destinies." Keaton laughed. "Free will? A childish fantasy. We are all puppets, James, dancing to the tune of fate. I have simply taken control of the strings." He raised his hand, and the Queen Marionette stepped forward, its wooden limbs moving with eerie precision. It raised its hand and pointed a finger at James. "Join us, James," Keaton said, his voice hypnotic. "Become a part of my grand design. You are an artist, a visionary. You understand the power of creation. Together, we can transform the world into a masterpiece." James felt a powerful urge to obey, to succumb to Keaton's will. The music box seemed to be amplifying his influence, weaving a spell of obedience and submission. But deep down, a spark of resistance remained. He remembered the faces of his friends, their laughter, their dreams. He remembered the beauty of Alarica, the vibrant coral gardens, the shimmering light of the twin moons. He couldn't let Keaton destroy all of that. He focused all of his will, all of his anger, all of his love for Alarica, and broke free from Keaton's spell. "Never," he said, his voice filled with defiance. "I will never be your puppet." Keaton's face twisted with rage. "Then you are a fool, James. A fool who will be silenced." He snapped his fingers, and the puppets sprang to life, their wooden limbs moving with unnatural speed and strength. They surrounded James, their empty eyes filled with a chilling emptiness. James knew he was outnumbered, outmatched. He was just a cartographer, not a warrior. But he refused to surrender. He had to find a way to stop Keaton, to break the spell, to save Alarica. He dodged and weaved through the advancing puppets, his mind racing, searching for a weakness, a way to turn the tide. He noticed that the puppets seemed to be controlled by the music box. The melody was their life force, their connection to Keaton's will. If he could destroy the music box, he might be able to break the spell. He fought his way towards Keaton, dodging the grasping limbs of the puppets. He grabbed a driftwood carving from a nearby shelf and used it as a makeshift weapon, smashing it against the puppets' wooden faces. Keaton watched him with a mixture of anger and amusement. "You can't win, James. My magic is too powerful." James ignored him and continued to fight his way closer to the music box. He leapt onto the workbench and grabbed the music box, raising it above his head. Keaton screamed, his voice filled with rage. "No, don't do it!" James hesitated for a moment, knowing that destroying the music box might have unforeseen consequences. But he had no choice. He had to take the risk. He smashed the music box against the workbench, shattering it into pieces. The melody abruptly stopped, and the puppets froze in place, their wooden limbs twitching. A wave of energy surged through the workshop, knocking James off his feet. He landed hard on the floor, his head spinning. When he looked up, he saw that the puppets were no longer moving. Their eyes were still glazed over, but their expressions seemed to have softened. Keaton was on his knees, his face buried in his hands, his body shaking with sobs. "What have I done?" he whispered, his voice filled with despair. "What have I done?" James slowly stood up, his body aching, his mind reeling. He looked around the workshop, at the hundreds of wooden puppets, at the shattered remains of the music box, at the broken figure of Keaton. He had stopped Keaton, but the Alorians were still trapped in their wooden shells. The spell was broken, but its effects lingered. He knew that he couldn't leave them like this. He had to find a way to restore them, to bring them back to life. He approached Keaton, his heart filled with a mixture of pity and disgust. "How do I fix this, Keaton?" he asked, his voice pleading. "How do I bring them back?" Keaton looked up, his eyes filled with tears. "I don't know," he said, his voice barely audible. "I don't know how to reverse the spell. I only know how to create." James felt a surge of anger. "You're lying. You must know. You created this mess. You have to fix it." Keaton shook his head. "I used a forbidden magic, a magic that I barely understood. I thought I could control it, but it consumed me. I am lost, James. I am lost." James realized that Keaton was telling the truth. He was a broken man, consumed by his own madness, unable to undo the damage he had caused. James turned away from Keaton and looked at the silent puppets. He knew that he was on his own. He had to find a way to save Alarica, even if it meant venturing into the unknown, even if it meant facing dangers beyond his imagination. He left the workshop, leaving the Keaton to his despair. He stepped out into the silent city, the city of wooden puppets, the city that he had sworn to save. He began to search for answers, for clues, for anything that could help him restore the Elorians to their former selves. He consulted ancient texts. He sought the wisdom of the elders. He even ventured into the dark and dangerous depths of the ocean, searching for forgotten magic. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. James tirelessly pursued his quest, driven by his love for Alarica and his unwavering belief that he could find a way to break the spell. And finally, after months of searching, he found it. A hidden passage in an ancient scroll, a passage that spoke of a legendary artifact, a relic of immense power, capable of reversing even the most potent magic. The artifact was called the Tear of the Ocean, a single shimmering pearl said to have been formed from the tears of the ocean goddess herself. It was hidden in a forgotten temple deep within the treacherous coral labyrinth, a maze of twisting tunnels and deadly currents. James knew that the journey would be perilous, but he had no choice. He had to retrieve the Tear of the Ocean if he wanted to save Alarica. He prepared for his journey, gathering supplies, studying maps, and honing his skills. He knew that he would face many challenges, but he was determined to succeed. He set off into the coral labyrinth, his heart filled with hope and determination. He navigated the treacherous tunnels, battling strong currents, avoiding dangerous creatures, and overcoming countless obstacles. He faced his fears, he pushed his limits, and he never gave up. And finally, after many days of relentless searching, he found it. The forgotten temple, a majestic structure of shimmering coral, stood at the heart of the labyrinth. It was guarded by ancient spirits, powerful entities that tested James's worthiness, his courage, and his compassion. He faced their trials, he proved his worth, and he was finally granted access to the inner sanctum of the temple. And there, in the center of the sanctum, resting on a pedestal of pure white coral, was the Tear of the Ocean. It was more beautiful than anything James had ever seen. It shimmered with an ethereal light, pulsating with the life force of the ocean. He reached out and took the Tear of the Ocean, his hands trembling with emotion. He could feel its power, its immense energy, its connection to the very soul of Alarica. He knew that he had found a key to saving his kingdom. He returned to Alarica, holding the Tear of the Ocean high above his head. He stood before the silent puppets, his heart filled with hope. He closed his eyes and focused all of his will, all of his love, all of his energy into the Tear of the Ocean. He whispered an ancient incantation, a prayer to the ocean goddess, asking for her forgiveness, her guidance, and her blessing. And then he unleashed the power of the Tear of the Ocean. A wave of energy surged through Alarica, washing over the wooden puppets, filling them with life, with warmth, with emotion. The wooden skin began to fade, replaced by the shimmering flesh of the Elorians. The glazed eyes began to clear, filled with awareness, with recognition, with gratitude. The silent city began to awaken, filled with the sounds of laughter, of joy, of reunion. The Elorians were back. They were free. They were alive. The celebration in Alarica was unlike anything James had ever witnessed. The Elorians danced and sang, their hearts overflowing with joy and gratitude. They showered James with praise, hailing him as a hero, a savior, the one who had brought them back from the brink of oblivion. But James didn't feel like a hero. He felt exhausted, drained, and haunted by what he had seen. by what he had done. He knew that he had saved Alorica, but he also knew that the kingdom would never be the same. The memory of the silent puppets, the image of Keaton's despair, the knowledge of the forbidden magic that lurked beneath the surface of their world, these were things that would forever haunt his dreams. He also knew that he couldn't stay in Alorica. He had changed too much. He had seen too much. He needed to escape, to find a new purpose, a new direction for his life. He approached the queen, the real queen, the one who had been restored to her throne, the one who had witnessed the horrors of Keaton's reign. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice filled with respect, "I have come to say goodbye." The queen looked at him with understanding in her eyes. "I know, James," she said. "You have done so much for Alorica. You deserve to find your own peace, your own happiness." She paused, then added, "But before you go, I have a request, a final task for you, if you are willing." James nodded. "Anything, Your Majesty." The queen smiled. "I want you to chart the uncharted, to explore the unknown, to map the deepest depths of the ocean. I want you to use your skills, your courage, your compassion, to discover new worlds, to forge new alliances, to bring new hope to the people of the sea." She handed him a scroll, a blank map of the ocean, waiting to be filled with his discoveries. "Alorica will always be your home, James," she said, "but the ocean is your destiny." James accepted the scroll, his heart filled with a mixture of sadness and excitement. He knew that the queen was right. His destiny lay beyond the familiar shores of Alorica, in the vast, mysterious depths of the ocean. He bid farewell to the queen, to his friends, to the people of Alorica. He boarded his small ship, the Sea Wanderer, and set sail into the unknown. He charted new currents. He discovered new islands. He encountered strange and wonderful creatures. He faced storms and monsters. He navigated treacherous reefs and hidden whirlpools. He learned to trust his instincts, to rely on his skills, to embrace the unknown. He discovered the true meaning of freedom, the true power of exploration, the true beauty of the ocean. He filled the blank map with his discoveries, creating a legacy that would inspire generations of Alorians to explore the depths of the sea. And as he sailed into the sunset, he knew that he had found his purpose, his destiny, his place in the grand tapestry of the ocean. He was James, the cartographer, the savior of Alorica, the explorer of the unknown, and he was finally free. Years later, a young Alorian girl stood on the shores of Alorica, gazing out at the vast ocean. She held a scroll in her hands, a map of the ocean, filled with the discoveries of James, the legendary cartographer. She dreamed of following in his footsteps, of exploring the unknown, of discovering new worlds. She knew that the ocean was full of dangers, but she also knew that it was full of possibilities. She looked up at the twin moons of Alorica, their light shimmering on the surface of the water. She whispered a prayer to the ocean goddess, asking for her guidance, her protection, and her blessing. And then she set sail into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, ready to embrace her destiny, ready to become the next legend of the sea. The silent kingdom of Alorica had been saved, and its spirit of exploration lived on, inspiring new generations to venture into the depths of the ocean, to discover the secrets that lay hidden beneath the waves, and to never forget the lessons of the past. The tale of the puppeteer served as a constant reminder. Beauty could mask darkness. and the pursuit of perfection could lead to devastating consequences. The Alorians, forever changed, learned to cherish their freedom, their individuality, and the vibrant tapestry of life that made their underwater kingdom so unique. And so, Alorica continued to thrive, a beacon of hope and resilience in the vast and mysterious ocean, its story echoing through the ages, a testament to the power of courage, compassion, and the enduring spirit of the sea. The Jade River snaked through the heart of the kingdom of Xia, its waters once a vibrant shimmering green, now a listless muddy brown. The rice paddies that depended on it were cracked and barren, the fishermen returned with empty nets, and the very air hung heavy with a sense of impending doom. Old women whispered of the dragons, the benevolent water spirits who had once blessed Xia with prosperity, and of the pearl of Ao Guang, the artifact that held their essence, now stolen. Ren, a wandering monk clad in simple patched robes, walked with a quiet purpose along the riverbank. His head was shaved, save for a small topknot secured with a plain wooden pin, and his face was etched with a quiet sorrow that belied his youthful appearance. He carried only a worn staff, a small bag containing a few scriptures and dried provisions, and a burden of responsibility that weighed heavier than any mountain. Ren was the last of the dragons chosen, a lineage of monks entrusted with the care and protection of the pearl. He had failed. He had been meditating in the secluded dragon temple nestled high in the misty peaks of the Tian Shan Mountains when it happened. A band of shadowy figures, their faces masked, their movements swift and silent as shadows, had infiltrated the temple, bypassing the ancient wards that had protected it for centuries. They sought only one thing, the pearl of Ao Guang, a luminous orb that pulsed with the lifeblood of the dragons. Ren had fought, but he was outnumbered, outmatched. He watched in horror as they vanished into the night, taking with them the kingdom's hope. Now, driven by guilt and a desperate sense of duty, he followed the trail, a faint whisper on the wind, a disturbance in the flow of the river, a chilling premonition that settled deep in his bones. He arrived at a small village, its houses built on stilts above the receding waterline. The villagers, gaunt and weary, eyed him with suspicion and despair. A woman with hollow eyes approached him, her voice raspy. "Monk," she croaked, "can you help us?" "The river, she is dying." Ren knelt beside the riverbank, dipping his hand into the murky water. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, reaching out with his inner senses. The water felt empty, lifeless. He could sense the faint echo of the dragon's presence, a memory clinging to the riverbed, but the vital energy, the vibrant essence, was gone. "The pearl," he said, his voice grave. "It has been stolen. I am here to retrieve it." The woman's eyes widened in a flicker of hope. The pearl? But who would dare steal such a sacred object? "Those who seek power," Ren replied, his gaze hardening. "Those who do not understand the balance." An old man, leaning heavily on a wooden cane, hobbled forward. "The Black Lotus clan," he rasped, his voice filled with hatred. "They have been seen in these parts. They whisper of using the pearl's power for their own dark purposes." The Black Lotus clan, a ruthless organization that had risen from the shadows, their influence spreading like a poisonous vine throughout the kingdom. They practiced forbidden magic, sought forbidden knowledge, and craved absolute power. Wren had heard rumors of their atrocities, their cruelty, but he had dismissed them as mere whispers. Now he knew the truth. The Black Lotus clan, he repeated, his voice grim. Do you know where they are headed? The old man pointed a trembling finger towards the west, towards the Crimson Peaks. They say they have a fortress hidden there, carved into the very mountainside. The Crimson Peaks? A treacherous range known for its jagged cliffs, its unpredictable weather, and its desolate beauty. It was a dangerous place, a fitting lair for the Black Lotus clan. Thank you, Wren said, bowing his head in gratitude. I must go. The woman reached out and touched his arm. Be careful, monk. They are powerful and ruthless. Many have tried to stand against them, and all have failed. I have no choice, Wren said, his voice firm. The fate of Zia, the fate of the river, rests on my shoulders. He turned and walked towards the west, his figure silhouetted against the setting sun. The journey to the Crimson Peaks would be long and arduous, fraught with danger, but Wren was determined. He would retrieve the pearl, even if it cost him his life. Days turned into weeks as Wren journeyed towards the Crimson Peaks. He traveled through parched fields, desolate villages, and dense forests, his senses on high alert. He encountered desperate refugees, bandits preying on the weak, and whispers of the Black Lotus clan's growing influence. He helped where he could, sharing his meager rations with the hungry, offering comfort to the grieving, and using his knowledge of martial arts to defend the innocent. But his primary focus remained on his mission. He followed the faintest traces of dark magic, the subtle signs of the Black Lotus clan's passage. One evening, as he camped beside a stream, he was ambushed. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, their faces hidden behind black masks, their hands wielding curved daggers. They moved with a practiced grace, their attacks swift and deadly. The dragon's chosen, one of them hissed. We have been expecting you. Wren sighed. He had hoped to avoid confrontation, but it seemed the Black Lotus clan was always one step ahead. He rose to his feet, his staff held ready. I do not seek violence, he said. I only want the pearl of Ao Guang. The pearl is no longer yours, another figure sneered. It belongs to the Black Lotus clan now, and you, monk, will die. They attacked. Wren defended himself with skill and precision, his staff a blur of motion. He deflected their daggers, countered their strikes, and sought to disarm them without causing serious harm. He was a monk, not a warrior. He did not believe in taking lives. But the assassins were relentless. They pressed their attack, their movements becoming more aggressive, their intent more deadly. Wren realized that he could not hold back. He would have to fight to survive. He channeled his inner energy, his chi, focusing it into his movements. His senses sharpened, his reflexes quickened, and his strikes became more powerful. He unleashed a flurry of blows, disarming one assassin and sending him crashing into a tree. He kicked another, sending him sprawling to the ground. The third assassin lunged at him, his dagger aimed at Wren's heart. Wren parried the blow, grabbed the assassin's wrist, and twisted it sharply. The dagger clattered to the ground. He then delivered a swift kick to the assassin's chest, sending him flying backwards. The assassins lay groaning on the ground, defeated but not dead. Wren stood over them, his staff held steady. Tell me, he demanded, where is the pearl? Where is the Black Lotus clan's fortress? The assassins remained silent, their faces hidden behind the masks. Ren sighed. He knew he could not force them to speak. He turned and walked away, leaving them to their fate. He knew that the Black Lotus clan would not give up. They would continue to hunt him, to try to stop him. But he would not be deterred. He would continue his journey, even if it meant facing death itself. After several more days of travel, Ren finally reached the foothills of the Crimson Peaks. The air grew colder, the terrain more rugged, and the atmosphere heavy with foreboding. He could feel the dark magic emanating from the mountains, a palpable sense of dread that made his skin crawl. He climbed higher, following a narrow, winding path that clung to the side of the mountain. The wind howled around him, carrying with it the whispers of lost souls. He saw the bones of animals scattered along the path, a grim reminder of the dangers that lurked in these mountains. Finally, he reached a hidden valley, shrouded in mist and shadow. In the center of the valley stood the Black Lotus clan's fortress, a monolithic structure carved into the mountainside. It was an imposing sight, a testament to the clan's power and influence. The fortress was guarded by heavily armed soldiers, their faces masked, their eyes cold and merciless. They patrolled the walls, their movements precise and disciplined. Ren knew that he could not simply walk in. He would have to find a way to infiltrate the fortress undetected. He spent hours observing the fortress, studying its defenses, searching for a weakness. He noticed a small, unguarded entrance on the far side of the fortress, a narrow tunnel that seemed to lead into the mountainside. It was a risky option, but it was his only chance. Under the cover of darkness, Ren made his way towards the tunnel. He moved silently, stealthily, blending into the shadows. He avoided the guards, slipping past them like a ghost. He reached the entrance to the tunnel and hesitated for a moment. He knew that entering the tunnel was a gamble. It could be a trap, but he had no other choice. He took a deep breath and stepped into the darkness. The tunnel was narrow and claustrophobic, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. Ren moved slowly, carefully, his hands outstretched, feeling his way through the darkness. He could hear the sound of dripping water, the scuttling of rats, and the faint echo of voices in the distance. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading him deeper and deeper into the mountainside. He passed through several chambers, some empty, others filled with strange and disturbing objects. He saw altars adorned with skulls, cages filled with terrified animals, and shelves lined with jars containing strange concoctions. He realized that the Black Lotus clan was not merely a group of power-hungry individuals. They were practitioners of dark magic, worshippers of ancient and malevolent spirits. They were a threat not only to Shia, but to the entire world. Finally, the tunnel opened into a large cavern. In the center of the cavern stood a raised platform, and on the platform, bathed in an eerie green light, was the Pearl of Aoguang. The pearl pulsed with a faint, sickly glow, its once vibrant energy drained and corrupted by the dark magic of the Black Lotus clan. It was surrounded by figures clad in black robes, their faces hidden behind masks. They chanted in a low, guttural language, their voices resonating with dark power. At the head of the platform stood a tall, imposing figure, his robes adorned with intricate symbols of the Black Lotus. He held a staff topped with a black lotus blossom, its petals glowing with an unholy light. This was the leader of the Black Lotus clan, the one responsible for stealing the pearl, the one who sought to plunge Sia into darkness. Ren stepped out of the shadows, his presence disrupting the ritual. The figures turned to face him, their eyes burning with hatred. "The dragon's chosen," the leader said, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "You are too late. The pearl is ours now, and with its power we will reshape the world in our image." "You do not understand the power you are wielding," Ren said, his voice firm. "The pearl is not a weapon. It is a source of life, a symbol of balance. You are corrupting it, twisting it to your own selfish ends." "Balance is an illusion," the leader sneered. "Power is all that matters, and soon all the power will be ours." He raised his staff, and the figures began to chant louder, their voices building to a crescendo. The pearl pulsed with increasing intensity, its corrupt energy spreading throughout the cavern. The very air crackled with dark magic. Ren knew that he had to act quickly. If the Black Lotus clan completed their ritual, the pearl would be lost forever, and Jia would be plunged into eternal darkness. He charged forward, his staff held ready. The figures attacked him, their movements swift and deadly. Ren defended himself with skill and precision, his staff a whirlwind of motion. He parried their blows, countered their strikes, and sought to disrupt their ritual. But the figures were too many, their power too great. Ren was overwhelmed, pushed back towards the entrance of the cavern. He stumbled, lost his footing, and fell to the ground. The leader of the Black Lotus clan raised his staff, preparing to deliver the final blow. Ren closed his eyes, bracing himself for the end, but then a voice echoed through the cavern, a voice filled with power and authority. "Enough!" The chanting stopped, the figures froze, and the leader of the Black Lotus clan turned towards the source of the voice. Standing at the entrance of the cavern was a woman, her face hidden behind a veil, her body clad in shimmering robes. She emanated an aura of immense power, a sense of ancient wisdom and grace. "Who are you?" the leader demanded, his voice trembling slightly. The woman lifted her veil, revealing a face of ethereal beauty. Her eyes glowed with an inner light, her expression serene and compassionate. "I am the guardian of the pearl," she said, her voice soft but firm, "and I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine." The leader of the Black Lotus clan narrowed his eyes. "The guardian? But the guardians have been extinct for centuries." "We are not extinct," the woman replied. "We merely slumber, waiting for the time when we are needed once more." She raised her hand, and a beam of pure light shot forth, striking the leader of the Black Lotus clan. He cried out in pain, his body convulsing as the light purged the darkness from his soul. He collapsed to the ground, defeated and broken. The figures in black robes scattered, fleeing into the shadows. The woman turned to Ren, her eyes filled with compassion. "You have done well, Dragon's Chosen," she said. "You have shown courage, compassion, and unwavering loyalty. You have proven yourself worthy of the pearl." She walked towards the platform and reached out her hand. The pearl floated towards her, its corrupt energy dissipating, its true radiance restored. The woman held the pearl aloft, its light filling the cavern with warmth and hope. She chanted in a melodic language, her voice weaving a spell of healing and restoration. The pearl pulsed with renewed vigor, its energy flowing outwards, revitalizing the land. The rivers began to flow again, the rice paddies turned green, and the air filled with the sound of bird song. He-dragons had returned, The woman turned to Wren, her eyes filled with gratitude. "The pearl is safe once more," she said, "and Zia is saved. But our work is not yet done. The Black Lotus clan remains a threat. They must be stopped." "What must I do?" Wren asked, his voice filled with determination. "You must rebuild the dragon temple," the woman replied. "You must train new monks, teach them the ways of the dragons, and prepare them to face the darkness that is to come." "I will do it," Wren said, bowing his head in acceptance. The woman smiled. "I know you will. You are the last of the dragons chosen, but you are also the hope of the future." She placed the pearl in Wren's hands. "Guard it well, monk, for it is the heart of Sia, the essence of our world." She turned and walked towards the entrance of the cavern, her figure fading into the shadows. "Where are you going?" Wren asked. "I must return to my slumber," she replied, "but I will be watching, and when the time comes, I will be there to guide you." She vanished, leaving Wren alone in the cavern, the pearl of Aoguang glowing brightly in his hands. Wren looked at the pearl, feeling its warmth and power coursing through his veins. He knew that he had a long and difficult journey ahead of him. But he was not afraid. He had the pearl, he had the support of the guardian, and he had the unwavering belief in the power of good. He left the fortress, leaving behind the remnants of the Black Lotus clan. He walked towards the east, towards the Tian Shan Mountains, towards the Dragon Temple. He would rebuild the temple, he would train new monks, and he would prepare for the darkness that was to come. He was the last of the dragons chosen, and he would not fail. The journey back to the Dragon Temple was long and arduous, but Wren pressed on, driven by a sense of purpose and duty. As he traveled, he witnessed the land slowly recovering from the Black Lotus clan's corruption. The rivers flowed freely, the fields were fertile, and the people were filled with hope. He reached villages where the Black Lotus clan had once held sway, and he helped the people rebuild their lives, offering them guidance, support, and protection. He shared stories of the dragons, reminding them of the ancient wisdom and the importance of balance. He met many who had suffered at the hands of the Black Lotus clan, victims of their cruelty and their dark magic. He listened to their stories, offering them comfort and healing. He learned of the clan's inner workings, their methods, and their goals. He realized that the Black Lotus clan was not merely a group of power-hungry individuals, but a deeply rooted organization with a complex network of influence and a long history of darkness. They had infiltrated every level of society, from the imperial court to the smallest village. He knew that defeating them would not be easy. It would require more than just strength and skill. It would require cunning, strategy, and the support of the people. As he approached the Tian Shan Mountains, he began to encounter individuals who were drawn to his cause, people who had been touched by the dragons or who had suffered at the hands of the Black Lotus clan. There was Lin, a young woman from a remote village, who had witnessed her family murdered by the clan. She possessed a fierce determination and a natural talent for martial arts. She sought revenge, but she also sought justice. There was Jian, an old scholar, who had been imprisoned by the clan for refusing to share his knowledge of ancient magic. He was frail and weak, but his mind was sharp, and his knowledge was vast. He possessed a deep understanding of the Black Lotus clan's history and their weaknesses. There was May, a skilled herbalist who had been forced to create potions for the clan's dark rituals. She had a gentle nature, but she also possessed a strong sense of morality. She sought to atone for her past actions and to use her knowledge to heal and protect others. Ren welcomed these individuals into his fold, recognizing their potential and their dedication. He began to train them, teaching them the ways of the dragons, the art of martial arts, and the principles of compassion and balance. He taught them to harness their inner energy, to focus their minds, and to use their skills for the good of others. He emphasized the importance of teamwork, of trust, and of unwavering loyalty. As they trained, they formed a strong bond, becoming more than just companions. They became a family united by their shared purpose and their unwavering belief in the power of good. Finally, they reached the Dragon Temple, a crumbling ruin nestled high in the misty peaks of the Tian Shan Mountains. The temple had been desecrated by the Black Lotus clan, its sacred objects stolen, its walls defiled. Ren and his companions set to work, cleaning the temple, repairing the walls, and restoring the sacred objects. They worked tirelessly day and night, driven by their determination to rebuild the temple and to restore its former glory. As they worked, they discovered hidden chambers and secret passages, revealing ancient texts and forgotten artifacts. They learned more about the dragons, their history, their power, and their wisdom. They discovered that the dragons were not merely mythical creatures, but powerful beings who had once walked the earth, guiding humanity towards enlightenment and protecting them from the forces of darkness. They learned that the Dragon Temple was not merely a place of worship, but a nexus of energy, a conduit to the spiritual realm. It was a place where one could connect with the dragons, draw upon their power, and find inner peace. As the temple was rebuilt, its energy began to return, its walls emanating a sense of peace and tranquility. The surrounding mountains seemed to come alive, their peaks glowing with a soft, ethereal light. People from far and wide began to flock to the temple, seeking guidance, healing, and spiritual enlightenment. Ren and his companions welcomed them with open arms, sharing their knowledge and their wisdom. The Dragon Temple became a beacon of hope, a symbol of resistance against the darkness of the Black Lotus clan. It was a place where people could come together, unite against evil, and find strength in their shared beliefs. Ren knew that the Black Lotus clan would not allow the Dragon Temple to thrive. They would see it as a threat to their power, and they would do everything in their power to destroy it. He began to prepare for the coming conflict, strengthening the temple's defenses, training his companions in combat, and gathering allies from across the land. He knew that the battle against the Black Lotus clan would be long and difficult, but he was not afraid. He had the pearl, he had the support of the Guardian, he had the unwavering loyalty of his companions, and he had the belief of the people. He was the last of the dragons chosen, and he would not fail. He would defend the Dragon Temple, he would protect the people, and he would defeat the Black Lotus clan. He would restore balance to the world, and he would usher in a new age of peace and prosperity. The day finally came when the Black Lotus clan launched their attack on the Dragon Temple. A massive army, clad in black armor and wielding dark magic, descended from the mountains, their eyes filled with hatred and their hearts filled with darkness. Ren and his companions stood ready, their faces grim, their spirits resolute. They knew that they were outnumbered, but they were not intimidated. They had trained for this moment. They had prepared for this battle, and they were ready to fight to the death. The battle raged for days, the forces of light clashing against the forces of darkness. The dragon temple was bombarded with spells and arrows, its walls crumbling under the onslaught. But Ren and his companions fought bravely, defending the temple with unwavering determination. Lin, with her fierce martial art skills, cut down scores of enemies, her rage fueled by the memory of her murdered family. Jian, with his vast knowledge of ancient magic, cast powerful spells, disrupting the Black Lotus clan's formations and weakening their attacks. Mei, with her healing herbs and potions, tended to the wounded, keeping them alive and fighting. Ren, with the pearl of Ao Guang in his possession, led the charge, his staff a blur of motion, his strikes filled with power. He moved like a whirlwind, cutting down enemies, deflecting spells, and inspiring his companions to fight even harder. The battle turned into a desperate struggle, a war of attrition. Both sides suffered heavy losses, the ground littered with bodies, the air thick with the stench of blood and death. As the battle raged, the leader of the Black Lotus clan emerged from the shadows, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy. He strode towards Ren, his staff raised, his voice filled with hatred. "You cannot win, Dragon's Chosen," he snarled. "The darkness is too strong. You will all die." "We will never surrender," Ren replied, his voice firm. "We will fight to the end. We will protect the Dragon Temple. We will protect the people, and we will defeat you." The leader laughed. "You are a fool. You cannot stop the darkness. It is inevitable. It will consume everything." He unleashed a torrent of dark magic, striking Ren with immense force. Ren was knocked backwards, his body slammed against a wall. He lay on the ground, bruised and battered, struggling to breathe. The leader approached him, his staff raised, preparing to deliver the final blow. Ren closed his eyes, bracing himself for the end, but then a voice echoed through the battlefield, a voice filled with power and authority. "Enough." The leader of the Black Lotus clan froze, his eyes widening in horror. He turned towards the source of the voice. Standing at the entrance of the Dragon Temple was the guardian of the pearl, her face radiant, her body shimmering with divine energy. She emanated an aura of immense power, a sense of ancient wisdom and grace. "You have gone too far," she said, her voice soft but firm. "You have corrupted the power of the dragons. You have brought darkness to the world, and now you must pay the price." She raised her hand, and a beam of pure light shot forth, striking the leader of the Black Lotus clan. He screamed in agony, his body convulsing as the light purged the darkness from his soul. He collapsed to the ground, defeated and broken. The remaining members of the Black Lotus clan panicked, their morale shattered. They turned and fled, scattering into the mountains, their power broken, their hopes dashed. The battle was over. The Dragon Temple had been saved. The forces of light had triumphed over the forces of darkness. Ren rose to his feet, his body weak, but his spirit strong. He looked at the guardian, his heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you," he said. "You saved us." "You saved yourselves," the guardian replied. "You showed courage, compassion, and unwavering loyalty. You proved that the power of good is stronger than the power of evil." She turned, and looked at the battlefield, her eyes filled with sorrow. "The war is not over," she said. "The Black Lotus clan may be defeated, but their influence remains. The darkness still lingers in the hearts of many." "What must we do?" Wren asked. "You must continue to spread the teachings of the dragons," the guardian replied. "You must continue to promote compassion, balance, and enlightenment. You must heal the wounds of the past and build a brighter future." "We will," Wren said, his voice filled with determination. The guardian smiled. "I know you will. You are the last of the dragons chosen, and you are the hope of the future." She turned and walked towards the mountains, her figure fading into the mist. "Where are you going?" Wren asked. "I must return to my slumber," she replied. "But I will be watching, and when the time comes, I will be there to guide you." She vanished, leaving Wren alone on the battlefield, surrounded by his companions, the pearl of Aoguang glowing brightly in his hands. Wren looked at the pearl, feeling its warmth and power coursing through his veins. He knew that he had a long and difficult journey ahead of him, but he was not afraid. He had the pearl, he had the support of his companions, and he had the belief of the people. He was the last of the dragons chosen, and he would not fail. He would continue to spread the teachings of the dragons. He would continue to promote compassion, balance, and enlightenment, and he would continue to fight against the darkness. He would build a new world, a world of peace, prosperity, and harmony. He would create a legacy that would last for centuries to come. The rivers of Xia flowed again with vibrant life, and the land prospered under the watchful eye of the returning dragons, their essence secured within the pearl of Aoguang, protected by the rebuilt dragon temple and the legacy of the monk Wren, the last of the dragons chosen. The whisper of the rivers carried the song of hope throughout the kingdom. The biting November wind whipped through the cobbled streets of Hamelin, a town steeped in history and shadowed by a chilling legend. Carl, a historian with a penchant for the macabre, hunched deeper into his worn tweed jacket as he hurried towards the town archive. He was chasing shadows, whispers from a past that refused to stay buried, the tale of the Pied Piper and the vanished children. Carl wasn't a local. He'd been drawn to Hamelin by an obscure, almost forgotten manuscript detailing bizarre occurrences in the years following the children's disappearance in 1284. The manuscript hinted at strange, unnatural events, occurrences dismissed as folklore or the product of grief-stricken minds. But Carl suspected something more, something sinister. He pushed open the heavy oak door of the archive, the scent of aged paper and dust filling his nostrils. Greta, the elderly archivist, looked up from her mountain of documents, her spectacles perched precariously on her nose. "Ah, Herr Weber," she greeted him, her voice raspy with age. "Back for more tales of rats and a rainbow-clad musician?" Carl managed a weak smile. "Something like that, Frau Schmidt. I'm particularly interested in any accounts from the 14th century, anything that deviates from the official narrative." Greta nodded slowly, a knowing glint in her eye. "Hamelin has a long memory, Herr Weber. Sometimes the stones themselves whisper secrets. Be careful what you listen for." He spent the next few hours poring over ancient records, his fingers tracing the faded ink of centuries past. He found fragmented accounts of strange animal behavior, unexplained illnesses, and whispers of children seen lurking in the forests surrounding Hamelin, children who seemed different. As dusk settled, casting long shadows across the archive, Carl stumbled upon a passage that sent a shiver down his spine. It described a group of villagers who claimed to have encountered children in the woods near the Koppelberg Hill, the very place where the Pied Piper was said to have led his young followers. These children were described as unnaturally pale, with eyes that glowed with an unnatural light, and voices that echoed with a haunting melody. They spoke of a debt owed, a reckoning to come. He copied the passage meticulously, his heart pounding in his chest. It was more than folklore, it was a warning. He packed his things, a sense of unease settling over him. As he turned to leave, Greta stopped him. "Herr Weber," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "there's something else you should know. Last night, I heard the music." Carl stared at her, his blood running cold. "Music? What kind of music?" "A flute," she replied, her eyes wide with fear. "A haunting, mesmerizing melody. I haven't heard it since I was a child, when my grandmother told me stories of the piper. It came from the Koppelberg." Carl left the archive, the piper's legend no longer a distant tale, but a looming threat. He looked towards the Koppelberg, its silhouette dark against the twilight sky. The wind seemed to carry a faint, almost imperceptible melody, a siren song calling him towards the hill. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that something was about to happen in Hamelin. The children were coming back. The next morning, Carl sought out Moritz, a local historian who had dedicated his life to studying the Pied Piper legend. Moritz was a recluse, living in a cluttered apartment filled with books and artifacts related to the piper. He was skeptical of most interpretations of the legend, preferring to see it as a cautionary tale about broken promises and civic responsibility. Carl found Moritz hunched over a table, meticulously cleaning a collection of antique flutes. He recounted his findings at the archive and Greta's chilling experience with the music. Moritz listened intently, his expression shifting from skepticism to concern. "The children returning? It's a fanciful notion, Carl, but I cannot deny that strange things have occurred in Hamelin throughout the centuries. There have been periods of unusual animal behavior, sudden outbreaks of illness, and a pervasive sense of unease. But what if it's more than just unease, Moritz? What if the children are real and they're back for revenge?" Moritz sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "Revenge on whom? The people who are long dead? It makes no sense." "Perhaps not," Carl conceded. "But what if they're not interested in revenge on individuals, but on the town itself? On Hamelin as a symbol of the betrayal they suffered?" Moritz pondered this for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. "It's a theory, I suppose, but we need more than just whispers and legends to prove it." As they spoke, a commotion erupted in the street below. They rushed to the window and saw a crowd gathered around a group of children. The children were different, unsettling. Their skin was unnaturally pale, their eyes glowed with an eerie luminescence, and their voices carried a strange, melodic quality. They were dressed in simple, archaic clothing, as if they had stepped out of a history book. The crowd was a mixture of fascination and fear. Some tried to approach the children, while others recoiled in horror. The children moved with an unsettling grace, their movements almost inhuman. They began to sing a haunting melody, a song that seemed to resonate deep within the listener's soul. Carl felt a strange compulsion to join the crowd, to succumb to the music's allure, but he resisted, recognizing the danger lurking beneath the surface. He grabbed Moritz's arm. "We need to get out of here now." They fled the apartment, joining the throng of people fleeing the town square. The children's song echoed through the streets, drawing more and more people towards its source. The town was descending into chaos as the children's influence spread like a contagion. As the sun set, casting long shadows across Hamelin, the children's power grew stronger. They seemed to be able to control the minds of the townspeople, compelling them to follow their every command. The streets were filled with people marching in a trance-like state, their eyes glazed over, their faces devoid of emotion. Carl and Moritz managed to evade the children's influence, hiding in the labyrinthine alleyways of the old town. They felt a growing sense of dread, realizing the true extent of the threat they faced. "They're not just children, Carl," Moritz said, his voice trembling. "They're something else, something unnatural. They've been changed by the piper's music." Carl thought back to the manuscript he had found in the archive, the accounts of children seen lurking in the forest, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He realized that the piper hadn't just led the children away, he had transformed them, twisted them into something monstrous. They sought refuge in a local church, hoping to find some solace in its sacred walls. But the church was not immune to the children's influence. The pews were filled with entranced townspeople, their voices chanting the children's haunting melody. The stained glass windows seemed to distort and shift, depicting scenes of the piper leading the children away, their faces morphing into grotesque masks. As they tried to escape, they encountered Amelia, a young woman who worked as a librarian at the town's main library. She was one of the few people who seemed to be resisting the children's influence. "We have to stop them," she said, her voice filled with determination. "They're destroying our town, our lives." Amelia, a librarian with a sharp mind and resourceful nature, had noticed the strange occurrences before most. She dismissed the initial reports as mass hysteria, but the increasingly bizarre behavior of her colleagues and the unnerving calm that had settled over the town convinced her something was terribly wrong. Carl hesitated. "How? We're just ordinary people. We're no match for whatever these things are." "We have to try," Amelia insisted. "We can't just stand by and watch our town be destroyed." She explained that she had found a hidden passage in an old book, a passage that spoke of a way to break the piper's spell. The passage described a ritual that required a specific type of flute, one made from the wood of a tree that grew only on the Koppelberg Hill, the same hill where the children were said to have vanished. It also spoke of a counter-melody, a song that could nullify the piper's enchantment. "The ritual is our only hope," Amelia said, "but we need the flute, and we need to find someone who knows the counter-melody." The trio, bound by a shared desire to save their town, embarked on a perilous journey to the Koppelberg. The hill was shrouded in an eerie mist, and the air was thick with the children's haunting melody. The entranced townspeople roamed the slopes, their eyes vacant, their voices chanting in unison. As they ascended the hill, they encountered obstacles, traps laid by the children to protect their domain. They navigated treacherous paths, outsmarted the entranced townspeople and evaded the watchful eyes of the children themselves. Along the way, Amelia revealed her own connection to the legend. Her grandmother had been one of the few people in Hamelin who had refused to believe in the Piper's story. She claimed that the children had not been led away by magic, but by neglect and indifference. She had instilled in Amelia a deep sense of responsibility to protect the town from repeating its past mistakes. Moritz, initially skeptical, began to believe in the possibility of breaking the curse. He recalled fragments of old folk songs, melodies that had been passed down through generations in Hamelin. He suspected that one of them might be the counter-melody described in the book. Finally, they reached the summit of the Koppelberg. The air was thick with magic, and the children's melody was almost deafening. In the center of the summit stood a grove of ancient trees, their branches twisted and gnarled. One of these trees, a solitary oak, was said to be the source of the wood needed for the flute. But guarding the tree were the children themselves. They stood in a circle, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, their voices singing a haunting harmony. They were led by a young girl, her face pale and ethereal, her eyes filled with an ancient wisdom. "You cannot stop us," she said, her voice echoing with the piper's magic. "We have returned to claim what is rightfully ours." Karl, Moritz, and Amelia stood their ground, their hearts pounding in their chests. They knew that this was their last chance to save Hamelin. The air crackled with tension as the children, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, prepared to defend their domain. The young girl who led them raised her hand, and the children's song intensified, weaving a spell of control and despair. Amelia, her face pale but resolute, stepped forward. "We don't want to fight you," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "We just want to break the spell to free our town." The young girl tilted her head, her eyes narrowing. "Free them? They deserve to suffer. They abandoned us. They forgot us. Now they will pay the price." Moritz, remembering fragments of the old folk songs, began to hum a melody, a simple tune that had been sung by generations of Hamelin children. The melody was faint at first, but it grew stronger with each passing note, resonating with the very essence of the land. The children faltered, their song wavering. The young girl glared at Moritz, her eyes filled with fury. "Silence him!" she commanded. The children surged forward, their movements unnaturally swift and graceful. Karl stepped in front of Moritz, drawing a makeshift weapon, a sharpened piece of wood he had found along the trail. He fought with a desperate courage, deflecting the children's attacks, protecting Moritz as he continued to hum the counter-melody. Amelia, meanwhile, approached the ancient oak tree. She knew that she had to obtain a piece of its wood to complete the ritual. But the tree was protected by a magical barrier, a shimmering shield that repelled any attempt to touch it. She closed her eyes, focusing her thoughts on the town of Hamelin, on the people who were suffering under the children's spell. She thought of her grandmother, who had taught her the importance of remembering the past, of learning from its mistakes. She poured all of her love and hope into a single, desperate plea. The barrier flickered, and a small opening appeared. Amelia reached through, breaking off a branch from the ancient oak. As she did so, a surge of energy coursed through her body, filling her with a sense of power and purpose. Armed with the branch, Amelia retreated to Carl and Moritz's side, just as the children, enraged by Moritz's humming, overwhelmed Carl. Carl, battered and bruised, collapsed to the ground. The children surrounded Moritz, their eyes fixed on him, their voices chanting in a menacing chorus. He knew that he couldn't hold out much longer. Amelia stepped forward, holding the branch aloft. "Stop!" she cried, her voice ringing with authority. "This is your last chance. Let us leave in peace, and we will forget everything that has happened here." The young girl hesitated, her eyes filled with doubt. For a moment, it seemed as if she might agree. But then the piper's magic surged within her, hardening her resolve. "Never!" she screamed. "We will never forgive you. We will never forget." She lunged at Amelia, her fingers outstretched, her eyes burning with hatred. Amelia braced herself for the impact, but it never came. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Greta, the elderly archivist. She stepped in front of Amelia, shielding her from the young girl's attack. "Enough!" Greta shouted, her voice surprisingly strong. "This has gone on long enough." She pulled out a small, intricately carved flute from her pocket. It was made from the wood of the ancient oak, the same wood that Amelia held in her hand. Greta raised the flute to her lips and began to play. The melody that she played was haunting and beautiful, a lament for the lost children of Hamelin. It was a song of sorrow and regret, of forgiveness and hope. It was the counter-melody, the song that could break the piper's spell. As Greta played, the children began to weep. Their eyes lost their unnatural glow, and their faces softened. The piper's magic faded, and they were once again just children, lost and afraid. The young girl who had led them collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "We just wanted to go home," she cried. "We just wanted to be loved." Greta continued to play, her melody filling the air with compassion and understanding. The entranced townspeople on the slopes of the Koppelberg began to stir, their eyes clearing, their faces returning to normal. The spell was broken. As the sun rose over Hamelin, casting its golden rays upon the town, the children slowly began to disappear. They faded away like mist, their spirits returning to the realm from which they had come. The townspeople emerged from their trance, confused and disoriented. They had no memory of what had happened, of the children's return, of the chaos and destruction. Carl, Moritz, and Amelia stood on the summit of the Koppelberg, watching as the town slowly returned to normal. They felt a profound sense of relief, but also a deep sense of sadness. The children were gone, but their story would never be forgotten. Greta, her face etched with exhaustion, lowered her flute. "It is over," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "They are finally at peace." She explained that she was a descendant of one of the families who had lost children to the piper. Her family had guarded the secret of the counter-melody for generations, passing it down from mother to daughter. She had known that one day the children would return, and she had been waiting for that day to come. "But why didn't you tell anyone?" Carl asked. "Why did you keep this a secret?" "Because the world wasn't ready to hear it," Greta replied. The legend of the piper had become a convenient way to forget the past, to ignore the town's sins. But now the time has come to remember, to learn from our mistakes. She handed the flute to Amelia. "You must keep this safe," she said. "You must protect it from those who would seek to exploit its power. And you must never forget the children of Hamelin." Amelia accepted the flute, feeling its smooth wood warm in her hand. She understood the weight of responsibility that Greta had placed upon her. In the weeks that followed, Hamelin slowly began to heal. The townspeople rebuilt their homes, repaired the damage caused by the children's return, and tried to put the past behind them. But some things had changed. The townspeople were more aware of their history, more willing to confront the darker aspects of their past. They established a memorial to the lost children, a place where they could remember their names and honor their memory. Carl returned to his research, determined to uncover the truth behind the Piper legend. He traveled to other towns and cities, searching for clues, piecing together fragments of forgotten history. Moritz, inspired by his experience, dedicated his life to preserving Hamelin's cultural heritage. He worked tirelessly to restore the town's historical landmarks, to document its folklore, to ensure that its stories would never be forgotten. Amelia continued to work at the library, guarding the secret of the counter melody. She became a symbol of hope for the town, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a chance for redemption. Time passed, and the memory of the events faded from most minds. The world moved on, but the lessons of Hamelin remained. Years later, Amelia, now an old woman, sat in her study, surrounded by books and artifacts related to the Piper legend. She looked at the flute, which she had kept hidden for so long. She knew that the time had come to pass it on to the next generation, to entrust its power to someone who would protect it and use it wisely. She thought of her granddaughter, a bright and curious girl named Sophie. Sophie had always been fascinated by the Piper legend, by the story of the lost children. Amelia knew that Sophie was the one. She called Sophie into her study and told her the story of the children's return, of the battle on the Koppelberg, of the power of the counter melody. She showed her the flute, explaining its significance, its responsibility. Sophie listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. She understood the weight of the burden that her grandmother was placing upon her. "I will not let you down, Grandma," she said, her voice filled with determination. "I will protect the flute, and I will never forget the children of Hamelin." Amelia smiled, her heart filled with hope. She knew that the children's story would continue to be told, that their memory would live on, that their sacrifice would never be in vain. As Sophie left the study, clutching the flute tightly in her hand, Amelia looked out the window at the town of Hamelin. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the streets. She could almost hear the faint echo of the Piper's melody, a reminder of the past, a warning for the future. But she also heard another melody, a melody of hope, a melody of remembrance, a melody that echoed in her heart. The counter melody, the song that had saved Hamelin, the song that would continue to protect it for generations to come. The legend of the Pied Piper and the children of Hamelin lived on, a testament to the enduring power of music, memory, and the enduring spirit of humanity. The village of Oak Haven had always been defined by its cycles, the riotous green of spring, the sun-drenched gold of summer, the fiery hues of autumn, and finally, the pristine, silencing blanket of winter snow. Oak Haven was nestled in a valley carved deep into the Whisperwind Mountains, and the snow, specifically, was their lifeblood. It fed the rivers in the spring, watered the crops, and, in its frozen glory, protected the roots from the harshest of winter winds. But this year, the cycle was broken. The final leaves had long since fallen, painting the ground in shades of rust and ochre. A perpetual twilight clung to the air, a hazy, melancholic amber that seemed to seep into the very bones of the villagers. The air held the crisp bite of late autumn, but the anticipated snowfall never came. Day after day, the gray sky remained stubbornly empty, offering no promise of the white relief they desperately needed. The elders of Oak Haven, their faces etched with worry lines that deepened with each passing sunless day, spoke of a disturbance in the natural order. The animals grew restless, migrating erratically. The river, usually a boisterous torrent by now, dwindled to a sluggish stream. Fear, like a creeping vine, began to choke the joy from the village. One crisp morning, Astesius, the village's self-proclaimed historian and keeper of lore, stumbled into the town square, his usually meticulous robes rumpled and his eyes wide with a blend of fear and excitement. Astesius was a man of eccentric charm, given to long-winded explanations and a penchant for dramatic pronouncements. He was also, despite his quirks, the repository of Oak Haven's history. "It's him," he declared, his voice cracking slightly. "It's Hemlock, the autumn thief." A murmur rippled through the small crowd that had gathered. Hemlock was a name whispered only in hushed tones, a mischievous spirit of the wild hunt, said to delight in disrupting the seasons. Legends painted him as a creature of autumnal beauty and chaotic energy, with eyes like amber and laughter like the rustling of leaves. He was said to crave attention, indulging in elaborate pranks to draw notice to himself. Most dismissed the stories as folklore, bedtime tales to warn children against wandering into the woods alone. But now, faced with the undeniable absence of winter, they clung to Astesius' words with desperate hope. Hemlock is said to steal the last snowfall, trapping the places in endless autumn. Astesius continued, pacing frantically. He does it for the sheer entertainment of it. A cosmic prankster, if you will. The stories say he dwells within the heart of the petalwood, guarding his stolen season. A young woman named Carrie pushed her way to the front of the crowd. Carrie was a practical, strong-willed woman, a skilled hunter, and the daughter of the village's former leader. She possessed a pragmatic mind and a fiery spirit, rarely swayed by superstition. But even she couldn't deny the unsettling changes that had gripped Oak Haven. "So, what are we supposed to do, Astesius?" she asked, her voice laced with a mixture of skepticism and desperation. "Offer him tea and crumpets in exchange for our snow?" Astesius wrung his hands. No, it's not that simple. Hemlock is capricious. Bribes won't work. Force is out of the question. He is a spirit. The only way to retrieve the snow is to trick him. A collective groan arose from the crowd. Tricking a spirit sounded like a fool's errand, a recipe for disaster. But what other choice did they have? "Trick him how?" Carrie pressed, refusing to back down from the challenge. Astesius paused, his eyes darting around as if searching for inspiration from the very air itself. "Hemlock craves attention, yes, but he also has an immense sense of pride. He believes himself to be unmatchable. We need to find a way to appeal to that arrogance, to make him believe he's winning, when in reality, he's being led into a trap." The idea was vague, but it was all they had. Carrie, despite her doubts, knew that inaction was not an option. "All right," she said, squaring her shoulders. "I'll go to the Petalwood." A gasp rippled through the crowd. The Petalwood was a place of ancient gnarled trees and perpetual twilight, a place where reality seemed to thin and the veil between worlds grew fragile. Few dared to venture into its depths. "Carrie, no!" An older woman cried out, her voice filled with concern. "It's too dangerous. The Petalwood is unpredictable." "Someone has to go," Carrie retorted, her gaze unwavering. "We can't just sit here and watch our village wither away." She looked at Astesius. "You'll come with me. You know the lore. You know what we're up against." Astesius paled visibly. "Me? But I'm a scholar, not a—" He trailed off, unable to articulate his fear. "You're our only hope, Astesius," Carrie said, her voice firm but gentle. "We need you." He swallowed hard, his gaze flickering between Carrie's determined face and the anxious faces of the villagers. With a sigh, he relented. "All right," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I'll go, but I'm warning you, I'm terrible in a fight." Carrie offered a small, reassuring smile. "We're not planning on fighting. We're planning on tricking." As Carrie prepared for her journey, gathering supplies and sharpening her hunting knives, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were embarking on a fool's errand. The legends of Hemlock were unsettling, and the Petalwood was a place steeped in mystery and danger. But the thought of Oak Haven, slowly dying beneath the weight of an endless autumn, fueled her resolve. She would do whatever it took to restore the balance, even if it meant facing a mischievous spirit in his own enchanted domain. Carrie and Astesius set off towards the Petalwood as the sun, a hazy orange disk, dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the valley. The air grew colder as they approached the edge of the woods, the familiar scent of decaying leaves and damp earth growing stronger. A sense of unease settled over them, a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. The Petalwood was unlike any forest they had ever encountered. The trees were ancient, their gnarled branches twisted into bizarre shapes, as if frozen in the midst of some silent, agonizing scream. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of decaying petals, their colors faded and muted, emitting a sweet, cloying scent that was both alluring and unsettling. The air was thick with a perpetual twilight, the sunlight barely penetrating the dense canopy overhead. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds of the outside world faded away, replaced by a symphony of whispers. The wind rustled through the leaves, carrying voices that seemed to speak in riddles and half-forgotten memories. The trees themselves seemed to watch them, their branches like skeletal fingers pointing accusingly. Astesius, despite his initial fear, seemed to find a strange sort of comfort in the Petalwood. The atmosphere of ancient magic seemed to invigorate him, and he began to recite passages from forgotten texts, his voice echoing through the silent woods. "The Petalwood is a place where the veil between worlds is thin," he explained, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's a place where the past, present, and future intertwine. Be careful what you think, Carrie. Your thoughts can become real here." Carrie, however, remained skeptical. She trusted her senses, and her senses were telling her that they were not alone. She kept her hand on the hilt of her knife, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. After hours of walking, they came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a towering oak tree, its branches reaching up towards the sky like supplicating arms. The tree was adorned with hundreds of small, intricately carved wooden masks, each one depicting a different emotion: joy, sorrow, anger, fear. "This is the whispering oak," Astasius said, his voice hushed with reverence. "It's said to be a gateway to the spirit world. Hemlock often uses it to communicate with mortals." As he spoke, a voice echoed from the tree, a melodious, lilting voice that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the forest. "Welcome, mortals," the voice said. "I have been expecting you." Carrie stepped forward, her voice clear and strong. "We seek Hemlock, the autumn thief." The voice chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Hemlock is a busy spirit. What business do you have with him?" "He stole our winter," Carrie said, her voice laced with anger. "He trapped Oak Haven in an endless autumn. We want it back." The voice sighed. "Hemlock does what he does for amusement. He doesn't take requests." "Then tell him this," Carrie said, her eyes fixed on the whispering oak. "We challenge him. We challenge him to a contest. If he wins, he can keep our winter. But if we win, he must return it to us." A long silence followed, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Then the voice chuckled again, a sound that sent a shiver down Carrie's spine. "Very well," the voice said. "Hemlock accepts your challenge. Meet him at the sunken glade at dawn. But be warned, mortals. Hemlock is not easily defeated." The voice faded away, leaving Carrie and Astasius alone in the silent clearing. The wooden masks on the whispering oak seemed to stare at them with mocking eyes. "What have you done, Carrie?" Astasius whispered, his face pale with fear. "We're going to face a spirit in his own domain. We don't stand a chance." "We have to try," Carrie said, her voice firm. "Oak Haven is counting on us." She looked at Astasius, her eyes filled with determination. "We need a plan. We need to figure out how to trick Hemlock." Astasius wrung his hands, his mind racing. "He's vain," he said, his voice barely audible. "He's arrogant. He believes himself to be unbeatable." "Then we need to exploit that," Carrie said, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. "We need to make him believe he's winning until it's too late." As the night wore on, Carrie and Astasius huddled beneath the whispering oak, devising a plan to outwit the autumn thief. The whispers of the petalwood seemed to mock them, but they refused to give up. They knew that the fate of Oak Haven rested on their shoulders. The sunken glade was a place of ethereal beauty and unsettling stillness. The ground sloped downwards, forming a bowl-shaped depression in the forest floor. A thick mist clung to the ground, obscuring the edges of the glade and creating an illusion of endless depth. In the center of the glade stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. As Carrie and Astasius entered the glade, they saw Hemlock standing by the edge of the pool. He was everything the legends described, a creature of autumnal beauty, with eyes like amber and hair like the rustling of leaves. He wore a cloak woven from fallen leaves, and his presence radiated an aura of chaotic energy. "Welcome, mortals," Hemlock said, his voice melodious and mocking. "I see you dare to challenge me. I admire your courage, even if it is foolish." "We're not afraid of you, Hemlock," Carrie said, her voice clear and strong. "We're here to reclaim what you stole." Hemlock laughed, a sound like the rustling of leaves in a whirlwind. "You think you can defeat me? I am a spirit of the wild hunt. I have existed since the dawn of time." We're not trying to defeat you, Carrie said, a sly smile playing on her lips. We're simply proposing a contest, a game, a test of skill. Hemlock raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A game? What kind of game? A storytelling contest, Carrie said. We each tell a story. The best story wins. If your story is better, you can keep our winter, but if our story is better, you must return it to us. Hemlock considered the proposition, his amber eyes gleaming with amusement. A storytelling contest? How quaint. Very well, mortal. I accept your challenge. But be warned, I am a master storyteller. My tales have captivated gods and mortals alike. We're not intimidated, Carrie said. Let the contest begin. Hemlock gestured toward the pool of water. The rules are simple. Each story must be inspired by the reflection in the pool. The reflection will change with each telling, offering a new source of inspiration. I shall go first. Hemlock gazed into the pool, his eyes widening as the reflection shifted and swirled. A vision of a lone wolf howling at the moon appeared on the water's surface. Hemlock smiled, his eyes gleaming with inspiration. He began to speak, his voice weaving a tale of loneliness, survival, and the primal call of the wild. He spoke of the wolf's struggles against the harsh elements, its desperate search for companionship, and its ultimate triumph over adversity. His words were lyrical and evocative, painting a vivid picture in the minds of Carrie and Astesius. When Hemlock finished his story, a silence fell over the sunken glade. The mist seemed to thicken, and the air grew heavy with emotion. Impressive, Carrie said, her voice barely audible. But it's our turn now. She looked at Astesius, her eyes pleading for inspiration. Astesius swallowed hard, his mind racing. He knew that they had to tell a story that was not only captivating, but also strategically crafted to exploit Hemlock's arrogance. He gazed into the pool, his eyes widening as the reflection shifted again. This time, a vision of a withered flower struggling to bloom in the harsh autumn frost appeared on the water's surface. Astesius began to speak, his voice trembling slightly at first, but growing stronger with each word. He told a story of perseverance, hope, and the enduring power of beauty. He spoke of the flower's defiance against the dying season, its unwavering determination to bloom despite the odds. He told of the bee that found the flower and carried its pollen across the land. He spoke of its vibrant color and sweet smell, a beacon of hope in a world consumed by decay. As Astesius spoke, Carrie realized the brilliance of his strategy. He wasn't just telling a story, he was subtly praising Hemlock, comparing him to the flower that dared to defy the natural order. He was appealing to Hemlock's vanity, making him believe that he was the hero of the story. When Astesius finished his story, Hemlock's expression was unreadable. He stared into the pool, his amber eyes narrowed in thought. "Well told," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "But it is my turn again, is it not?" The reflection in the pool shifted once more, this time revealing a vision of a mighty oak tree, its branches laden with golden leaves. Hemlock smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He began to speak, his voice filled with pride. He told a story of strength, resilience, and the unwavering power of tradition. The oak was a king, ruling over the forest, wise and strong, a friend to the animals, and a protector of the weak. But as the story went on, the oak's leaves started to fall, one by one, until the mighty tree was bare and withered, a symbol of decaying pompousness. Carrie and Astesius exchanged glances. They knew that they had to deliver the final blow, the final twist that would secure their victory. The reflection shifted again, revealing a vision of a single snowflake falling from the sky. Carrie took a deep breath and began to speak, her voice filled with genuine emotion. She told a story of renewal, change, and the beauty of letting go. She spoke of the snowflake's journey from the heavens to the earth, its fleeting existence a symbol of the ephemeral nature of life. The snowflake falls gently, melting as it touches the ground, feeding the earth with life, preparing it for the next cycle, a small, insignificant droplet of water that ultimately becomes a gushing river once again. As Carrie spoke, she wove a subtle message into her story. She wasn't directly criticizing hemlock, but instead explained how spring always follows winter, how autumn gives way to snow, how one tiny change can have a dramatic and wonderful effect on the world. It's all connected, and it's all a cycle. When Carrie finished her story, a long silence fell over the sunken glade. Hemlock stared into the pool, his expression a mask of fury, as he realizes he was tricked. He has been played. He could almost feel the village of Oakhaven as the air around him grew several degrees colder. "You think you've won?" he said finally, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "You think you've outsmarted me? I am Hemlock. I cannot be defeated." "We didn't defeat you, Hemlock," Carrie said, her voice calm and reassuring. "We simply told a better story, a story of hope, of renewal, of the beauty of balance." Hemlock stared at Carrie, his eyes blazing with fury. Then slowly a wry smile spread across his lips. "Very well, mortals," he said, his voice resigned. "You have earned your victory. I will return your winter to you." He closed his eyes and raised his hands toward the sky. A gust of wind swept through the sunken glade, carrying with it the scent of snow and the promise of winter. The mist began to dissipate, and the first snowflakes began to fall, swirling gently in the air. Hemlock opened his eyes, his amber gaze fixed on Carrie. "I have kept my word," he said. "But do not think that this is the end. I will return, mortals. I will always return. The cycle of the seasons cannot be broken." With a final laugh, Hemlock vanished into the mist, leaving Carrie and Astesius alone in the sunken glade. The snow continued to fall, covering the ground in a blanket of white. As Carrie and Astesius emerged from the petalwood, they were greeted by a sight that made their hearts leap with joy. Oakhaven was transformed. The ground was covered in a pristine layer of snow. The trees were dusted with white, and the air was filled with the crisp, invigorating scent of winter. The villagers rushed to greet them, their faces beaming with relief and gratitude. They cheered and danced in the snow, celebrating the return of the season they had feared they had lost forever. Carrie and Astesius were hailed as heroes, their names forever etched into the annals of Oakhaven's history. But they knew that they were not truly heroes. They had simply done what was necessary to protect their village, to restore the balance of the seasons. As the days turned into weeks, Oakhaven gradually returned to normal. The river began to flow again. The animals returned to their natural migration patterns, and the villagers resumed their winter routines. But something had changed. They had learned a valuable lesson about the importance of respecting the natural world and the power of stories to shape their reality. Carrie, no longer just a hunter, but a respected leader, continued to serve her village with wisdom and compassion. She often ventured into the petalwood not out of fear or obligation, but out of a newfound appreciation for its mysteries. She learned to listen to the whispers of the woods, to understand the language of the spirits, and to respect the delicate balance between the mortal and the magical. Astesios, emboldened by his experience, embraced his role as the village's historian and lore keeper with renewed vigor. He spent his days poring over ancient texts, seeking to expand his knowledge of the spirit world and the secrets of the seasons. He became a mentor to the younger generation, sharing his wisdom and instilling in them a sense of reverence for the natural world. And as the years passed, the legend of the autumn thief and the frozen bloom lived on, a reminder of the day when a mischievous spirit threatened to plunge Oak Haven into eternal autumn, and two unlikely heroes rose to the challenge, using their wits and their words to restore the balance and bring back the beauty of winter. Years later, on a crisp autumn evening, a young girl named Luma sat by the fire, listening intently as Astesius, now an old man with a twinkle in his eye, recounted the tale of Hemlock and the stolen snow. "So, what happened to Hemlock?" Luma asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Did he ever come back?" Astesius smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. "Oh, he came back, Luma. He always comes back. He is the spirit of autumn, after all. But he never bothered Oak Haven again. He learned that sometimes the best pranks are the ones that aren't played at all." Luma snuggled closer to the fire, her imagination ignited by the tale. She knew that the story of Hemlock was more than just a legend. It was a lesson about the importance of respecting the seasons, the power of stories, and the enduring strength of community. And as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of a world where the balance of nature was always protected, and the spirit of mischief was kept in check by the wisdom and courage of those who dared to challenge him. Carrie, now the village elder, watched from the doorway, a smile playing on her lips. She knew that the cycle would continue, that the seasons would always change, and that new challenges would always arise. But she also knew that the spirit of Oak Haven would endure, passed down from generation to generation, a beacon of hope and resilience in a world filled with both beauty and peril. And somewhere in the depths of the petalwood, Hemlock stirred, a mischievous glint in his amber eyes. He knew that his game was far from over. The world was full of stories waiting to be told, and he was always ready to play his part, to challenge the status quo, and to remind mortals that even in the darkest of times, there is always room for a little bit of mischief. After all, what is a life without a bit of chaos? He let out a soft chuckle that sounded like the rustling of leaves, and the petalwood whispered in response. The cycle would continue. Trouble. But tonight, the alley called to her with a siren song, promising an opportunity too tempting to resist. This wasn't just any alley. This was the Alley of Shifting Echoes, a place spoken of in hushed tones by the city's fringe dwellers. It was a legend, a myth whispered among the data jockeys, the biohackers, and the augmented street thugs. The alley was said to appear and disappear at will, its ephemeral shops offering wares from worlds beyond human comprehension. Some claimed they were glimpses into alternate timelines. Others believed them to be portals to alien civilizations. Whatever the truth, one thing was certain. The Alley of Shifting Echoes was dangerous. Raina had heard the stories. shops selling memories, weapons that bent the laws of physics, elixirs that promised immortality, and the consequences for those who dared to steal from them. But hunger had a way of silencing good sense. The alley materialized before her as if summoned by her own desperation. One moment, there was only a grimy brick wall. The next, a shimmering portal ripped open the fabric of reality, revealing a narrow passage choked with alien storefronts. The air thrummed with an otherworldly energy, a low hum that resonated deep within her bones. The smells were intoxicating, exotic spices, ozone and metallic tang, and something else, something ancient and indescribably other. The shops were a kaleidoscope of the bizarre and the beautiful. One stall displayed shimmering orbs that pulsed with inner light. Another offered weapons crafted from obsidian-like material that seemed to drink in the surrounding light. Garbled alien languages spilled from open doorways, mingling with the cacophony of the city. Raina moved cautiously, her senses on high alert. The alley was teeming with beings she couldn't identify, their forms ranging from vaguely humanoid to utterly alien. Some were haggling over strange artifacts, others were simply browsing, their multifaceted eyes gleaming with curiosity. She found herself drawn to a small, unassuming shop tucked away in a darkened corner. The sign above the door was written in a language she couldn't decipher, but the objects displayed in the window held her captive. They were trinkets, seemingly worthless baubles, yet they radiated an aura of immense power. One object in particular caught her eye. It was a small, intricately carved amulet, no bigger than her thumb. It was made of a dark, metallic substance, inlaid with swirling patterns of iridescent blue. It pulsed with a faint, rhythmic beat, as if it possessed a life of its own. Raina felt an inexplicable pull towards it, a desire to possess it that overwhelmed her reason. Inside the shop, the air was thick with incense and the low, guttural chanting of the shopkeeper. He was a being of indeterminate age and species, his skin leathery and etched with strange symbols. He sat cross-legged behind a cluttered counter, his eyes large and black, seemingly seeing right through her. Raina knew she shouldn't. She knew the risks. But the amulet called to her, promising something she couldn't name. She waited for the shopkeeper to look away for a split second. Then, with a speed born of years of practice, she snatched the amulet and slipped it into her pocket. She melted back into the crowd, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't dare look back. She just ran, pushing past alien beings, ignoring the strange glances and the unintelligible curses. She had to get out of the alley, back into the familiar chaos of Neo-Kyoto. She burst out of the alley, the portal slamming shut behind her, leaving only the grimy brick wall in its wake. She leaned against the wall, catching her breath, the amulet heavy in her pocket. She had done it. She had stolen from the alley of shifted echoes and gotten away with it, or so she thought. The next morning, Raina woke with a jolt, a sense of unease clinging to her like a shroud. She felt disoriented, as if she had slept for days. She glanced around her small, cramped apartment, a converted storage unit in the lower levels of the city. Everything seemed normal, yet off. She got out of bed and walked to the window, a small, grimy opening that offered a view of the towering skyscrapers and the perpetual neon glow of Neo-Kyoto. But the view was different. The buildings were somehow taller, the neon signs brighter, the air thicker with a strange, unfamiliar haze. She dismissed it as the lingering effects of a restless night and went to the communal washroom to clean up. As she looked at her reflection in the cracked mirror, she gasped. Her face was different. Her features were sharper, her eyes more intense, and there was a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer around her. She touched her face, her fingers tracing the unfamiliar contours. Something was happening to her, something she didn't understand. She went back to her apartment and took out the amulet, the one she had stolen from the alley of shifting echoes. It pulsed with a faint, rhythmic beat, its iridescent blue patterns swirling hypnotically. As she held it, she felt a surge of power, a connection to something vast and ancient. But the power came with a price. As she clutched the amulet, a wave of dizziness washed over her. She stumbled, catching herself on the edge of her bed. When the dizziness subsided, she looked around the room, her heart pounding in her chest. Everything was exactly as she had left it, except for one thing, the door. It was gone. In its place was a solid brick wall, identical to the one that hid the alley of shifting echoes. Panic seized her. She ran to the wall, pounding on it with her fists. Nothing. It was as solid as bedrock. She was trapped. She tried the window. It was sealed shut, the glass fused to the frame. She kicked at it, punched at it, but it wouldn't budge. She was trapped, alone in her cramped apartment with no way out. She sank to the floor, her head in her hands. What had she done? What had she stolen? What had she unleashed? As the initial panic subsided, a cold dread settled in. She was cursed to never leave, to be imprisoned within the confines of her own apartment. But why? What was the meaning of it all? Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Raina lived in a state of perpetual anxiety and growing despair. She rationed her food, her meager supplies dwindling with each passing day. She tried everything to escape, to break through the wall, to find some way out of her prison. But nothing worked. The amulet remained her constant companion, its rhythmic pulse a constant reminder of her folly. She tried to get rid of it, to throw it away, but it always reappeared, clutched tightly in her hand. It was a part of her now, a parasitic growth that fed on her life force. As time wore on, Raina began to change. The shimmer around her intensified. Her features became more alien. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light. She was transforming, becoming something other than human. She began to experience strange visions, glimpses into other worlds, other realities. She saw alien landscapes, bizarre creatures, and technologies beyond human comprehension. The amulet was opening her mind, exposing her to the vastness of the universe. But the visions were also terrifying. She saw war, destruction, and the decay of civilizations. She saw the dark side of the universe, the horrors that lurked in the shadows. She realized that the amulet wasn't just a trinket. It was a key to unlocking the secrets of the universe. But it was also a burden, a curse that was slowly consuming her. One day, as she sat staring at the amulet, a new vision came to her. It was clearer, more vivid than any she had experienced before. She saw the shopkeeper from the alley of shifting echoes, his leathery face etched with concern. He was speaking to her, his voice a low guttural hum that resonated within her mind. "The amulet," he said, "it does not belong to you. It is a sacred artifact, a key to the balance of worlds. You have disrupted the harmony, and now you must pay the price." "What do you want?" Raina asked, her voice hoarse from disuse. What can I do? Return the amulet, the shopkeeper said. Return it to the alley of shifting echoes, and the curse will be lifted. But how? Raina cried. The alley is gone. I am trapped. The alley will return, the shopkeeper said, but you must be ready. You must be willing to sacrifice. The vision faded, leaving Raina alone in her prison, the shopkeeper's words echoing in her mind. She knew what she had to do. She had to find a way to return the amulet, to undo the damage she had caused. But how? She spent days studying the amulet, trying to decipher its secrets. She meditated, trying to connect with its energy, to understand its purpose. She researched the alley of shifting echoes, scouring the data nets for any information she could find. She discovered that the alley was more than just a marketplace. It was a nexus point, a place where different realities intersected. It was guarded by powerful forces, beings who maintained the balance between worlds. She also learned about the amulet. It was called the Keystone, and it was said to be the key to opening and closing the gateways between realities. It was a powerful artifact, capable of unimaginable destruction if it fell into the wrong hands. Raina realized that she had stumbled upon something far greater than she could have ever imagined. She was no longer just a thief trying to survive. She was a pawn in a cosmic game, a game with stakes that were higher than life itself. She knew that she couldn't face this alone. She needed help. But who could she trust? Who would believe her story? She remembered Kai, a data jockey she had worked with in the past. He was eccentric, paranoid, and often unreliable. But he was also brilliant. He knew the data nets like the back of his hand, and he had a network of contacts that stretched across the city. Raina hadn't seen Kai in years, but she knew where to find him. He frequented a dive bar in the lower levels of the city, a place where the augmented and the forgotten gathered to drown their sorrows. It took her weeks to prepare. She had to conserve her remaining food, to repair her tattered clothes, and to steel herself for the journey. She didn't know if she would ever return to her apartment, but she had to try. One night, when the moon was full and the city was shrouded in a thick fog, Raina made her move. She focused her mind, channeling the energy of the amulet. She closed her eyes and imagined the alley of shifting echoes, the shimmering portal, the alien storefronts. She felt a surge of power, a tearing sensation in her mind. When she opened her eyes, she gasped. The wall was gone. In its place was a swirling vortex of energy, a gateway to another dimension. The alley of shifting echoes had returned. Raina stepped through the portal, her heart pounding in her chest. The alley was even more chaotic than she remembered. Alien beings jostled past her, their strange languages filling the air. The smells were overwhelming, a mix of exotic spices, ozone and metallic tang, and something else, something ancient and indescribably other. She made her way through the crowd, her senses on high alert. She had to find Kai, to convince him to help her. She found him in the back of the bar, hunched over a terminal, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He was surrounded by empty glasses and discarded data chips, his eyes bloodshot and unfocused. "Kai," Raina said, her voice barely a whisper. Kai looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. "Raina, is that really you? What are you doing here?" "I need your help," Raina said. "I'm in trouble." Kai raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. "Trouble? You? What kind of trouble could you possibly be in?" Raina took a deep breath, and told him everything. She told him about the alley of shifting echoes, the amulet, the curse, and the shopkeeper's warning. Kai listened in silence, his expression shifting from skepticism to disbelief to grudging acceptance. He knew Raina. He knew that she wasn't one to exaggerate, that she wouldn't come to him unless she was desperate. "Okay," Kai said when she had finished. "I believe you, but this is insane. You're talking about alternate realities, curses, and cosmic artifacts. This is way beyond my pay grade." "I know," Raina said, "but you're the only one who can help me. I need you to research the amulet, to find out what it is and what it does. I need you to help me find a way to return it to the alley of shifting echoes." Kai hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "All right," he said. "I'll help you, but you owe me big time." They spent the next few days holed up in Kai's apartment, a cramped and cluttered space filled with computers, cables, and discarded junk food wrappers. Kai delved into the data nets, searching for any information he could find on the amulet. Raina, meanwhile, tried to control her visions, to understand the power that was coursing through her veins. Kai discovered that the amulet was indeed a powerful artifact, a key to unlocking the secrets of the universe. It was said to be able to manipulate reality, to open gateways to other dimensions, and to grant its wielder unimaginable power. But it was also dangerous. The amulet was sentient, with a will of its own. It could corrupt its wielder, twisting their desires and amplifying their darkest impulses. Raina was beginning to understand the true nature of the curse. It wasn't just about being trapped in her apartment. It was about the amulet slowly consuming her, turning her into something other than human. They also discovered that the alley of shifting echoes was in danger. A powerful force was trying to control it, to seize its power for their own nefarious purposes. If they succeeded, the consequences could be catastrophic, not just for the alley, but for the entire universe. Raina and Kai realized that they had to act fast. They had to return the amulet to the alley of shifting echoes, to restore the balance and prevent the forces of darkness from taking control. But how? They knew that they couldn't just walk into the alley and hand the amulet over to the shopkeeper. The forces that were trying to control the alley would be watching, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They needed a plan. Kai suggested that they use a loophole in the code, a hidden pathway that would allow them to bypass the security protocols and slip into the alley unnoticed. It was risky, but it was their only chance. Raina agreed. They prepared for their mission, gathering the necessary equipment and steeling themselves for the dangers ahead. One night, when the moon was full and the city was shrouded in a thick fog, Raina and Kai made their move. They followed Kai's instructions, navigating the labyrinthine data nets, dodging security protocols, and evading detection. They finally reached the hidden pathway, a shimmering portal that led to the alley of shifting echoes. They stepped through the portal, their hearts pounding in their chests. The alley was even more chaotic than they remembered. The air was thick with tension, the alien beings moving with a sense of urgency. They made their way through the crowd, trying to blend in to avoid attracting attention. They reached the shop where Raina had stolen the amulet, the shopkeeper standing behind the counter, his leathery face etched with anticipation. "You have returned," the shopkeeper said, his voice a low guttural hum. "I have been waiting for you. We have the amulet. Raina said. "We want to return it." The shopkeeper nodded. "Give it to me," he said, "and the curse will be lifted." Raina hesitated. She knew that giving up the amulet would mean giving up the power that it had granted her. But she also knew that it was the right thing to do, that it was the only way to save herself and the alley of shifting echoes. She took a deep breath and handed the amulet to the shopkeeper. As soon as the shopkeeper touched the amulet, a surge of energy coursed through the alley. The air crackled with power, the alien beings gasping in awe. The shopkeeper raised the amulet above his head, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light. He chanted in a language that Raina didn't understand, his voice resonating with the ancient power of the universe. The amulet began to glow, its iridescent blue pattern swirling faster and faster. The gateway to the alley of shifting echoes shimmered, then expanded, revealing a vast, otherworldly landscape. The forces that were trying to control the alley emerged from the shadows, their forms grotesque and terrifying. They lunged at the shopkeeper, trying to seize the amulet. Raina and Kai reacted instinctively, throwing themselves in front of the shopkeeper, protecting him from the attackers. A fierce battle erupted, the alley erupting in chaos. Alien beings fought each other, energy weapons blazing, the air filled with sounds of screams and explosions. Raina and Kai fought bravely, using their skills and their wits to defend themselves, but they were outnumbered, outmatched. They knew that they couldn't win. As the forces of darkness closed in, the shopkeeper raised the amulet even higher, his chanting growing louder and more intense. The gateway to the alley of shifting echoes pulsed with power, a vortex of energy threatening to engulf everything. With a final, desperate surge of energy, the shopkeeper unleashed the full power of the amulet. The gateway exploded, sending a shock wave that ripped through the alley, obliterating the forces of darkness. The alley was silent, the air clear, the alien beings gone. Raina and Kai lay on the ground, exhausted and battered, but alive. The shopkeeper approached them, his leathery face etched with gratitude. "You have saved the alley of shifting echoes," he said. "You have restored the balance." "What about the curse?" Raina asked. "Is it lifted?" The shopkeeper nodded. "The curse is gone," he said. "You are free." Raina felt a weight lift from her shoulders, a sense of peace that she hadn't felt in months. She was free. She looked at Kai, her heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she said. "You saved me." Kai smiled, his eyes tired but happy. "Don't mention it," he said. "It was an adventure." The shopkeeper turned to Raina. "You have proven yourself worthy," he said. "You have shown courage, compassion, and a willingness to sacrifice. I offer you a choice. You can return to your old life, forget about the alley of shifting echoes, and live in peace. Or you can stay here and help me protect the alley from future threats." Raina thought for a moment. She had always been a survivor, a thief, a ghost in the machine. But she had also learned the value of friendship, of courage, and of sacrifice. She looked at the shopkeeper, her eyes filled with determination. "I'll stay," she said. "I'll help you protect the alley." The shopkeeper smiled. "Welcome," he said. "You are now a guardian of the alley of shifting echoes." And so Raina, the young thief from Neo-Kyoto, became a guardian of the alley of shifting echoes, a protector of the balance between worlds. She had found her purpose, her place in the universe. She would never be the same again. She was no longer just a ghost in the machine. She was a force to be reckoned with, a warrior for the light, a guardian of the alley of shifting echoes. And her adventures were just beginning. The universe was vast, and the alley of shifting echoes was a gateway to infinite possibilities. She was ready for whatever came next. She had faced her fears, overcome her challenges, and emerged stronger and more determined than ever before. The curse had been a trial, a test of her character, and she had passed with flying colors. Now she was ready to embrace her destiny, to protect the alley of shifting echoes, and to explore the infinite wonders of the universe. The end, or just the beginning? Only time will tell. The forest was a cathedral of ancient trees, their branches interwoven like the vaulted ceilings of forgotten gods. Sunlight dripped through the canopy in emerald shards, illuminating a path that Alexander, knight of the silver dawn, followed with grim determination. His armor, polished to a blinding sheen, betrayed no hint of the exhaustion that gnawed at him. 3 days he had tracked the basilisk, guided by the terrified whispers of the villagers of Oakhaven. They spoke of petrified livestock, of shadows that moved with unnatural speed, of a gaze that turned flesh to stone. Alexander clutched the hilt of his ancestral blade, Oathkeeper. It was a weapon forged in starlight and imbued with the blessings of the old deities, a blade meant for slaying the creatures of darkness. He was a paladin, sworn to protect the innocent, and the basilisk, by all accounts, was a creature of pure evil. His heart, however, was heavy. He had seen too much death, too much suffering attributed to evil that was often just fear and misunderstanding. Still, duty called. He found the basilisk not in a lair of shattered stone and petrified corpses as he expected, but in a small clearing bathed in an ethereal light. It was a magnificent creature, far larger than the tales suggested. Scales of emerald and gold shimmered, and its serpentine body coiled around a nest of woven branches. But it wasn't the basilisk's size or splendor that stopped Alexander in his tracks. It was the sound. The basilisk was weeping. The sound was a low, guttural moan, filled with a sorrow that resonated deep within Alexander's soul. He cautiously approached, Oathkeeper raised, but his steps faltered. He saw the cause of the creature's distress. Lying amidst the woven branches were fragments of a shattered eggshell, iridescent and beautiful, but undeniably broken. The basilisk's golden eyes, the very eyes rumored to turn men to stone, were brimming with tears. It nuzzled the broken shell with its snout, a gesture of profound grief. Alexander lowered his sword. This was not the scene he had envisioned. This was not the monstrous beast reveling in destruction. This was a mother mourning her lost offspring. Who are you?" Alexander asked, his voice rough with disuse and surprise. The basilisk lifted its head, its gaze meeting Alexander's. He steeled himself, expecting the paralysis, the agonizing transformation. But nothing happened. The basilisk simply looked at him, its eyes filled with a pain that transcended language. "I am called Marietta," it rasped, its voice surprisingly melodic, though laced with sorrow. "And you are a knight, come to finish what fate has begun?" Alexander hesitated. "I am Alexander of the Silver Dawn. I was sent to slay you." Marietta sighed, a sound like wind rustling through dry leaves. "I expected as much. The humans, they fear what they do not understand. They see only the monster, never the mother." She gestured to the broken shell. "They believe I kill for sport. I kill for survival, to feed my young. Now I have nothing to live for." Alexander sheathed Oathkeeper. "Tell me what happened." Marietta recounted her tale in a voice heavy with grief. She spoke of a Duke Edward, a man renowned for his cruelty and ambition, who sought to claim the forest as his own. He had sent hunters to drive out the creatures of the woods, to clear the land for his own selfish purposes. One of those hunters, a ruthless man named Ariel, had found her nest and, driven by fear and the Duke's orders, had destroyed her egg. "He thought he was protecting the village," Marietta said, her voice trembling. "He thought he was doing good, but he only brought more pain into the world." Alexander listened, his heart growing heavier with each word. He knew of Duke Edward. He knew of his avarice and his disregard for the lives of those he considered beneath him. He had heard whispers of his cruelty, but he had dismissed them as rumors, as the exaggerations of fearful peasants. Now, standing before a grieving basilisk, he realized the truth was far more terrible. "Why didn't you retaliate?" Alexander asked. "Why didn't you turn him to stone?" Marietta shook her head. "I could have, but what good would it do? It would only bring more death, more fear, and it would not bring back my child." Alexander spent the next few days with Marietta. He learned her story, her hopes, her fears. He discovered that she was not a mindless beast, but a sentient being with a deep connection to the forest. She spoke of the ancient magic that flowed through the land, of the delicate balance between nature and civilization, and of the dangers of unchecked ambition. He also learned of the basilisk's unique abilities. The petrifying gaze was not an active curse, but a defense mechanism triggered by fear or aggression. It was a last resort, used only when threatened. Marietta preferred to avoid conflict, to live in peace with the other creatures of the forest. "We can stand together," Alexander said, his voice ringing with determination. "We can show him that we are not afraid. We can demand justice, and we can protect the forest from harm." The villagers looked at each other, their faces filled with a mixture of fear and hope. They had been oppressed for too long, and they were tired of living in fear. They decided to take a chance, to trust Alexander, and to stand up for what was right. Together, they marched towards Duke Edward's castle, their numbers growing with each step. They were armed with pitchforks and axes, but their true weapon was their courage and their determination. When they reached the castle gates, they found the Duke waiting for them, surrounded by his guards. He looked at them with contempt, his eyes filled with anger. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded, his voice booming through the courtyard. "Why have you come here armed and unruly?" Alexander stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of Oathkeeper. "We have come for justice, Your Grace. We have come to expose your cruelty and your lies. We know the truth about the basilisk, about the forest, and about your misdeeds." The Duke laughed, a cold and cruel sound. "You are fools," he said. "You think you can stand against me? I am the Duke, and I have the power to crush you all." "You may have power," Alexander said, "but you do not have the truth, and the truth is stronger than any weapon." He then revealed the evidence he had gathered, the documents, the testimonies, the proof of the Duke's misdeeds. The villagers listened in stunned silence, their faces growing angrier with each revelation. The Duke's face turned red with rage. He ordered his guards to attack, but the villagers stood firm, They fought with courage and determination, fueled by their anger and their desire for justice. Alexander fought alongside them, oath-keeper flashing in the sunlight. He moved with grace and skill, cutting down the Duke's guards with ease. The battle raged for hours, the courtyard filled with the clash of steel and the cries of the wounded. But in the end, the villagers prevailed. They overwhelmed the Duke's guards and captured the Duke himself. Alexander stood before the Duke, oath-keeper pointed at his throat. "You have been judged, Your Grace," he said, "and you have been found wanting." The Duke looked at him with hatred, his eyes filled with rage. "You will regret this," he snarled. "I will have my revenge." "Your reign of terror is over," Alexander said. "You will be brought before the Queen and judged for your crimes." The Duke was taken away, and the villagers rejoiced. They had won a great victory, and they had finally freed themselves from the Duke's oppression. Alexander returned to the forest, to Marietta's clearing. He found her tending to the broken eggshell, her eyes still filled with sorrow. "It is done," Alexander said. "The Duke has been captured, and he will be brought to justice." Marietta looked at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Alexander," she said. "You have done a great thing for my people and for the forest." Alexander smiled. "It was the least I could do," he said. "I am here to help rebuild your nest, if you will allow it." Together, they began to rebuild the nest, weaving branches and gathering leaves. As they worked, Alexander felt a sense of peace and fulfillment he had never known before. He had found his purpose, not in slaying monsters, but in protecting the innocent and fighting for justice. He stayed with Marietta for many months, helping her to heal and to rebuild her life. He learned more about the forest, about the ancient magic that flowed through it, and about the delicate balance between nature and civilization. He also learned that Marietta was not the last of her kind. There were other basilisks in the forest, hidden deep within the woods, living in peace and harmony with nature. Alexander eventually returned to the Queen's court, where he testified against Duke Edward. The Duke was found guilty of his crimes and sentenced to life imprisonment. Alexander was hailed as a hero, but he refused to accept the accolades. He knew that the true heroes were the villagers of Oak Haven, who had stood up for what was right, and Marietta, who had shown him the true meaning of compassion and understanding. He returned to the forest, where he continued to protect the innocent and fight for justice. He became known as the Knight of the Forest, a protector of the creatures of the woods and a champion of the oppressed. And Marietta, the basilisk, who had once wept over a broken egg, became a symbol of hope and resilience. She taught the villagers of Oak Haven to respect the forest and to live in harmony with nature. The forest thrived, and the villagers prospered. They learned that the true monsters are not the beasts, but those who hunt them. And they learned that even in the darkest of times, there is always hope for a better future. As Alexander listened, he began to question everything he had believed. He had always seen the world in black and white, good versus evil, but Marietta showed him the shades of gray, the complexities of morality, the blurred lines between hunter and hunted. He also realized that the villagers of Oak Haven were not entirely innocent. They had allowed Duke Edward to exploit them, to turn them against the creatures of the forest in exchange for empty promises of protection. They had been blinded by fear and greed, and they had become complicit in the Duke's cruelty. Alexander knew he could not simply return to Oakhaven and tell them the truth. They would not believe him. They were too deeply entrenched in their fear and prejudice. He needed to find a way to expose Duke Edward's cruelty, to show the villagers the true monster that lurked in their midst. He decided to return to Duke Edward's castle under the guise of a knight who had slain the basilisk. He would gather evidence of the Duke's misdeeds, and then he would reveal the truth to the villagers and to the Queen herself. It was a dangerous plan, but it was the only way he could see to bring justice to the forest and to Marietta. He said goodbye to Marietta, promising to return and to help her rebuild her nest. He left a part of his heart in that clearing amidst the broken eggshells and the sorrowful gaze of the basilisk. As he journeyed towards Duke Edward's castle, Alexander felt a profound shift within himself. He was no longer just a knight of the Silver Dawn, blindly following orders. He was a protector of the innocent, a champion of the oppressed, and a seeker of truth. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that he was fighting for something greater than himself. The Duke's castle loomed on the horizon, a stone behemoth that seemed to suck the light from the sky. Alexander steeled himself and rode towards the gates, ready to confront the darkness that dwelled within. He presented himself to the guards, claiming to be the knight who had slain the basilisk. They ushered him in with a mixture of awe and suspicion. Duke Edward, a corpulent man with a cruel smile and eyes that glittered with ambition, greeted him in the great hall. "Sir Knight," the Duke boomed, his voice echoing through the chamber, "you have done a great service to my people. The basilisk was a menace, a terror that threatened our very existence. You deserve a hero's welcome." Alexander bowed his head. "I only did what was right, Your Grace. It was my duty." The Duke clapped him on the shoulder, his grip surprisingly strong. "Modesty becomes you, Sir Knight. But you must be rewarded for your bravery. Tell me, what is your heart's desire?" Alexander paused, considering his words carefully. "I desire only justice, Your Grace. I desire to see your people prosper and to see the forest protected from harm." The Duke chuckled. "A noble sentiment, Sir Knight, but justice is a complicated thing. And the forest, well, the forest must be tamed for the good of civilization." Alexander spent the next few days in the Duke's castle, observing, listening, and gathering evidence. He saw the Duke's cruelty firsthand. He saw him exploit his people, hoard his wealth, and abuse his power. He saw him order the destruction of the forest, the hunting of innocent creatures, and the persecution of those who dared to oppose him. He also discovered the truth about Ariel, the hunter who had destroyed Marietta's egg. Ariel was not just a ruthless man, but a pawn in the Duke's game. He had been promised land and riches in exchange for his loyalty, and he was willing to do anything to please his master. Alexander knew he had to act quickly. The Duke was growing suspicious of him, and he feared that his true intentions would soon be revealed. He decided to gather the villagers of Oakhaven and confront the Duke in front of them all. He slipped out of the castle under the cover of darkness and rode towards Oakhaven. He found the villagers huddled in their homes, their faces etched with fear and despair. He gathered them in the village square and told them the truth about Duke Edward. He told them about Marietta, the grieving basilisk, and about the Duke's cruelty and ambition. He showed them the evidence he had gathered, the documents that proved the Duke's misdeeds, the testimonies of those who had suffered under his rule. At first, the villagers were skeptical. They had been taught to fear the basilisk and to trust the Duke. But as Alexander spoke, his words resonating with truth and conviction, they began to listen. They saw the pain in his eyes, the sincerity in his voice, and they began to question everything they had believed. "But what can we do?" one of the villagers asked, his voice trembling. "The Duke is too powerful. He will crush us if we oppose him." Years later, Alexander, his hair streaked with silver, returned to Marietta's clearing. He was no longer a knight in shining armor, but a wise and respected elder. He found Marietta surrounded by young basilisks, her eyes filled with love and joy. "You have done well, Alexander," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "You have brought peace to the forest and to the hearts of men." Alexander smiled. "It was all thanks to you, Marietta," he said. "You showed me the true meaning of compassion and understanding." He sat beside her, watching the young basilisks play in the sunlight. He knew that the future of the forest was in good hands, and he felt a sense of contentment he had never thought possible. As the sun set, casting long shadows through the trees, Alexander closed his eyes and breathed in the sweet scent of the forest. He was home. He was at peace. And he knew that his legacy would live on in the hearts of those he had touched and in the whispering leaves of the ancient trees. Ariel, disgraced and stripped of his promised rewards after the Duke's downfall, became a bitter and vengeful figure. He spent years wandering the fringes of society, consumed by resentment towards Alexander and Marietta. He saw them as the cause of his misfortunes, blaming them for the loss of his status and the unfulfilled promises of wealth and power. He began to meticulously plot his revenge, fueled by a burning desire to make them suffer as he believed he had suffered. He studied the ways of the forest, learning its secrets and understanding the vulnerabilities of its creatures. He sought out dark magic, dabbling in forbidden arts to enhance his hunting skills and imbue his weapons with deadly power. His appearance changed over time, reflecting his descent into darkness. His once keen eyes became clouded with malice, and his face bore the lines of bitterness and resentment. He became a wraith-like figure, a shadow lurking in the woods, driven by an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. He knew that he could not confront Alexander directly. The knight was too skilled, too honorable to be easily defeated. He needed to find a weakness, a vulnerability that he could exploit, and he found it in Marietta's young. He observed the basilisks, studying their habits and learning their vulnerabilities. He discovered that their scales were not fully developed until they reached a certain age, leaving them susceptible to certain types of weapons. He also learned that they were fiercely protective of each other, willing to sacrifice themselves to protect their siblings. Ariel crafted a plan that was as cruel as it was cunning. He would use the young basilisks as bait, luring Marietta into a trap where he could finally exact his revenge. He knew that she would stop at nothing to protect her offspring, and he was counting on that instinct to cloud her judgment. Under the cover of darkness, Ariel crept into the forest, his heart pounding with anticipation. He carried with him a specially crafted net, woven with enchanted threads that would ensnare the basilisks without harming them. He also carried a vial of potent poison extracted from rare and deadly plants, which he planned to use on Marietta. He found the young basilisks playing near a stream, their scales shimmering in the moonlight. They were unguarded, unaware of the danger that lurked nearby. Ariel moved swiftly and silently, casting the net over them before they could react. The young basilisks cried out in alarm, their voices echoing through the forest. Marietta heard their cries and raced towards them, her heart pounding with fear. She arrived just as Ariel was tightening the net, trapping her offspring. "Let them go!" Marietta roared, her eyes blazing with fury. Ariel laughed, a shrill and maniacal sound. "Not a chance, Basilisk," he said. "This is for ruining my life. This is for taking away everything I had." He raised the vial of poison, ready to strike. But before he could act, Alexander appeared, his sword drawn and his eyes filled with fury. "Ariel!" Alexander shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. "Release the basilisks!" Ariel turned to face Alexander, his face contorted with hatred. "You!" he snarled. "This is all your fault. You and that monster." He lunged at Alexander, his weapon raised. Alexander parried a blow and struck back, his sword flashing in the moonlight. The two men fought fiercely, their blades clashing and their bodies straining. Marietta watched the battle with growing concern. She knew that Alexander was a skilled fighter, but Ariel was driven by rage and desperation. She feared that he would do anything to win, even if it meant sacrificing himself. As the battle raged, Ariel managed to land a blow on Alexander, cutting him across the arm. Alexander staggered back, his face pale with pain. Ariel pressed his advantage, raining blows down on the night. Marietta knew she had to act. She could not let Ariel harm Alexander. She gathered her strength and unleashed her petrifying gaze upon Ariel. Ariel froze, his body turning to stone in an instant. He stood motionless, his face frozen in a mask of hatred and rage. Alexander watched in horror as Ariel was petrified. He knew that Marietta had only acted to protect him, but he could not help but feel a sense of sadness. Ariel had been consumed by hatred and vengeance, and he had paid the ultimate price. Marietta released the young basilisks from the net. They ran to her, nuzzling her and crying with relief. She held them close, her heart filled with love and gratitude. Alexander approached Marietta, his face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" he asked. Marietta nodded. "I am now," she said. "But he was consumed by hatred. It is a terrible thing." Alexander agreed. He knew that hatred and vengeance could destroy a person, turning them into a monster. He had seen it happen to Ariel, and he never wanted to see it happen again. They buried Ariel's petrified body in the forest, marking the spot with a simple stone. They hoped that his spirit would find peace, and that his story would serve as a warning to others. Alexander and Marietta continued to protect the forest and its creatures, working together to create a world of peace and harmony. They taught others the importance of compassion, understanding, and forgiveness. And they showed everyone that even the darkest of hearts can be redeemed. Duke Edward, imprisoned for his crimes, spent his days consumed by bitterness and regret. He reflected on his life, his ambition, and his cruelty. He realized that he had wasted his life pursuing power and wealth, neglecting the things that truly mattered: love, compassion, and kindness. He began to write letters to the villagers of Oakhaven, apologizing for his misdeeds and seeking their forgiveness. He offered to use his remaining wealth to help them rebuild their lives and to protect the forest. At first, the villagers were skeptical. They had been hurt by the Duke for so long, and they found it hard to believe that he had truly changed. But as they read his letters, they began to see a glimmer of hope. They saw a man who was genuinely remorseful for his actions, a man who wanted to make amends. They decided to visit the Duke in prison to see for themselves if he was truly sincere. They found him weak and frail, his face etched with sadness and regret. He spoke to them with humility and honesty, admitting his mistakes and begging for their forgiveness. The villagers were moved by his sincerity. They realized that he had truly changed, and they decided to forgive him. They accepted his offer of help, and they worked together to rebuild their lives and to protect the forest. The Duke spent the rest of his days in prison, but he found peace and redemption in his final years. He used his wealth to support the villagers and to protect the forest. He wrote letters to Alexander and Marietta, thanking them for their kindness and forgiveness. When he died, the villagers mourned his loss. They remembered him not as a cruel and ambitious duke, but as a man who had found redemption in the end. The story of Alexander, Marietta, and Duke Edward became a legend, a tale of hope, compassion, and forgiveness. It was a reminder that even the darkest of hearts can be redeemed, and that even the most terrible mistakes can be forgiven. Once upon a time, nestled between a whispering forest and a shimmering sea, lay a village called Oak Haven. The villagers were a simple folk, content with their lives of fishing, farming, and the occasional lively festival. But Oak Haven also held a quiet fear, a fear whispered in hushed tones around crackling fires, the fear of the fair folk. Oliver, a boy with eyes the color of moss and hair like spun moonlight, was the heart of Oak Haven. He was known for his infectious laughter, his boundless curiosity, and his uncanny ability to find wonder in the smallest of things. He could charm the birds from the trees with his whistling and coax shy woodland creatures to nibble from his hand. It was perhaps this very connection to the wild that made him so alluring to the denizens of the fairy realm. One twilight eve, as Oliver chased fireflies near the edge of the whispering forest, a melody, sweet and beguiling, drifted on the breeze. He followed the sound, deeper and deeper into the woods, his heart pounding with childish excitement. The air grew thick with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, and the trees seemed to lean in, their branches intertwining to form a living archway. He stepped through the archway, and the world shimmered. The familiar forest vanished, replaced by a glade bathed in an ethereal glow. Towering trees with leaves of silver and gold formed a cathedral of light, and flowers of every imaginable hue bloomed in profusion. In the center of the glade, a circle of beings danced, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. They were beautiful, impossibly so, with eyes that held the secrets of the stars and skin that shimmered like moonlight on water. These were the fair folk, and they had been waiting for Oliver. He was welcomed with open arms, or rather, open gossamer wings. The queen of the Sealy court, Henrietta, a radiant being with a crown of woven starlight, approached him with a smile that could melt glaciers. "Welcome, Oliver," she said, her voice like the music of a hidden stream. "We have been watching you, and we have seen the spark of magic within you. We invite you to stay with us, to live amongst us and to learn the ways of the Fae. Oliver, captivated by the beauty and wonder of the fairy realm, readily agreed. He spent what felt like weeks, though time in the fairy realm flowed differently than in the mortal world, learning the secrets of nature, the language of the animals, and the art of illusion. He danced with the fairies under the light of the moon, feasted on ambrosia and nectar, and reveled in the endless joy and magic that permeated the air. He was given a new name, Whisper Wind, a name that reflected his ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. He wore clothes woven from moonlight and dewdrops, and his laughter echoed through the glades, blending seamlessly with the music of the Fae. He felt as though he had finally found his true home, a place where he belonged, a place where his wild spirit could finally soar. But even in the heart of the fairy realm, a shadow of doubt began to creep into Oliver's heart. He remembered, in fleeting moments, a different life, a different home. He remembered the warmth of his mother's embrace, the comforting scent of his father's pipe, the familiar faces of the villagers of Oak Haven. He remembered his name, Oliver. One day, he approached Queen Henrietta with a heavy heart. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "I am grateful for your kindness, and I cherish the time I have spent here, but I miss my home, I miss my family, I miss Oak Haven." Henrietta listened patiently, her eyes filled with understanding. When he had finished, she sighed, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "I knew this day would come, Whisper Wind," she said. "The pull of the mortal world is strong, especially for those who still have ties there. You are free to leave, to return to your home. But know this, time moves differently in the fairy realm. Years here may be but days in the mortal world, but the opposite is also true. You may return to find that much has changed." She offered him a choice, to stay in the fairy realm forever, where time held no sway and he would always be young and carefree, or to return to the mortal world, knowing that he might find it changed beyond recognition. It was a cruel choice, a choice between eternal joy and the potential for devastating loss. Oliver, torn between his love for the fairy realm and his longing for home, chose to return. He knew that he had to see his family again, to walk the familiar paths of Oak Haven, to breathe the air of his childhood. Henrietta presented him with a farewell gift, a small, unassuming thistle, its purple flower faded and brittle. "Keep this thistle close to your heart, Oliver," she said. "It will protect you from the illusions of the Fae, and it will remind you of the time you spent with us. But beware, its magic is also a reminder of what you left behind." With a final embrace from the Queen and a chorus of farewells from the fair folk, Oliver stepped back through the archway of trees. The shimmering glade vanished, and he found himself standing once more at the edge of the whispering forest. He ran towards Oak Haven, his heart pounding with anticipation. He expected to be greeted with open arms, to be showered with kisses and tears of joy. He imagined his mother rushing out to meet him, his father clapping him on the back, his friends gathering around him, eager to hear tales of his adventures. But as he entered the village, he was met with silence. The familiar sounds of Oak Haven, the laughter of children, the barking of dogs, the rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammer were gone. The houses seemed smaller, more weathered than he remembered, and the faces he saw were unfamiliar, their expressions guarded and wary. he stopped a woman carrying a basket of vegetables. "Excuse me," he said, his voice trembling. "Can you tell me where I can find the house of Thomas the fisherman?" The woman stared at him with wide, uncomprehending eyes. "Thomas the fisherman?" she repeated, her voice laced with suspicion. "There hasn't been a Thomas the fisherman in Oak Haven well, for as long as I can remember." Oliver's heart sank. But I'm Oliver," he said, his voice cracking. "I'm Thomas's son. I lived here just a few years ago." The woman shook her head. "Oliver? There's no Oliver in Oak Haven, lad. You must be mistaken. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have errands to run." She hurried away, leaving Oliver standing alone in the middle of the village square, his face pale with shock. He tried talking to others, but the response was always the same. No one remembered him. No one remembered Thomas the fisherman or his wife, Elizabeth. It was as if he had never existed, as if his entire life in Oak Haven had been a dream. He wandered through the village, his hopes slowly dwindling with each passing moment. He found his old house, but it was occupied by strangers, a young couple with a babe in arms. They looked at him with pity and confusion when he told them his story, offering him a crust of bread and a place to rest for the night. But they insisted that he must be delusional, that he must have suffered some terrible trauma. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the village, Oliver stumbled towards the graveyard, the only place he could think of where he might find some evidence of his past. He walked among the tombstones, reading the names and dates, searching for a familiar inscription. Finally, he found it. A simple stone, weathered and worn, bearing the names Thomas, beloved husband, gone to the sea. Elizabeth, devoted wife, joined him in sorrow. And beneath them, a single word, Oliver. Tears streamed down Oliver's face as he knelt before the grave. He had returned, but he had returned to a world that had forgotten him, a world where his parents were dead and buried, and where he himself was nothing more than a name on a tombstone. The years he had spent in the fairy realm had been but a blink of an eye to the fair folk, but in the mortal world they had been long enough to erase him from the memories of those he loved. He clutched the thistle in his hand, its brittle petals crumbling to dust, and remembered the writer's words. Beware, its magic is just a reminder of what you left behind. The thistle was a symbol of the fairy realm, a reminder of the joy and wonder he had experienced there, but it was also a symbol of the loss and grief he now felt. He spent the night in the graveyard, huddled beside his parents' grave, the cold earth his only comfort. He wept until he had no tears left, his heart aching with a pain he had never known before. As the sun rose, casting a golden light over the village, Oliver made a decision. He could not stay in Oak Haven, not in a world that no longer remembered him. He would become a wanderer, a traveler, a ghost in his own life. He would roam the land, searching for a place where he belonged, a place where he could find peace. He left Oak Haven that morning, carrying nothing but the clothes on his back and the lingering memory of the fairy realm. He walked for days, his feet blistered and sore, his spirit weary and broken. He begged for food and shelter, and was often turned away, met with suspicion and fear. One evening, as he sat by a lonely campfire, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a woman, old and weathered, with eyes that sparkled like the stars. She introduced herself as Lalem, a wise woman, a healer, a seer. "I know your story, Oliver," she said. her voice soft and gentle. "I know of the time you spent in the fairy realm, and I know of the pain you now carry in your heart." Oliver looked at her in amazement. "How do you know?" he asked. "No one else remembers me?" Lalem smiled. "I have lived in these woods for many years, and I have seen many strange things. The fair folk do not easily forget those they have touched, and their magic leaves a trace, a glimmer that can be seen by those who know where to look." She offered him food and shelter, and for the first time since his return to the mortal world, Oliver felt a flicker of hope. He told Lalem his story, pouring out his heart in a torrent of words. He spoke of the joy he had found in the fairy realm and the devastation he had experienced upon his return. Lalem listened patiently, offering words of comfort and wisdom. "The path you walk is a difficult one, Oliver," she said. "You are caught between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. But do not despair. There is still a purpose for you, a path that you can forge for yourself." She taught him the ways of the forest, the healing properties of plants, the secrets of the stars. She showed him how to listen to the whispers of the wind and how to find solace in the beauty of nature. She helped him to heal his wounded spirit and to find a new sense of purpose in his life. Oliver learned to live in harmony with the world around him, to find joy in the simple things, and to accept the pain of his past. He became known as the Forest Wanderer, a mysterious figure who roamed the land, offering help to those in need. He used his knowledge of the fairy realm to heal the sick, to protect the innocent, and to guide lost travelers through the wilderness. He never forgot the fairy realm, nor did he forget Oakhaven. He carried the memory of both worlds within him, a bittersweet reminder of what he had gained and what he had lost. Years passed, and Oliver grew old, his hair turning as white as the moonlight that had once adorned his clothes. He had lived a long and fulfilling life, a life filled with both joy and sorrow, but he had never truly found a place where he belonged. One day, as he sat beneath a towering oak tree, he felt a familiar presence. He looked up and saw Henrietta standing before him, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and love. "Oliver," she said, her voice soft as a summer breeze, "it has been many years since you left the fairy realm. I have watched you, and I have seen the good you have done in the world. You have lived a life of purpose and compassion, and you have touched the lives of many." Oliver smiled. "I have tried, Your Majesty," he said, "but I have never truly belonged, not in the mortal world and not in the fairy realm." Henrietta nodded. "I know," she said. "That is why I have come. I offer you one final choice, Oliver. You can choose to return to the fairy realm, to live with us forever in eternal joy and peace. Or you can choose to remain in the mortal world, to continue your journey and to find whatever solace you can in the time that remains to you." Oliver considered her words carefully. He had longed for the fairy realm for so long, but now, as he stood on the threshold of death, he realized that he had found a different kind of belonging, a belonging that came not from a place, but from a purpose. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice firm and clear, "I am grateful for your offer, but I must decline. I have lived a long and full life, and I have found a purpose in helping others. I wish to remain in the mortal world, to continue my journey, and to find whatever peace I can in the time that remains to me." Henrietta smiled, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. "I understand, Oliver," she said. You have made your choice. May your journey be filled with peace, and may your spirit find rest at last. With a final embrace, Henrietta vanished, leaving Oliver alone beneath the oak tree. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face and the gentle breeze in his hair. He knew that his time was near, but he was not afraid. He had lived a good life, a life filled with love, loss, and purpose, and as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he had finally found his place, not in the fairy realm and not in Oakhaven, but in the hearts of those he had touched along the way. And so, the tale of Oliver, the boy who was stolen by the fairies, becomes a reminder that true belonging is not about where we come from, but about who we become and the impact we have on the world around us. It is a reminder that even in the face of loss and grief, we can find purpose and meaning in our lives, and that even though we may be forgotten by some, we can still leave a lasting legacy of love and compassion. The weight of its parents' absence pressed down on Oliver, a suffocating blanket woven with sorrow and regret. He mourned the lost years, the shared meals, the bedtime stories he would never again experience. The laughter and warmth of his former life felt like a phantom limb, a constant reminder of what was irrevocably gone. He continued to wander, guided by an inner compass that pointed towards he wasn't sure what. He helped villagers with ailing crops, delivered babies in isolated hamlets, and offered comfort to the grieving. Each act of kindness, however small, was a balm to his own wounded soul, a way to stitch together the unraveling threads of his existence. One day, his travels led him to a bustling town, far larger than Oakhaven. The air thrummed with energy, with the cacophony of merchants hawking their wares, children chasing pigeons, and the rhythmic clang of the bell tower. Yet, despite the vibrant chaos, Oliver felt an unsettling sense of detachment, as if he were observing the scene through a pane of glass. He sought refuge in a quiet tavern, hoping to find a moment of respite. As he nursed a tankard of ale, he overheard a conversation that pierced through his apathy. Two men, their faces etched with worry, spoke of a recent tragedy. "Did you hear about Elizabeth the Weaver?" one man asked, his voice hushed. "She fell ill suddenly, a wasting sickness. The healers could do nothing." Oliver's breath caught in his throat. Elizabeth. The name resonated within him like a forgotten melody. He leaned closer, his heart pounding. "Aye, a terrible thing," the other man replied. "She leaves behind a daughter, Henrietta, a young woman barely old enough to care for herself." Oliver's mind reeled. Henrietta? Could it be the Queen of the Sealy Court had used the same name as his mother? He had to know more. He approached the men, his voice trembling with anticipation. "Excuse me," he said. "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I knew an Elizabeth a long time ago. Could you tell me more about this Elizabeth who recently passed?" The men eyed him with suspicion, but Oliver's earnest expression seemed to disarm them. They recounted the story of Elizabeth, a widow who had lived a quiet life in the town, renowned for her exquisite tapestries and her gentle nature. She had raised her daughter Henrietta alone, instilling in her a love for beauty and a strong sense of independence. As they spoke, Oliver realized with a sickening certainty that this was indeed his mother, or rather a version of her, whose path had diverged from his own when he was taken by the fairies. This Elizabeth had never married Thomas, had never given birth to him. She had lived a different life, a life shaped by a different set of circumstances. And Henrietta, she was not the queen of the Sealy court, but a mortal woman, struggling to cope with the loss of her mother. The queen had chosen the same name, perhaps as a subtle connection to the mortal world, a reminder of the life Oliver had left behind. Overwhelmed by a wave of conflicting emotions, Oliver thanked the men and stumbled out of the tavern. He wandered through the town, his mind racing, trying to make sense of the fragmented pieces of his past. He found himself drawn to a small cottage on the outskirts of town. Smoke curled from the chimney, and the scent of beeswax and lavender wafted from the open windows. He hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door. A young woman answered, her eyes red-rimmed and her face pale. She was beautiful, with a delicate grace that reminded Oliver of the fairy realm. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice soft and weary. I heard about your mother," Oliver stammered. "I'm so sorry for your loss." Henrietta looked at him with suspicion. "Do I know you?" "No," Oliver replied, "but I knew an Elizabeth a long time ago. I just wanted to offer my condolences." Henrietta sighed. "Thank you," she said. "It's been a difficult time." Oliver hesitated, then took a deep breath. "My name is Oliver," he said. I used to live in Oakhaven." Henrietta's eyes widened. "Oakhaven?" she repeated. "My mother used to tell me stories about Oakhaven, about a boy who was lost in the woods, a boy named Oliver." Oliver's heart skipped a beat. She remembered me? Henrietta nodded. She said she had a dream a long time ago about a son who was taken away. She always wondered what happened to him. Tears welled up in Oliver's eyes. His mother, this version of his mother, had remembered him, had carried the memory of him in her heart. It was a small comfort, but it was enough to fill the void that had been growing within him. He spent the next few days helping Henrietta with the chores, offering her support and companionship. He told her stories of his travels, careful to avoid any mention of the fairy realm. He spoke of the healing power of nature, of the importance of kindness and compassion. He saw in Henrietta a spark of the same magic that had drawn him to the fairy realm, a deep connection to the natural world, a sensitivity to the unseen forces that shaped their lives. He knew that she would be all right, that she would find her own path, her own purpose. As he prepared to leave, Henrietta took his hand. "Thank you, Oliver," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "You've helped me more than you know. I feel like I've known you my whole life." Oliver smiled. "Perhaps you have," he said. "Perhaps we're connected in ways we don't understand." He left the town with a lighter heart. He had found a piece of his past, a connection to the life he had lost. And he had given Henrietta a glimmer of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is still beauty and kindness to be found in the world. His journey continued, but it was no longer driven by a desperate search for belonging. He had found a different kind of belonging, a belonging that came from within, a belonging that was rooted in his experiences, his memories, and his unwavering commitment to helping others. Years turned into decades. Oliver's hair grew whiter, his steps slower, but his spirit remained undimmed. He traveled far and wide, witnessing the ebb and flow of human existence, the triumphs and tragedies that shaped their destinies. He became a living legend, a figure whispered about in hushed tones, a symbol of hope and healing. One day, as he rested beneath the shade of an ancient oak, He felt a familiar tug, a pull towards the fairy realm. It had been years since he had last felt their presence, but the connection remained, a faint echo of the glade that had once been his home. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to be drawn into the memory of the fairy realm. He saw the shimmering glades, the dancing fairies, the radiant face of Queen Henrietta. He heard the music of the hidden streams, the laughter of the woodland creatures, the whispers of the wind. He realized that the fairy realm had never truly left him. It was a part of him, a part of his soul, a source of magic and wonder that he carried within him wherever he went. He opened his eyes and saw a young girl standing before him. She was no more than 10 years old, with eyes the color of moss and hair like spun moonlight. She reminded him of himself as a boy. "Are you Oliver?" she asked, her voice clear and bright. Oliver smiled. "I am," he said. "And who are you?" "My name is Ilara," she said. "I live in the village nearby. My grandmother told me about you, about the forest wanderer who knows the secrets of the woods." "And what brings you to me, Ilara?" Oliver asked. "I'm lost," she said, her eyes filling with tears. "I wandered into the woods, and I can't find my way back home." Oliver took her hand and felt a surge of energy, a connection to the fairy realm that pulsed through her veins. She was a changeling, a child with fairy blood, destined to walk between two worlds. He led her through the forest, guiding her with his knowledge of the hidden paths and the secret signs. He showed her how to listen to the whispers of the wind, how to read the language of the trees, how to find her way home. As they walked, he told her stories of a fairy realm, of the magic and wonder that awaited those who were open to it. He warned her of the dangers, of the illusions, and the temptations that could ensnare the unwary. He taught her how to protect herself, how to use the gifts she had been given, how to live in harmony with both the mortal world and the fairy realm. When they reached the edge of the village, Ilara turned to him, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, Oliver," she said. "You've shown me the way." Oliver smiled. "You always had the way within you, Ilara," he said. "I just helped you to see it." He watched as she ran towards her home, her laughter echoing through the trees. He knew that she would be all right, that she would find her own path, her own purpose, just as he had. He had come full circle. He had been lost in the woods, taken by the fairies, and then lost again in the mortal world. But he had found his way back, not to a place, but to a purpose that was rooted in his experiences, his memories, and his unwavering commitment to helping others. He was the forest wanderer, the keeper of the secrets, the guide for the lost souls who wandered between two worlds. And in that role, he had finally found his belonging, his peace, his home. Oliver, the boy stolen by the fairies, had become a legend, a symbol of hope, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. His tale would be told for generations to come, a reminder that even in the face of loss and grief, we can find purpose and meaning in our lives, and that even though we may be forgotten by some, we can still leave a lasting legacy of love and compassion. And perhaps, on a quiet twilight eve, when the air is thick with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, and the trees seem to lean in, their branches intertwining to form a living archway, you might just hear the faint echo of his laughter, the whisper of his name, a reminder that the fairy realm is always closer than we think, waiting for those who are willing to believe. The desert air hung thick and heavy, tasting of dust and the promise of something wicked. Jason, a man carved from sun-baked leather and grit, felt the prickling on the back of his neck that always came before a bad storm or a particularly mean bull. He'd ridden both countless times and usually walked away with only a few new scars and a healthy dose of respect. But tonight felt different. Tonight, the air thrummed with an unnatural energy. He'd heard the whispers in saloons, the drunken boasts of old-timers, and the hushed warnings of Navajo elders. Whispers of a rodeo that only appeared beneath a blood moon, a spectacle of spectral cowboys and bulls forged from nightmare. Jason, a champion in the modern circuit, a man who scoffed at superstition, had dismissed them as tall tales until now. He'd been riding the circuit through Arizona, chasing prize money and the fleeting glory of 8 seconds, when a faded, weather-beaten handbill had caught his eye in a dusty diner. It depicted a skeletal cowboy astride a bull wreathed in flames, the words, "Midnight Rodeo Tonight," scrawled beneath in spidery ink. Underneath that was a single line that made the blood in Jason's veins run cold: "Ride or remain." He'd dismissed it as a prank, a desperate attempt by some local yokel to drum up business. But curiosity and a certain reckless streak he'd never quite managed to tame had led him out to the desolate stretch of land described in the handbill. He wasn't alone. A small crowd had gathered, their faces illuminated by the eerie crimson glow of the rising blood moon. They were a motley crew, a mix of curious onlookers, thrill-seekers, and the morbidly fascinated. He spotted Fiona, a photojournalist known for her fearless reporting on the occult, her camera already clicking away at the unsettling landscape. He also saw Kelly, a seasoned bull rider nearing the end of his career, his face etched with a mixture of fear and grim determination. But it was the presence of Volk, a towering figure with eyes as cold and sharp as obsidian, that sent a shiver down Jason's spine. Volk was a legend, a man whispered to have made deals with forces beyond mortal comprehension. He hadn't been seen on the circuit in years, and his presence here felt ominous. As the moon climbed higher, bathing the desert in its crimson light, the air crackled with anticipation. Then, with a sudden rush of wind and a low guttural roar that seemed to emanate from the very earth, the rodeo materialized. It wasn't like anything Jason had ever seen. The arena shimmered, half real and half illusory, constructed from shadows and moonlight. The cowboys were gaunt figures, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats, their bones visible through tattered clothing. They moved with a jerky, unnatural grace, their laughter hollow and echoing. The bulls were even more terrifying. They were creatures of nightmare, their bodies wreathed in spectral flames, their eyes burning with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. One was a massive beast with horns of twisted bone, another a serpentine creature that slithered more than ran, and a third a whirlwind of dust and fury with eyes that glowed like embers. Jason felt a primal fear claw at his throat, but beneath it a stubborn spark of defiance flickered. He was a rodeo champion. He didn't back down from a challenge, not even one from beyond the grave. "Well, I'll be damned," Kelly breathed beside him, his voice a shaky whisper. "It's real." Fiona, her face pale but her eyes shining with excitement, adjusted her camera. "This is incredible," she murmured, her fingers flying over the controls. "I have to get this on film." Folk remained silent. his gaze fixed on the arena, his expression unreadable. A skeletal announcer, his voice a dry rasp, addressed the crowd. "Welcome, mortals, to the Midnight Rodeo. Tonight, we offer you a chance to test your mettle against the finest spectral stock in the netherworld. Ride well or join our ranks for eternity." The rodeo began. One by one, the ghostly cowboys mounted the spectral bulls. The rides were violent, chaotic, and terrifying. The bulls bucked and twisted with unnatural strength, their spectral flames scorching the air. Some cowboys were thrown immediately, their screams fading into the desert wind. Others managed to cling on for a few seconds, their skeletal forms contorted in impossible angles before they were inevitably thrown, their spirits absorbed into the rodeo. Jason watched, his heart pounding in his chest. He'd seen plenty of wrecks in his career, but nothing like this. This wasn't just about physical injury, it was about the very essence of a person being consumed. Kelly, despite his earlier fear, seemed to be steeling himself. "I'm going to give it a shot," he said, his voice hoarse. "I ain't got much to lose." Jason grabbed his arm. "Kelly, don't be a fool. This ain't no ordinary rodeo. This is something else." Kelly shook his head. "I know, kid, but I ain't ready to be put out to pasture. This might be my last chance to prove I still got what it takes." He walked towards the gate, his steps slow but determined. Jason watched him go, a knot of dread forming in his stomach. Kelly climbed onto a bull that resembled a living storm cloud, its body crackling with lightning. He nodded to the gatekeeper, a shadowy figure with eyes like burning coals. The gate swung open, and the bull exploded into the arena. Kelly held on, his body a silhouette against the raging storm. He rode with a desperate ferocity, his muscles straining, his face contorted in a grimace of effort. For a moment, it seemed like he might actually make it. But then, the bull unleashed a bolt of spectral lightning, and Kelly was thrown, his body disappearing in a flash of light. Jason stared in horror. Kelly was gone, vanished without a trace, presumably absorbed into the rodeo. Fiona, her camera still clicking, lowered it slowly, her face pale. I think I've seen enough," she whispered. Jason felt a surge of anger directed at the rodeo, at the forces that had claimed Kelly, and at himself for being too late to stop him. He knew he should leave, run as far and as fast as he could, but he couldn't, not yet. The skeletal announcer's voice echoed through the arena. "And now, for our final ride of the night, a challenge for any mortal fool brave enough to accept, we offer you death's own stallion nightmare." A hush fell over the crowd. Even the ghostly cowboys seemed to hold their breath. From the shadows emerged a horse unlike any Jason had ever seen. It was coal black, its coat shimmering like obsidian. Its eyes glowed with an infernal red light, and its hooves sparked with hellfire. A palpable aura of death and despair emanated from it, chilling Jason to the bone. "Who among you dares to ride Nightmare?" the announcer rasped. "Ride him, and you shall be granted a boon beyond your wildest dreams. Fail, and you shall join our rodeo for eternity." A long silence stretched over the arena. No one moved. No one dared to even breathe. Then Folk stepped forward. His towering figure cast a long shadow in the crimson moonlight. His face was impassive, his eyes fixed on the demonic stallion. "I accept your challenge," he said, his voice a low growl that resonated through the air. Jason stared at him in disbelief. Folk, a legend, A man who seemed to possess everything was risking his very soul for this? "Volk, what are you doing?" Jason shouted. "This is insane." Volk didn't turn to look at him. "I have my reasons," he said, his voice barely audible above the crackling of the spectral flames. He approached Nightmare, the stallion snorting and pawing the ground, its eyes fixed on Volk with a baleful glare. Volk reached out a hand and laid it on the horse's neck. To Jason's surprise, the stallion didn't rear or buck. It stood still, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. Volk swung himself onto Nightmare's back with a practiced ease that belied his age. He gripped the stallion's mane, his knuckles white. The announcer cackled, "Prepare yourselves, mortals! Behold the ride of Death's own stallion!" The gate swung open, and Nightmare exploded into the arena. The ride was unlike anything Jason had ever witnessed. Nightmare moved with impossible speed and agility, bucking and twisting in ways that defied the laws of physics. Spectral flames erupted from its hooves, scorching the ground. The air crackled with energy, and the very fabric of reality seemed to distort around them. Volk held on, his body a statue of grim determination. He rode with a skill and ferocity that surpassed even his legendary reputation. He seemed to anticipate Nightmare's every move, countering its every attempt to throw him. Jason watched, mesmerized, his fear replaced by a sense of awe. He didn't know why Volk was doing this, but he knew that he was witnessing something truly extraordinary. Fiona, her camera forgotten, stared at the scene with wide eyes, her face a mixture of terror and wonder. The ride went on, longer than any ride Jason had ever seen. It was as if time itself had stopped. The crowd of ghostly cowboys watched in silence, their skeletal faces unreadable. Then, just when it seemed like Volk might actually succeed, Nightmare unleashed its ultimate weapon. A wave of pure darkness emanated from the stallion, engulfing Volk in its suffocating embrace. Jason felt the darkness wash over him, filling him with a sense of despair and hopelessness so profound that he almost collapsed. Volk cried out, a sound of pure agony that echoed through the arena. His grip on Nightmare loosened, and he began to slip. Jason knew that if Volk was thrown, he would be lost forever. He had to do something. He didn't know what he could do, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Volk be consumed by the darkness. He ran towards the arena, ignoring the screams of Fiona and the warnings of the ghostly cowboys. He had to get to Volk. As he reached the edge of the arena, he saw Volk falling, his body enveloped in the darkness. Without thinking, Jason leaped into the arena, reaching out for Volk. His fingers brushed against Volk's hand, and he felt a surge of energy pass through him. He grabbed hold of Volk's arm, pulling him close. The darkness tried to pull them apart, but Jason held on tight, his muscles straining. He wouldn't let go. He looked into Volk's eyes, and he saw a flicker of hope, a spark of defiance in the face of overwhelming despair. "Hold on, Volk!" Jason shouted, his voice hoarse. "I'm not going to let you fall." Together, they fought against the darkness, their combined will a force to be reckoned with. Slowly, painstakingly, they began to push back the shadows. The crowd of ghostly cowboys watched in stunned silence. They had never seen anything like this before, a mortal intervening in the affairs of the netherworld. Then, something remarkable happened. One of the ghostly cowboys, a figure with a tattered Confederate uniform and a face etched with sorrow, stepped forward. He reached out a hand, and touched Jason's shoulder. "I'll help you, son," he said, his voice a low whisper. "I know what it's like to be trapped in this place." Another ghostly cowboy stepped forward, and then another, and another. Soon, the entire crowd of spectral riders was surrounding Jason and Volk, their hands outstretched, their faces filled with a newfound hope. Together, they formed a circle of light, pushing back the darkness and shielding Jason and Volk from Nightmare's influence. Nightmare reared and bucked, its eyes blazing with fury, but it couldn't break through the circle of light. With the help of the ghostly cowboys, Jason managed to pull Volk free from Nightmare's grasp. They stumbled to the ground, exhausted but alive. The darkness receded, and Nightmare stood panting in the center of the arena, its infernal flames dimmed. The skeletal announcer, his voice filled with disbelief, addressed the crowd. This is impossible. No mortal has ever resisted Nightmare's power." He turned to Jason and Volk, his skeletal face contorted in a snarl. "You may have won this battle, mortals, but the war is far from over. We will meet again." With a final roar, the rodeo began to fade, the arena dissolving into shadows and moonlight. The ghostly cowboys vanished, their faces filled with gratitude. Nightmare disappeared, its demonic laughter echoing in the desert wind. Jason and Volk were left standing alone in the desolate stretch of land, the blood moon casting a long, ominous shadow. Fiona ran towards them, her face flushed with excitement. "I can't believe what I just saw," she exclaimed. "It was incredible." She snapped a few quick photos of Jason and Volk, their faces etched with exhaustion and awe. "What was that all about, Volk?" Jason asked, his voice still shaking. "Why did you risk your life like that?" Volk remained silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Then he turned to Jason, his expression unreadable. "I had a debt to pay," he said, his voice low. "A debt to someone who saved my life a long time ago." He didn't elaborate, and Jason didn't press him. He knew that Volk was a man of secrets, a man who carried a heavy burden on his shoulders. "Well, whatever it was, I'm glad you're okay," Jason said, "and I'm glad I was there to help." Volk nodded, a rare smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Jason," he said. "You have proven yourself to be a true friend." As the blood moon began to set, casting a long crimson shadow over the desert, Jason, Fiona, and Volk walked away from the desolate stretch of land, leaving the midnight rodeo behind them. They had witnessed something extraordinary, something that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. They had faced death, defied the forces of the netherworld, and emerged victorious, not through strength or skill, but through courage, friendship, and a willingness to believe in the impossible. The next morning, Jason found a small leather-bound book tucked into his saddlebag. It was a collection of Navajo legends, detailing the history of the land and the spirits that dwelled within it. On the first page, a single word was written in elegant script: "Gracias." He knew it was from Volk. He smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. He might not understand everything that had happened at the Midnight Rodeo, but he knew that he had made a difference. He had saved a life, and in doing so, he had perhaps saved a part of himself as well. He closed the book and tucked it safely into his shirt pocket. He had a rodeo circuit to get back to, prize money to win, and a reputation to uphold. But he knew that he would never forget the night he rode with ghosts beneath the blood moon. He spurred his horse forward, the desert wind whipping through his hair. He was a rodeo champion, a man of the modern world, but he knew now that there were forces beyond his comprehension, forces that could shape his destiny in ways he could never have imagined. And he was ready for them. Years passed. Jason continued to ride the circuit, his reputation growing with each passing victory. He never forgot the midnight rodeo, the ghostly cowboys, or the ride on death's own stallion. He kept the leather-bound book close, a reminder of the night he faced his fears and emerged victorious. He occasionally heard whispers of Volk, stories of his exploits and his enigmatic nature, but he never saw him again. One day, while riding in a small town in New Mexico, Jason came across a familiar face. It was Fiona, older now, her hair streaked with gray, but her eyes still shining with the same spark of curiosity. "Jason!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with recognition. "It's been ages." They embraced, exchanging stories of their lives and adventures. Fiona had continued to travel the world, documenting the strange and the unexplained. "I never forgot that night at the midnight rodeo," she said, her voice filled with awe. "It was the most incredible thing I've ever witnessed." She had published a book about her experiences, including a chapter on the midnight rodeo, but no one believed her. They dismissed it as fiction, a product of her overactive imagination. "I know it sounds crazy," she said, "but I know what I saw, and I know it was real." Jason smiled. "I believe you, Fiona," he said. "I was there too." They spent the rest of the afternoon reminiscing about the midnight rodeo, sharing their memories, and trying to make sense of what they had experienced. As the sun began to set, Fiona turned to Jason, her expression serious. "I've been researching Volk," she said. "I've been trying to find out more about him." "And what have you found?" Jason asked. Fiona hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. "I think I know why he risked his life at the midnight rodeo," she said. "I think I know what debt he was trying to repay." She told Jason a story she had pieced together from old legends, historical records, and whispered rumors. It was a story of a young man named Volk, who had been orphaned at a young age and left to fend for himself in the harsh wilderness. He had been taken in by a tribe of Navajo Indians who had taught him their ways and shared their secrets. One day, a group of bandits had attacked the Navajo village, killing many of the villagers and stealing their sacred artifacts. Volk, barely more than a boy, had fought bravely to defend his adopted family, but he had been overwhelmed and left for dead. As he lay dying, he had been approached by a mysterious figure, a spirit of the land, who had offered him a deal. The spirit would save his life, but in return, Volk would have to serve him, carrying out his will for eternity. Volk had accepted the deal, and his life had been spared. He had become stronger, faster, and more skilled than any mortal man. He had hunted down the bandits and avenged the deaths of the Navajo villagers. But he had also been forced to carry out the spirit's dark deeds, becoming a tool of vengeance and destruction. He had lived a long and lonely life, haunted by the choices he had made. I think that night at the midnight rodeo, Volk was trying to break free from his pact with the spirit, Fiona said. I think he was trying to repay the debt he owed to the Navajo people, to the spirit who had saved his life, and to himself. Jason listened in silence, his heart filled with a mixture of sadness and understanding. He had always sensed that Volk was carrying a heavy burden, but he had never realized the extent of it. "So, what happened to him?" Jason asked. "Did he ever break free?" Fiona shook her head. "I don't know," she said. "I haven't been able to find any trace of him since that night at the midnight rodeo. He vanished without a trace." She paused, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and regret. "But I believe that he did it," she said. "I believe that he found a way to break free from his pact and finally find peace." Jason looked out at the setting sun, his mind filled with thoughts of Volk, the midnight rodeo, and the choices that shape our lives. He knew that he would never forget the lessons he had learned that night, the lessons of courage, friendship, and the importance of fighting for what you believe in. He knew that even in the face of the darkest darkness, there is always hope, and that even the most broken souls can find redemption. He turned to Fiona, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Fiona," he said. "Thank you for sharing this with me." They embraced once more, a silent understanding passing between them. They had both been touched by the magic of the midnight rodeo, and they would carry its lessons with them for the rest of their lives. As Jason rode off into the sunset, he felt a sense of peace he hadn't felt in years. He knew that Volk was out there somewhere, finally free from the burden of his past, and he knew that he would never forget the night they rode with ghosts beneath the blood moon. Years later, Jason, nearing the end of his own career, found himself drawn back to the desolate stretch of land where the midnight rodeo had once appeared. He was older now, his face lined with wrinkles, his body bearing the scars of countless rides. But his spirit was still strong, his heart still filled with a sense of adventure. He stood beneath the light of the full moon, gazing out at the vast expanse of the desert. He didn't know if the midnight rodeo would ever appear again, but he felt a sense of connection to this place, a sense of belonging that he couldn't explain. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the scent of dust and sagebrush. He could almost hear the echoes of the ghostly cowboys, the thunder of spectral hooves, and the rasping voice of the skeletal announcer. He opened his eyes and smiled. He was a rodeo champion, a man of the modern world, but he was also a part of something ancient and mysterious, something that transcended time and space. He was a part of the midnight rodeo. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a figure that was both familiar and yet somehow different. It was Volk, older now, his face even more weathered, but his eyes still shining with the same intensity. Jason stared at him in disbelief. "Volk?" he exclaimed. "Is that really you?" Volk nodded, a rare smile gracing his lips. "It is, Jason," he said. "It's been a long time." They embraced, a silent understanding passing between them. They had both changed, but their bond remained as strong as ever. "What are you doing here, Volk?" Jason asked. Volk looked out at the desert, his expression thoughtful. "I came to say goodbye," he said. "I'm leaving this place for good." "Where are you going?" Jason asked. Volk shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "Somewhere where I can finally find peace." He paused, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and hope. "I wanted to thank you, Jason," he said. "You saved my life that night at the midnight rodeo. You gave me a second chance." "You would have done the same for me," Jason said. Volk smiled. "I know," he said. "That's what makes us friends." They stood in silence for a moment, gazing out at the desert. Then Folk turned to Jason, his expression serious. "There's something I want to give you," he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather-bound book. It was the same book that Jason had found in his saddlebag years ago, the book of Navajo legends. "Take this," Folk said. "It belongs to you now." Jason hesitated for a moment, then accepted the book. "Thank you, Folk," he said. "I'll cherish it always." Folk nodded, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Jason watched him go, his heart filled with a mixture of sadness and gratitude. He knew that he would never see Folk again, but he would always remember him, the man who had ridden with ghosts beneath the blood moon. He opened the leather-bound book and began to read, his mind filled with thoughts of the midnight rodeo, the ghostly cowboys, and the lessons he had learned. He read about the spirits of the land, the power of friendship, and the importance of fighting for what you believe in. As he read, he felt a sense of peace wash over him, a sense of belonging that he had never felt before. He was a rodeo champion, a man of the modern world, but he was also a part of something ancient and mysterious, something that transcended time and space. He was a part of the midnight rodeo. He closed the book and tucked it safely into his shirt pocket. He knew that he would carry its lessons with him for the rest of his days. He turned and walked away from the desolate stretch of land, leaving the midnight rodeo behind him. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that he was not alone. He had the memories of his friends, the lessons of the past, and the courage to face the future. As he rode off into the sunrise, he knew that the spirit of the midnight rodeo would live on in his heart, in his memories, and in the stories he would tell for generations to come. The legend of the rodeo that appeared beneath the blood moon, a testament to the enduring power of courage, friendship, and the human spirit. The biting wind howled through the skeletal branches of the petrified forest, a mournful dirge that mirrored the emptiness in Astrid's heart. Valhalla, once a beacon of glory shimmering on the horizon, now felt like a hollow echo. The mead halls stood silent, the feasting tables deserted. The warriors, the Einherjar, still trained, still clashed steel, but their laughter lacked its former resonance. Their victories felt thinner because the Valkyries were gone. For generations, the Valkyries, Odin's shield maidens, had descended upon the battlefields, selecting the bravest warriors to join the ranks of the Einherjar in Valhalla. Their winged forms, soaring through the blood-soaked skies, were a symbol of hope and an assurance of eternal glory. But for the last 10 winters, their wings had been silent. No Valkyrie had graced the mortal realm. No fallen hero had been chosen. Valhalla was slowly starving, not for sustenance, but for souls. Astrid, shield maiden of the North Wind tribe, felt the loss acutely. She had trained her entire life for battle, honing her skills with axe and shield, dreaming of the day a Valkyrie would deem her worthy. Now, that dream felt like a cruel jest, a phantom limb aching with a potential it would never realize. One frigid evening, as Astrid sat by the dying embers of the hearth, sharpening her axe, a vision slammed into her. It wasn't the gentle guiding visions of the seers. This was a brutal intrusion, a kaleidoscope of fractured images searing themselves onto the back of her eyelids. She saw a desolate landscape, choked with gray ash and the hollow whispers of despair. Gaunt figures, their faces blurred with anguish, wandered aimlessly. And in the heart of this desolate realm, chained to a jagged precipice of black ice, was a Valkyrie. Astrid gasped, dropping her axe. The vision lingered. The image of the chained Valkyrie burned into her mind. The Valkyrie's wings, usually a dazzling white, were tattered and stained a horrifying crimson. Her face, though obscured by shadows, radiated an unbearable sorrow. A voice, ancient and weary, echoed in Astrid's mind, a desperate plea carried on the wind. Helka. Then, as abruptly as it began, the vision vanished, leaving Astrid trembling and breathless. The fire crackled mockingly, the silence of the longhouse pressing down on her. She knew what she had to do. The next morning, Astrid presented her vision to the tribal elders. They listened with skeptical faces, their expressions a mixture of pity and concern. "The Valkyries are gone, Astrid," the chief, her uncle Bjorn, said, his voice heavy with resignation. "Perhaps they have abandoned us. Perhaps the All-Father has turned his gaze elsewhere, but to venture into Helheim, that is madness." Helheim, the land of the dead, was a place of cold and despair, ruled by the monstrous goddess Hel. Mortals rarely entered its gates, and even fewer returned. It was a realm where hope withered and souls became lost forever. "But the Valkyrie," Astrid insisted, her voice ringing with conviction. "She is trapped. If we do not save her, Valhalla will fade, and with it all hope of glory." Her arguments were met with stony silence. The elders feared the wrath of Hel, and they feared the loss of another warrior. Astrid understood their fear, but she could not ignore the desperate plea she heard in the vision. She would go, even if she had to go alone. That night, under the cloak of a new moon, Astrid prepared for her journey. She sharpened her axe until its edge gleamed like frost. She donned her leather armor, its worn surface bearing the scars of countless battles. She packed provisions, dried meat, hard bread, and a flask of strong mead. And most importantly, she gathered the tools she would need to navigate the treacherous paths to Helheim. She sought out the village seeress, a wizened woman named Ilara, who lived on the fringes of the settlement. Ilara, her eyes milky with age, had initially dismissed Astrid's vision as a fever dream. But she saw the fire in Astrid's eyes, the unwavering determination that flickered like a stubborn flame in the face of despair. "Helheim is not a place for the living, Astrid," Ilara croaked, her voice like rustling leaves. "Its paths are shrouded in illusion, its guardians are relentless, and its mistress, she is merciless." "I know the risks," Astrid replied, her voice firm, "but I must go." Ilara sighed, her frail hand reaching out to grasp Astrid's. "Then I will give you what little aid I can. Take this." She handed Astrid a small pouch filled with shimmering dust. "This is shimmering ash from the roots of Yggdrasil. It can pierce through illusions and reveal the true path. Use it wisely." She then presented Astrid with a tarnished silver ring etched with ancient runes. "This ring belonged to a shaman who walked between worlds. It will offer you some protection against the spirits that haunt Helheim. But be warned, it's a fragile ward. Don't rely on it entirely." Finally, Ilara gifted Astrid a length of rope woven from the hair of the dead. "This rope will guide you through the darkest tunnels and over the deepest chasms. But remember, the dead cling to the living. Do not let them drag you down." With these gifts and a heavy heart, Astrid bid farewell to Ilara and slipped into the night. Her destination was the Whispering Falls, a secluded waterfall said to be a gateway to the underworld. Legend held that the water of the falls carried the whispers of the dead, and if one listened closely, they could hear the path to Helheim revealed. The journey to the Whispering Falls was arduous. Astrid traversed treacherous mountain passes, navigated dense forests, teeming with unseen predators, and waded through icy rivers that numbed her limbs. She slept little, her senses constantly on alert, her hand never far from the hilt of her axe. Finally, after 3 days of relentless travel, she reached the Whispering Falls. The waterfall cascaded down a sheer cliff face, its thunderous roar echoing through the desolate valley. The air was thick with mist, and the ground was slick with moss. The place felt ancient and powerful, a threshold between worlds. Astrid approached the base of the falls, the spray stinging her face. She closed her eyes and focused, trying to filter out the deafening roar and listen for the whispers of the dead. At first, she heard only the chaotic rush of the water, but as she concentrated, a faint murmur began to emerge from the depths of the cascade, a chorus of voices speaking in a language she did not understand. She strained her ears, trying to decipher the meaning of the whispers. Slowly, fragments of words began to coalesce, forming a disjointed map of the path to Helheim. North, beyond the frozen waste, follow the raven's flight, cross the bridge of blades. The whispers faded, leaving Astrid with a cryptic set of instructions. She opened her eyes, a sense of grim determination hardening her resolve. She knew the path would be fraught with peril, but she was ready. She had to be. The first step of her journey was to venture north, into the frozen waste. Astrid traveled for days across a barren landscape of ice and snow, the wind whipping at her face like a frozen whip. The sun was a distant memory, obscured by perpetual gray clouds. The only signs of life were the occasional tracks of Arctic foxes and the skeletal remains of long-dead trees. She followed the flight of a solitary raven, its black wings a stark contrast against the white expanse. The raven led her through treacherous crevasses and over icy ridges, its unwavering flight a constant reminder of her purpose. Finally, the raven led her to a vast chasm, its depths shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Spanning the chasm was a narrow bridge made of blades, each one sharpened to a razor's edge. This was the Bridge of Blades, the second trial on the path to Helheim. Astrid hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. One misstep, and she would plummet into the abyss, her body impaled on the unforgiving steel. She took a deep breath, steeling her nerves. She had faced death before on the battlefields of Midgard. This was no different. She carefully placed her foot on the first blade, her weight balanced precariously. The metal was slick with frost, and the slightest tremor could send her tumbling. She moved slowly, deliberately, her eyes fixed on the opposite side of the chasm. The wind howled around her, trying to knock her off balance. The blades groaned and shifted under her weight, threatening to buckle. But Astrid pressed on, her resolve unwavering. Halfway across the bridge, she felt a presence behind her. A cold, clammy hand reached out to grasp her ankle. She gasped, her balance faltering. Looking back, she saw a gaunt figure emerging from the darkness, its face contorted in a silent scream. It was one of the wandering souls of Helheim, drawn to the warmth of the living. Astrid knew she couldn't let it drag her down. She kicked out with her free leg, connecting with the figure's face. The soul shrieked, its ethereal body recoiling in pain. It released its grip and tumbled into the chasm, its screams fading into the darkness. Astrid regained her balance and continued across the bridge, her heart pounding in her ears. Finally, she reached the other side, collapsing onto the frozen ground, her body trembling with exhaustion. She had survived the bridge of blades, but she knew the trials ahead would be even more challenging. Beyond the chasm lay a vast forest of gnarled, leafless trees, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and a palpable sense of dread hung over the landscape. This was the Forest of Lost Souls, the final barrier before the gates of Helheim. As Astrid ventured into the forest, she felt the eyes of countless spirits upon her. Whispers slithered through the trees, taunting her, trying to break her resolve. Illusions flickered at the edge of her vision, tempting her to stray from the true path. She remembered Alara's words and reached into her pouch, retrieving the shimmering ash from the roots of Yggdrasil. She sprinkled the ash into the air, and the illusions shimmered and dissolved, revealing the true path ahead. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They spoke of her failures, her fears, her deepest insecurities. They tried to convince her to give up, to turn back, to abandon her quest. Astrid clenched her fists, trying to block out the voices. She focused on the image of the chained Valkyrie, her desperate plea echoing in her mind. She would not falter. She would not break. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble. A towering figure emerged from the trees, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. It was a Draugr, a reanimated corpse imbued with dark magic, one of Hell's most formidable guardians. The Draugr roared, its voice a guttural growl that shook the forest. It charged at Astrid, its massive axe raised high. Astrid braced herself, knowing that this would be a battle for her life. The Draugr swung its axe, the blow landing with bone-jarring force against Astrid's shield. She staggered back, her arm numb from the impact. She retaliated with a swift thrust of her own axe, but the Draugr deflected the blow with ease. The battle raged on, the clash of steel echoing through the desolate forest. Astrid fought with courage and skill, but the Draugr was stronger, more relentless. It seemed impervious to pain, its movements fueled by dark magic. Astrid realized that she couldn't defeat the Draugr through brute force alone. She needed to find its weakness, to exploit its vulnerabilities. She remembered the tales of the Draugr, their bodies often vulnerable to specific types of attacks. As the Draugr lunged again, Astrid noticed a patch of exposed flesh on its neck, where the skin had rotted away. It was a small target, but it was her only chance. She ducked under the Draugr's axe and lunged forward, aiming her own axe at the exposed flesh. Her axe struck true, sinking deep into the Draugr's neck. The Draugr roared in pain, its body convulsing. Dark ichor spewed from the wound, and the Draugr staggered back, its movements becoming sluggish. Astrid pressed her advantage, hacking away at the Draugr's exposed flesh. Finally, with one last mighty blow, she severed the Draugr's head from its body. The Draugr's body collapsed to the ground, its dark magic dissipating into the air. Astrid stood over the fallen Draugr, her chest heaving, her body covered in sweat and blood. She had survived the battle, but she knew she was far from safe. She had to reach the gates of Helheim, and she had to rescue the Valkyrie. Emerging from the forest of lost souls, Astrid finally saw it. the gates of Helheim. They were not grand or imposing as one might expect. Instead, they were subtle, almost unassuming, a barely visible tear in the fabric of reality, shimmering like heat haze above a field of obsidian sand. Two skeletal figures, their eyes burning with cold fire, stood guard on either side. They were the gatekeepers, their bony hands resting on the hilts of rusted swords. As Astrid approached, the gatekeepers stirred, their skeletal jaws clicking open and shut. "Halt, mortal!" one of them rasped, its voice like the grinding of bones. "Turn back, lest you be consumed by the darkness of Helheim." Astrid stood her ground, her hand resting on the hilt of her axe. "I seek passage to Helheim," she said, her voice firm. "I have come to rescue a prisoner held within your realm." The gatekeepers exchanged glances, their skeletal faces devoid of emotion. "No mortal may enter Helheim without the permission of Hel," the other gatekeeper said. "Turn back or face our wrath." Astrid knew that reasoning with the gatekeepers was futile. They were bound to serve Hel, and they would not let her pass without a fight. She drew her axe, its blade gleaming in the dim light. "Then I shall take it by force," she said. The gatekeepers lunged, their rusted swords flashing in the air. Astrid parried the blows with her shield, her movements swift and precise. She knew that she couldn't afford to make a mistake. One misstep and she would be overwhelmed. The battle was fierce and brutal, the clash of steel echoing through the desolate landscape. Astrid fought with the fury of a cornered wolf, her every strike aimed at crippling or killing her opponents. She managed to disarm one of the gatekeepers, sending its rusted sword flying into the obsidian sand. She then seized the opportunity to strike, her axe cleaving through the gatekeeper's skeletal frame. The gatekeeper crumbled to dust, its cold fire extinguished. The remaining gatekeeper roared in anger, its attacks becoming even more frantic. Astrid dodged and weaved, avoiding its blows with inches to spare. She knew that she couldn't keep this up for long. She needed to end the fight quickly. She remembered the ring that Elara had given her, the tarnished silver ring etched with ancient runes. It was a fragile ward, but it might give her the edge she needed. She slipped the ring onto her finger and focused her will, channeling her energy into the ancient runes. A surge of power coursed through her body, strengthening her muscles, sharpening her senses. She felt a connection to the spirit world, a glimpse of the ethereal realm that lay beyond the veil of mortality. With renewed strength, she parried the gatekeeper's attack and lunged forward, her axe aimed at its skull. The axe struck true, shattering the gatekeeper's skull and severing its spinal cord. The gatekeeper collapsed to the ground, its form dissolving into dust. Astrid stood before the gates of Helheim, victorious but exhausted. She had overcome the guardians, but she knew that the true challenges lay ahead. She took a deep breath and stepped through the tear in reality, entering the land of the dead. Helheim was even more desolate and despairing than she had imagined. The air was thick with a bone-chilling cold, and the ground was covered in gray ash. Gaunt figures, their faces blurred with anguish, wandered aimlessly through the landscape. The sky was a perpetual twilight, casting long, distorted shadows across the desolate terrain. The silence was broken only by the hollow whispers of the lost souls and the mournful wail of the wind. Astrid pressed on, her senses on high alert. She knew that she was being watched, that hell and her servants were aware of her presence. She had to be careful, to avoid detection, to reach the Valkyrie before it was too late. She followed the faint trail of sorrow that emanated from the chained Valkyrie, using it as a compass to guide her through the labyrinthine landscape. The path was treacherous, leading her through desolate valleys, across jagged mountains, and over frozen rivers. She encountered wandering spirits, tortured souls, and monstrous creatures, all eager to prey on the living. She fought them off with her axe and shield, her determination fueled by the image of the chained Valkyrie. She remembered Ilara's warnings about the dead clinging to the living and was careful to avoid physical contact with the spirits. She knew that if she let them touch her, they would try to drag her down into the depths of despair. As she journeyed deeper into Helheim, she began to feel the effects of the land's oppressive atmosphere. Her hope began to wane. Her resolve began to falter. The whispers of the lost souls grew louder, more insistent, trying to break her spirit. She reminded herself of her purpose, of the desperate plea she had heard in a vision. She would not give up. She would not falter. She would rescue the Valkyrie, even if it cost her her life. Finally, after days of relentless travel, she reached her destination, a jagged precipice of black ice towering over a desolate valley. And there, chained to the precipice, was the Valkyrie. Astrid gasped, her heart aching at the sight of her. The Valkyrie was even more broken and battered than she had imagined. Her wings were tattered and stained crimson, her face was gaunt and pale, and her eyes were filled with an unbearable sorrow. The Valkyrie looked up as Astrid approached, her eyes widening in surprise. "A mortal," she croaked, her voice raspy and weak. "What brings you to this forsaken place?" "I have come to rescue you," Astrid said, her voice filled with conviction. "I saw you in a vision. I know that you are trapped here, and I have come to set you free." The Valkyrie shook her head, her expression filled with despair. "It is too late," she said. "I am Helka, last of the Valkyries. Hel has claimed me as her prisoner. She will never let me go." "I will not let you suffer any longer," Astrid declared, stepping forward and attempting to break the chains binding Helka to the ice. They were thick, forged from the blackest metal she had ever seen in her life. "They are enchanted with powerful sorcery," Helka warned. "No mortal blade can cut them." "Then I will find another way," Astrid replied, pulling back and studying the chains closely. She noticed a series of intricate runes etched into the metal, pulsing with a faint, dark energy. She recognized some of the runes from her limited knowledge of magic, dark inscriptions that spoke of binding and despair. An idea formed in her mind. She remembered the shaman's ring, the fragile ward that Ilara had given her. It was said to offer protection against the spirits of Helheim. But perhaps it could also be used to disrupt the magic of the chains. Astrid focused her will, channeling her energy into the ring. She felt a surge of power coursing through her body, a connection to the ancient forces of the spirit world. She reached out and touched the ring to the chains, focusing her intent on breaking the runes. The chains shimmered and pulsed, their dark energy fluctuating wildly. The runes began to crack and fade, their power weakening. Astrid pushed harder, pouring all of her energy into the ring. Suddenly, a wave of dark magic washed over her, throwing her back against the precipice. She gasped, her body racked with pain. The ring had protected her from the worst of the backlash, but she could feel its power waning. "Stop!" Helka cried. "You will destroy yourself. You cannot break these chains." Astrid ignored her pleas. She knew that this was her only chance. She had come too far to give up now. She rose to her feet and touched the ring to the chains once more, focusing her will on shattering the remaining runes. The chains groaned and strained, their dark energy reaching a fever pitch. The runes began to explode, sending shards of dark magic flying through the air. Astrid braced herself, knowing that the end was near. With a final surge of power, the chains shattered, falling to the ground in pieces. Helka was free. But as the chains broke, a wave of dark energy erupted from the precipice, coalescing into a swirling vortex of shadow and ice. A voice, cold and cruel, echoed through the valley. "So, a mortal dares to trespass in my realm and steal my prize?" Hell appeared before them, her form a terrifying amalgamation of beauty and decay. One half of her face was stunningly fair, while the other was a rotting skull. Her eyes burned with cold fire, and her voice dripped with malice. "You have defied me, mortal," Hel said, her gaze fixed on Astrid. "Now you will pay the price." Hel raised her hand, and a wave of dark magic surged towards Astrid. Astrid braced herself for the impact, knowing that she couldn't withstand the full force of Hel's power. But before the magic could strike, Helka stepped in front of Astrid, shielding her from the blast. The Valkyrie's weakened form absorbed the brunt of the attack, her already tattered wings crumpling further. Helka cried out in pain, her body convulsing, but she stood her ground, refusing to cede. "You will not harm her," she declared, her voice ringing with defiance. "She came here to save me, and I will not let you destroy her." Hel laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the valley. "You are in no position to protect anyone, Valkyrie," she said. "You are weak, broken, and powerless." "Perhaps," Helka replied, "but I am not without allies." She turned to Astrid, her eyes filled with warmth and gratitude. "Thank you, Shield Maiden. You have given me back my hope. Now, it is time for us to leave this place." Helka reached out and grasped Astrid's hand, her touch infusing Astrid with a surge of energy. Together, they focused their will on escaping Helheim, on returning to the world of the living. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and the air crackled with energy. A portal opened before them, a shimmering gateway leading back to Midgard. Hel screamed in fury, her power oscillous as she tried to close the portal. But it was too late. Helka and Astrid stepped through the gateway, escaping the clutches of the goddess of the dead. They found themselves back at the Whispering Falls, the thunderous roar of the waterfall a welcome sound after the oppressive silence of Helheim. Helka collapsed to the ground, her body exhausted, but her spirit renewed. Astrid knelt beside her, her heart filled with relief. They had done it. They had survived Helheim, and they had rescued the last Valkyrie. "Thank you, Astrid," Helka said, her voice weak. "You have saved me from a fate worse than death. I will never forget your courage and your sacrifice." "It was my honor," Astrid replied, her voice choked with emotion. "The Valkyries are needed. Valhalla needs you." Helka smiled, her eyes regaining their former brilliance. "Then I shall return to Valhalla," she said, "and I shall bring with me the bravest warriors from the mortal realm to join the ranks of the Einherjar." Helka stood up, her wings slowly unfurling, their crimson stains fading to white. She looked at Astrid, her gaze filled with warmth and gratitude. "Come, shield maiden," she said, "let us return to Valhalla together." Astrid grasped Helga's hand, and together they took flight, soaring through the sky towards the shimmering halls of Valhalla. As they flew, Astrid felt a sense of peace and fulfillment she had never known before. She had faced death and despair, and she had emerged victorious. She had saved the last Valkyrie, and she had restored hope to Valhalla. Her name would be etched in legends, sung by skalds for generations to come. As they approached Valhalla, the gates opened wide, welcoming them home. The Einherjar cheered, their voices echoing through the halls. The mead flowed, the laughter resounded, and the feasting tables were once again filled with joy. The Valkyries had returned, and with them a new era of glory had begun. And Astrid, the shield maiden who dared to venture into Helheim, would forever be remembered as the hero who saved Valhalla. Her name would be whispered in awe and reverence, a testament to her courage, her determination, and her unwavering belief in the power of hope. The halls of Valhalla rang with tales of her journey, a song of bravery that would echo through eternity. The age of heroes was not over. It had merely been waiting for a shield maiden to rekindle the flame. Liam knelt before the stark white marble of Una's tomb, the chill of the mortal world clinging to him deeper than the autumn air. It had been a year since the fever took her, a year of hollow days and echoing nights, a year of a silence so profound it drowned out the birdsong, the laughter of children, the very rhythm of his own heart. Una had been more than a wife. She was the sun in his sky, the steady hand guiding his ship through turbulent waters, the quiet understanding in a world of chaos. They had built a life together, brick by brick, filled with shared dreams, whispered secrets, and a love so vibrant it had seemed indestructible. Now, only the cold, unyielding stone remained. He traced the inscription on the tomb with a trembling finger. "Una, beloved, her light remains." The words mocked him. Her light was gone, extinguished, leaving him in an unending twilight. He had tried everything to numb the pain. Work consumed him by day, yet the nights were a battlefield where memories, sweet and cruel, waged relentless war. He had consulted healers, sought solace in the company of friends, even offered prayers to the gods, though his faith had withered with Una's passing. Nothing worked. The emptiness remained, a gaping chasm that threatened to swallow him whole. One evening, huddled by the fire, nursing a goblet of wine that tasted like ash, Liam overheard a fragment of conversation from passing travelers. They spoke of Elysium, the paradise reserved for heroes and the virtuous, and of a single crimson rose that bloomed only in those hallowed fields. They claimed this rose held the power to restore a lost soul, to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. Liam scoffed at first. Fairy tales, whispers for the gullible. Yet, as the night deepened, the tale burrowed into his mind, taking root like a persistent weed. Could it be true? Was there even the slightest chance, however improbable, that he could see Una again? That he could hold her even for a fleeting moment? The thought was a dangerous spark, igniting a desperate hope within him, a hope that threatened to consume him entirely. He knew the risks. The underworld was a realm of shadows and despair, ruled by the implacable Hades. To trespass, there was to invite death itself. But the alternative, A lifetime without Una was already a form of living death. He spent weeks researching, poring over ancient texts, consulting with scholars, and listening to the hushed whispers of those who claimed to know the secrets of the underworld. The more he learned, the more daunting the task seemed. The path to the underworld was fraught with peril, guarded by mythical creatures and the whims of capricious gods. Yet, with each obstacle he uncovered, Liam's resolve hardened. He would face Cerberus, navigate the river Styx, and brave the judgment of the judges of the dead. He would steal the rose of Elysium, even if it cost him his life. He began his preparations in earnest. He trained his body to peak condition, honing his swordsmanship and archery skills. He gathered supplies, provisions, protective amulets, and gifts for any deities he might encounter along the way. He sought out the guidance of a reclusive oracle who lived in a secluded mountain cave. The oracle, a wizened woman with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of centuries, warned him of the dangers that lay ahead. She spoke of the wrath of Hades, the treachery of spirits, and the seductive illusions of the underworld. "The path you seek is paved with sorrow and despair," she croaked, her voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "Many have tried, but few have returned. Are you truly prepared to face such darkness?" Liam met her gaze, his eyes filled with a resolve that surprised even himself. "I have already faced the greatest darkness imaginable," he said, his voice hoarse with emotion. "A world without Una. I have nothing left to lose." The oracle nodded slowly, a flicker of understanding in her ancient eyes. "Then go, mortal, but remember this. The underworld is a reflection of your own soul. What you find there will depend on what you carry within you." She then provided him with a cryptic map, supposedly charting a hidden passage to the realm of Hades. It was a starting point, at least. With a heavy heart and a grim determination, Liam kissed Una's tombstone one last time. He whispered a promise to bring her back, even if it meant defying the gods themselves. Then he turned his back on the world of the living and set out on his perilous journey to the underworld. The map led him to a desolate coastal region where jagged cliffs plunged into the churning sea. After days of searching, he found the entrance, a narrow, barely discernible cave hidden behind a waterfall. The air within the cave was thick with a palpable sense of dread, a suffocating darkness that seemed to press down on him from all sides. He lit a torch, its flickering flame casting long, dancing shadows on the damp cave walls. The passage descended steeply, winding deeper and deeper into the earth. The temperature plummeted, and a chilling wind seemed to whisper through the tunnels, carrying voices of sorrow and despair. He encountered his first obstacle, a chasm spanned by a rickety rope bridge. The bridge swayed precariously in the wind, threatening to collapse with every step. Liam took a deep breath and carefully made his way across, his heart pounding in his chest. Looking down into the abyss, he saw nothing but a swirling darkness that seemed to reach up and pull him down. On the other side of the chasm, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. The air was thick with the stench of sulfur, and the ground was littered with bones. In the center of the cavern, a monstrous figure stirred. Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades, guardian of the underworld. The beast was even more terrifying than the legends had described. Each head roared with a different voice, one a deep, guttural growl, another a high-pitched whine, and the third a chilling shriek. Its eyes glowed with malevolent red light, and its teeth were like jagged daggers. Liam knew he couldn't defeat Cerberus in a direct confrontation. He had to use his wits. He remembered hearing that Cerberus was fond of sweet things. He reached into his pack and pulled out a honeyed cake he had baked before leaving. He tossed the cake towards the beast. Cerberus hesitated for a moment, then lunged at the offering, the three heads snarling and snapping at each other in their eagerness to devour the treat. While the beast was distracted, Liam slipped past, his heart pounding in his chest. He continued his descent, the tunnels becoming increasingly twisted and labyrinthine. He encountered lost souls, trapped in the underworld for eternity, their faces etched with despair. Some begged him for help, others warned him of the dangers ahead. He offered them words of comfort and encouragement, but he knew he couldn't save them. He had his own quest to complete. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he reached the River Styx, the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. The river was a murky, black torrent, its waters swirling with the souls of the departed. A gnarled old ferryman, Karen, waited on the bank, his eyes like burning coals. He demanded payment for passage, a silver coin for each soul. Liam had anticipated this. He placed 2 silver coins in Karen's outstretched hand, one for his passage and one for his return, if he ever managed to escape. Karen grunted and gestured for him to board the ferry. The boat was rickety and overcrowded with souls, each wailing and lamenting their fate. As they crossed the river, Liam felt a cold dread wash over him. He was entering the realm of the dead, a place from which few ever returned. On the other side of the Styx, Liam found himself in a desolate wasteland. The sky was a perpetual twilight, and the air was heavy with the scent of decay. He could feel the weight of countless souls pressing down on him, their collective sorrow a palpable force. He soon encountered the judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus, who sat in judgment on the souls of the departed. They questioned him about his purpose in the underworld, their voices cold and impartial. Liam told them the truth, that he sought to retrieve his beloved Una from Elysium. The judges exchanged glances, their faces unreadable. "Your quest is a transgression against the natural order," Minos said, his voice echoing through the wasteland. "The dead must remain dead. To interfere with their fate is to invite the wrath of the gods." "I understand the risks," Liam replied, his voice firm, "but I cannot live without Una. I am willing to face any consequences." The judges deliberated for a moment, then Rhadamanthus spoke. "Very well, we will allow you to proceed, but be warned, the path to Elysium is guarded by many trials. If you fail, you will be condemned to spend eternity in the underworld." They granted him passage, but their words hung heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the stakes. He continued his journey, guided by the faint glimmer of Elysium in the distance. The path to Elysium was treacherous. He navigated through fields of torment, where the wicked were punished for their sins. He avoided the clutches of vengeful spirits who sought to drag him down into the depths of despair. He battled monstrous creatures born of nightmares. At one point, he encountered a siren, her voice as sweet as honey, promising him eternal happiness if he would only abandon his quest and join her in her enchanted realm. He resisted her charms, knowing that true happiness could only be found with Una. Finally, After enduring countless trials, he reached the gates of Elysium. They were made of gleaming gold and guarded by a stern-faced warrior. "Halt, mortal!" the warrior boomed. "No living being is permitted to enter Elysium. Turn back now, or face the consequences." Liam stood his ground, his eyes filled with determination. "I seek only to retrieve my beloved Una," he said. "I will not leave without her." The warrior raised his spear, preparing to strike. But then a voice rang out from within Elysium. "Let him pass." The warrior lowered his spear, and the gates swung open, revealing the breathtaking beauty of Elysium. Elysium was everything the legends had promised, a paradise of lush green fields, sparkling rivers, and eternal sunshine. The air was filled with the scent of flowers and the sound of music. Souls wandered freely, their faces radiant with peace and joy. Liam walked through the fields, searching for Una. He called her name, his voice trembling with hope and anticipation. Suddenly, he saw her. She stood in a field of wildflowers, her face as beautiful as he remembered. Her eyes sparkled with love and recognition. "Liam?" she whispered, her voice like the gentle rustling of leaves. He ran to her, his heart overflowing with emotion. He embraced her tightly, burying his face in her hair. "Una," he sobbed, "I found you." She held him close, her touch as warm and comforting as he remembered. "I knew you would come," she said, her voice filled with love. They spent what seemed like an eternity together, walking through the fields of Elysium, sharing stories and memories. Liam told her about his journey to the underworld, about the trials he had faced and the sacrifices he had made. Una listened patiently, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. "You risked everything for me," she said. "I am truly blessed to have you as my husband." As they walked, Liam noticed a single crimson rose blooming in the center of a field. It was the rose of Elysium, the flower that held the power to restore a lost soul. He led Una towards the rose, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew what he had to do. "Una," he said, his voice filled with emotion, "this rose, it can bring you back to the world of the living, but it comes at a cost." He explained that only the soul attached to the rose could return. It was a one-way ticket. Una looked at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of love and sorrow. "I know," she said. "I already knew." "Are you sure?" Liam asked, his voice trembling. "Are you sure you want to leave Elysium? Here, you are at peace. You are free from pain and suffering." Una smiled gently. "My place is with you, Liam," she said. "Wherever you are, that is where I belong. I want to be with you, to share your life, to face whatever challenges lie ahead, even if it's just for a little while." Liam's eyes welled up with tears. He reached out and plucked the rose of Elysium, its petals as soft as velvet, its fragrance intoxicating. He held the rose out to Una, his hand trembling. "Take it," he said. "Come back to me." Una took the rose, her fingers brushing against his. As she touched the petals, a brilliant light enveloped her. When the light faded, she was no longer in Elysium. She was standing beside Liam in the desolate wasteland of the underworld, her eyes filled with life and love. Their reunion was cut short. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and a wave of scorching heat washed over them. A figure materialized before them, radiating power and rage. It was Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, but her face was contorted with fury. "You dare defy the laws of the gods?" she thundered, her voice shaking the very foundations of the underworld. "You steal from Elysium and you upset the balance of life and death. For this you will pay the ultimate price." Liam stood protectively in front of Una, his sword drawn. He knew he was no match for a goddess, but he would defend his wife with his last breath. "We meant no disrespect, Lady Aphrodite," he said, his voice firm despite his fear. "We only sought to be reunited with each other. Is love not the most powerful force in the universe? Surely you, of all beings, can understand our desire." Aphrodite's anger seemed to falter for a moment, but then she hardened her gaze. "Love is a powerful force, mortal, but it must be tempered with respect for the natural order. You have disrupted that order, and you must be punished." She raised her hand, and a bolt of lightning shot towards them. Liam braced himself for the impact, but then a figure stepped in front of them, deflecting the blast with a shimmering shield. It was Orion, the great hunter, a demigod known for his courage and skill. He stood tall and imposing, his bow drawn, ready to defend the lovers. "Aphrodite," he said, his voice resonating with authority, "I implore you to reconsider your judgment. These mortals have suffered enough. They have shown great courage and devotion to each other. Is that not worthy of mercy?" Aphrodite glared at Orion, her eyes filled with disdain. "You would defend these transgressors, Orion? You, who have always been a thorn in my side?" "I defend what is right, Aphrodite," Orion replied, "and these mortals deserve a chance at happiness." A tense silence hung in the air, the fate of Liam and Una hanging in the balance. Aphrodite and Orion locked eyes, their wills clashing like thunder. Finally, Aphrodite sighed, her anger seeming to dissipate slightly. "Very well," she said. "I will spare their lives, but they must face a trial." She declared that Liam and Una must complete 3 impossible tasks to prove their worthiness. If they succeeded, they would be allowed to return to the world of the living together. If they failed, they would be condemned to eternal torment in the underworld. The first trial was to retrieve a single tear from the eye of a gorgon. The gorgons were monstrous creatures whose gaze could turn men to stone. To get close enough to collect a tear was to risk certain death. Liam and Una traveled to the gorgon's lair, a desolate island shrouded in mist and fear. They knew they couldn't face the gorgon Medusa directly. Her gaze was too deadly. They devised a plan to use a polished shield, reflecting her image back at her. Liam approached the gorgon's lair cautiously, shielding Una behind him. He held up the polished shield, carefully angling it to reflect the gorgon's face. Medusa saw her own reflection and, in a moment of horrific self-awareness, wept. Her tear, brimming with sorrow and self-loathing, trickled down her petrified cheek. Liam, with incredible speed, caught the tear in a vial he had prepared. They retreated from the lair, the weight of their success tempered by the horror of what they had witnessed. The second trial was to fetch a song from the lips of a harpy. Harpies were winged creatures known for their hideous appearance and their piercing, mournful songs. Their songs were said to drive men mad with grief and despair. Liam and Una sought the harpies in a ravaged forest. They knew that directly trying to capture a song would be impossible. The harpies were too swift and their songs too potent. Una came up with the idea to lure them in with a scent they found irresistible. Una, remembering lullabies her mother used to sing, began to hum a beautiful, haunting melody. The melody echoed through the forest, drawing the attention of the harpies. They descended from the trees, drawn by the sweet, mournful tune. As the harpies listened, transfixed by Una's song, one of them began to sing along, its voice blending with hers. The song was a lament for lost loves, for forgotten dreams, for the pain of existence. Liam carefully captured the harpy's song in a specially crafted flute. The third trial was to extract a promise from the lips of Hades himself. This was the most daunting task of all. To even approach Hades was to invite death, and to attempt to persuade him was to risk his eternal wrath. Liam and Una descended into the deepest, darkest recesses of the underworld, guided by the flickering light of their torches. They finally reached the throne room of Hades, a cavernous space filled with shadows and despair. Hades sat on his throne, his face as cold and implacable as the stone from which it was carved. He regarded them with a look of disdain. "Mortals," he said, his voice like the grinding of bones, "you dare trespass in my domain again? Have you learned nothing from your previous encounter?" Liam knelt before him, his head bowed. "Great Hades," he said, "we have come to ask for your mercy. We have completed the trials set before us by Aphrodite. We ask only for the chance to return to the world of the living together." Hades laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the throne room. "Mercy? In the underworld? Such a concept is unknown here. Why should I grant you your request? What do I gain from it?" Liam thought for a moment, then spoke with conviction. "You gain nothing, Lord Hades, but perhaps you would gain a small measure of respect. By granting us our wish, you would show that even in the realm of death, love and compassion can exist." Hades was silent for a long moment, studying Liam with his penetrating gaze. Finally, he spoke. "I will grant you your wish," he said, "but on one condition." Liam's heart leaped with hope. "Anything, Lord Hades," he said. "Name your price." "The Rose of Elysium," Hades said. "You must return it to the fields from whence it came. You cannot take it back to the mortal world. It belongs here, in the realm of the dead." Liam hesitated. He had risked everything to obtain the rose. It was the symbol of his love for Una, the key to their reunion. But he knew he had no choice. "Very well, Lord Hades," he said. "We accept your condition." Hades nodded, his expression unreadable. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal back to the world of the living. Liam and Una emerged from the portal, blinking in the sunlight. They were back in their world together, but their journey was not yet complete. They traveled back to the entrance to the underworld, back to the fields of Elysium. With heavy hearts, they walked to the spot where Liam had plucked the Rose of Elysium. Liam took the rose from Una's hand, his fingers brushing against hers. He looked into her eyes, his heart filled with love and sorrow. "Are you sure about this, Una?" he asked. "Once we return this rose, you will be bound to the natural order. We will never be able to return to the underworld, even in death." Una smiled gently. "I am sure, Liam," she said. "I have seen the wonders of Elysium, but my place is with you in the world of the living. I want to experience life with you, to share your joys and sorrows, to grow old together, even if it means facing the challenges and uncertainties of the mortal world." Liam nodded, his eyes filled with tears. He placed the Rose of Elysium back in the earth, its crimson petals a stark contrast to the green grass. As he released the flower, a wave of warmth washed over them. Una felt a sense of peace settle over her, a feeling of acceptance and belonging. They turned and walked away from the entrance to the underworld, hand in hand, their hearts filled with hope and determination. They had defied the gods, faced death, and endured countless trials. But they had also found a love that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Their trials continued in the mortal world. Una, having been brought back unnaturally, found that her body was frail. She tired easily, and she was haunted by memories of the underworld. Liam cared for her tenderly, nursing her back to health and shielding her from the harsh realities of the world. They rebuilt their lives, brick by brick, just as they had done before. They found joy in the simple things, the warmth of the sun, the laughter of children, the comfort of each other's presence. Years passed, and Una's health gradually improved. She grew stronger, her spirit renewed. They traveled, saw new places, and met new people. They lived life to the fullest, cherishing every moment together. They never forgot their journey to the underworld or the sacrifices they had made. They told their story to their children and grandchildren, passing down the tale of the Rose of Elysium and the power of love. Their story became a legend, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. It was a reminder that even in the face of death, love can triumph. When Una finally passed away many years later, Liam was by her side, holding her hand. He felt a pang of grief, but it was not the same crushing despair he had felt before. He knew that Una had lived a full and happy life, and that their love would endure beyond the grave. He buried her beside the tomb he had built for her so long ago. On her tombstone, he inscribed a new message: Una, beloved, her light remains. Her love conquers all. Liam lived for many more years, carrying Una's memory in his heart. He never remarried, and he remained devoted to her memory until the day he died. When he finally passed away, his soul traveled to the underworld. He crossed the river Styx and stood before the judges of the dead. They recognized him, and they smiled. "You have lived a good life, mortal," Minos said. "You have shown great courage, compassion, and love. You are worthy of Elysium." Liam was led to the fields of Elysium, where he was reunited with Una. They embraced, their love as strong as ever. They spent eternity together in the paradise of Elysium, their souls intertwined, their love a beacon of hope in the realm of the dead. They had defied the gods, faced death, and conquered the underworld. And in the end, they had found true and everlasting love. Their legend lived on, a testament to the power of love, sacrifice, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And somewhere, in a quiet corner of Elysium, a single crimson rose bloomed eternally, a symbol of their love and their triumph over death. The Rose of Elysium, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, love can bloom and conquer all. And somewhere, also, those two were always together. The year is 1088. England, a land bruised and battered by the Norman conquest, simmers with discontent. Queen Matilda, a woman forged in the fires of political maneuvering and tempered by the cold realities of power, sits uneasy on her throne. Her husband, King William Rufus, is a reckless gambler, more interested in hunting and feasts than governing. Whispers of rebellion slither through the countryside like vipers, fueled by Saxon resentment and Norman greed. Matilda knows she needs strength, something beyond the reach of swords and armies, to secure her family's reign. It was Brother Thomas, an aging monk with eyes that held the weight of centuries, who first spoke of the prophecy. In the dimly lit scriptorium of Winchester Cathedral, surrounded by the scent of parchment and beeswax, he unfolded a brittle scroll, its ink faded, but its words still ringing with power. 3 crowns, he rasped, his voice thin as ancient paper. Forged in the heart of Albion, imbued with the very essence of this land, the crown of the North, said to command the loyalty of men, the crown of the West, capable of bending nature to the wearer's will, and the crown of the East, which grants dominion over the spirit and the very soul. Matilda, a pragmatist by nature, had initially dismissed it as superstitious drivel. But desperation gnawed at her. The threats to her throne were real, tangible. What if these crowns were not mere legend? What if they held the key to securing her dynasty's future? "Tell me more, Brother Thomas," she commanded, her voice a low, urgent hum. The monk explained the prophecy in hushed tones. Each crown, he warned, possessed a unique magic, but each demanded a terrible price. The crown of the North, forged in Hadrian's wall from the iron of Roman legions and the blood of Celtic warriors, would grant unwavering loyalty, but only in exchange for the wearer's capacity for empathy. The crown of the West, crafted from the petrified wood of the oldest oak in the forest of Dean and adorned with gems born from the caves of Wales, would command the elements, but at the cost of the wearer's own vitality, slowly draining their life force. And the crown of the East, whispered to be made of solidified moonlight and the tears of ancient goddesses, would grant control over the spirit, but would leave the wearer vulnerable to the whims of the very souls they sought to command, twisting their perceptions and eroding their sanity. Matilda listened, her mind racing. The risks were immense, but the potential rewards were too great to ignore. She decided to take the gamble. Secretly, she summoned her most trusted advisors, Sir Reginald, a seasoned knight whose loyalty was beyond question, Lady Eleanor, a cunning strategist with a network of spies that stretched across the kingdom, and Master Alastair, a scholar and alchemist rumored to dabble in forbidden arts. "Find these crowns," she ordered, her voice unwavering. "Find them and bring them to me, but tread carefully. This is a matter of utmost secrecy. No one must know what we seek." The quest began, shrouded in secrecy and fraught with peril. Sir Reginald, with a small company of loyal men, rode north towards Hadrian's wall. Lady Eleanor dispatched her agents throughout the West Country, infiltrating ancient druidic circles and scouring forgotten libraries. Master Alastair delved into arcane texts, seeking clues to the crown of the East's whereabouts, his experiments filling the castle tower with strange fumes and unsettling whispers. Sir Reginald's journey to the north was arduous. The land was wild and unforgiving, the people suspicious and resentful of Norman rule. He followed the ancient Roman road, the stones worn smooth by centuries of marching feet. As he neared Hadrian's wall, he felt a growing sense of unease, a palpable weight in the air. The wall itself loomed before him, a stark reminder of the divisions that had always plagued this land. Guided by a local shepherd who claimed to know the old ways, Reginald found a hidden chamber beneath the wall, a place where Roman soldiers and Celtic warriors had once made offerings to appease the gods of war. In the center of the chamber, resting on a stone altar, lay the crown of the North. It was a simple circlet of iron, blackened with age and etched with runes of power. As Reginald reached for it, he felt a surge of energy, a coldness that seeped into his bones. He hesitated for a moment, remembering Brother Thomas's warning, but the image of Queen Matilda's desperate face spurred him on. He grasped the crown and lifted it from the altar. The moment the iron touched his skin, a profound change occurred. The world seemed to sharpen, to become clearer, colder. He felt a surge of authority, an undeniable sense of command. But at the same time, a part of him seemed to wither, to shrink away. The faces of his men, once familiar and comforting, now seemed distant, alien. He saw their flaws, their weaknesses, their petty desires. He no longer felt compassion for their struggles, no longer cared for their well-being. Their loyalty was all that mattered. From that moment forward, Reginald could inspire absolute devotion, but at the cost of his own humanity. Meanwhile, in the West Country, Lady Eleanor was pursuing her own leads with ruthless efficiency. She moved through the winding lanes and ancient forests like a shadow, her spies whispering secrets in her ear. She learned of a hidden grove deep within the forest of Dean, a place where the old gods were still worshipped. There, amongst the gnarled oaks and moss-covered stones, she found an entrance to a cavern, a place of primeval darkness. Inside, she discovered a subterranean lake, its waters shimmering with an unnatural light. In the center of the lake, resting on a bed of moss, lay the crown of the West. It was a thing of breathtaking beauty, crafted from petrified wood and adorned with glittering gems. As Eleanor reached for it, she felt the power of the earth surge through her, a raw, untamed energy. She lifted the crown from its resting place and placed it upon her head. The moment the wood touched her skin, she felt a jolt of energy, a vibrant, almost painful surge of life. The air around her crackled with power. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the whisper of the wind in the trees. She could command the elements, summon storms, and conjure life from barren soil. But with each use of the crown's power, she felt her own life force draining away, her body weakening, her hair turning prematurely gray. The crown gave her the power to control nature, but it was slowly consuming her. Master Alistair's quest for the crown of the East was the most perilous of all. He spent weeks poring over ancient texts, deciphering cryptic symbols, and performing arcane rituals. He learned that the crown was hidden in a forgotten abbey on the coast of East Anglia, a place said to be haunted by the spirits of long-dead monks. He traveled to the abbey under the cover of darkness, accompanied only by his apprentice, a young man named Thomas, no relation to the monk. The abbey was a ruin, its walls crumbling, its windows shattered. The air was thick with the stench of decay and the mournful cries of seabirds. As Alistair explored the ruins, he felt a growing sense of dread, a palpable presence of unseen forces. In the abbey's crypt, he found a hidden chamber, a place where the monks had once practiced dark arts. In the center of the chamber, floating in mid-air, was the crown of the East. It was a shimmering, ethereal thing made of solidified moonlight and tears. As Alistair reached for it, he heard voices, whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He ignored them, focusing on the crown. He reached out and grasped it. The moment the crown touched his skin, he was flooded with sensations, a cacophony of voices, images, and emotions. He could see the past, the present, and the future. He could feel the thoughts and desires of everyone around him, living and dead. He had dominion over the spirit, the power to manipulate souls. But the influx of energy was overwhelming. shattering his sanity. The voices grew louder, more insistent, twisting his perceptions, filling his mind with paranoia and madness. He began to see enemies everywhere, to distrust everyone, even his own apprentice. The crown gave him control over the spirit, but it was driving him insane. One by one, the 3 crowns were brought back to Queen Matilda. She received them in her private chamber, surrounded by her advisors. The sight of the crowns filled her with a mixture of awe and trepidation. She knew the risks, the potential consequences of wielding such power, but she was convinced that it was the only way to save her kingdom. She decided to test the crowns, to see their power firsthand. First, she summoned Sir Reginald, who was now completely devoted to her, his eyes devoid of all emotion save loyalty. She ordered him to quell a minor rebellion in the north. Reginald obeyed without question, leading his men with ruthless efficiency, crushing the rebels without mercy. Matilda was impressed by his unwavering loyalty, but she was also disturbed by his coldness, his lack of compassion. Next, she tested the crown of the West. She summoned Lady Eleanor and ordered her to conjure a storm to devastate the lands of a neighboring lord who had been plotting against her. Eleanor, her face pale and drawn, obeyed. The sky darkened, the wind howled, and a torrential rain fell upon the lord's lands, washing away his crops and flooding his villages. Matilda was impressed by the crown's power, but she was also alarmed by Eleanor's deteriorating health. The crown was clearly taking a toll on her. Finally, she tested the crown of the East. She summoned Master Alastair and ordered him to influence the mind of a powerful bishop who had been critical of her rule. Alastair, his eyes wild and unfocused, muttered incantations and performed strange gestures. The bishop, who had been a staunch opponent of Matilda, suddenly began to sing her praises, declaring her the rightful Queen of England. Matilda was amazed by the crown's power, but she was also terrified by Alastair's madness. The crown was clearly corrupting him, twisting his mind. Matilda now possessed the 3 crowns, each granting her immense power. But she also saw the terrible price that each demanded. The crown of the North had robbed Sir Reginald of his humanity. The crown of the West was slowly killing Lady Eleanor, and the crown of the East had driven Master Alastair insane. She realized that she had made a terrible mistake. The crowns were not the solution to her problems. They were a curse. But it was too late to turn back. The prophecy was already unfolding, its grip tightening around her. The crowns had changed her, too. She felt the pull of their power, the temptation to use them for her own ends. She could feel her empathy fading, her life force draining, her sanity slipping. She was becoming the very thing she had feared, a tyrant, consumed by power. The whispers of rebellion grew louder, fueled by the Queen's increasingly erratic behavior. The Saxon lords, sensing her weakness, began to plot against her. The Norman nobles, sensing an opportunity, jockeyed for position. The kingdom was teetering on the brink of chaos. Matilda, desperate to maintain control, turned to the crowns. She used the crown of the North to solidify her hold on her armies, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. She used the crown of the West to protect her kingdom from invasion, summoning storms to repel her enemies. And she used the crown of the East to silence her critics, manipulating their minds and crushing their spirits. But with each use of the crowns, the price she paid grew higher. Her empathy withered, her vitality waned, her sanity crumbled. She became a prisoner of her own power, trapped in a web of paranoia and madness. She trusted no one, saw enemies everywhere. She was surrounded by sycophants and assassins, all vying for her favor or plotting her demise. One day, a young woman named Eliana, a herbalist of Saxon descent, managed to infiltrate the castle. She had heard rumors of the queen's madness and the strange artifacts she possessed. Driven by a desire to help her people, Eliana sought to find a way to break the crown's power. Eliana befriended Master Alistair's apprentice, Thomas. Seeing his master's descent into madness, Thomas was disillusioned and terrified. He secretly despised his master and was eager to help Eliana. Together, they began to investigate the crowns, studying ancient texts and performing their own experiments. They discovered a hidden truth. The crown's power was not absolute. They were vulnerable to certain rituals, certain herbs, certain words. Eliana and Thomas hatched a plan to destroy the crowns, a plan that would require immense courage and sacrifice. They knew that they would be risking their lives, but they were willing to do anything to save their kingdom. On the night of the full moon, Eliana and Thomas crept into the queen's chamber. Matilda was asleep, her face pale and drawn, the 3 crowns resting on a table beside her bed. Eliana approached the table and began to chant the ancient words she had learned from her grandmother, a wise woman who had preserved old ways. Thomas, holding a vial containing a potent herbal concoction, prepared to douse the crowns. Suddenly, Matilda awoke, her eyes filled with madness and suspicion, fixed on Eliana and Thomas. She screamed, summoning her guards. Eliana and Thomas knew that they were caught, but they pressed on, determined to complete their mission. Sir Reginald, his face devoid of all emotion, burst into the chamber, sword drawn. He lunged at Eliana, but Thomas stepped in front of her, taking the blow. Thomas fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Eliana, enraged by Reginald's action and grieved by the sacrifice made by Thomas, raised her hands and unleashed the full power of her herbal magic. The room filled with a swirling vortex of energy, disrupting the crown's power and weakening Matilda's hold on reality. As the guards closed in, Eliana grabbed the vial from Thomas's lifeless hand and threw it at the crowns. The vial shattered, releasing the herbal concoction. The crowns sputtered and flickered, their power waning. Matilda screamed, her body convulsing. In that moment, Sir Reginald, momentarily freed from the crown's influence, saw the horror of what he had become. He looked at the dying Thomas, at the desperate Eliana, at the ruined queen. He felt a flicker of his former self, a spark of empathy. He turned his sword on himself, ending his own life. The chaos in the room was overwhelming. The guards were confused and disoriented. Matilda was weakened and vulnerable. Eliana seized her opportunity. She grabbed the crown of the north and hurled it out the window. She grabbed the crown of the west and smashed it against the stone floor. And she grabbed the crown of the east and, with a final surge of strength, plunged it into Matilda's heart. With a final agonized scream, Queen Matilda collapsed, the crown's power finally extinguished. The kingdom was saved, but at a terrible cost. Thomas and Sir Reginald were dead. Queen Matilda, once a powerful and ambitious ruler, was reduced to a broken shell, and Eliana, forever marked by the events of that night, was left to pick up the pieces and try to rebuild her shattered land. The prophecy had been fulfilled. its terrible price paid in blood and madness. The crowns, once symbols of power and dominion, were now scattered and broken, their magic forever dormant. But the memory of their allure and the consequences of seeking power at any cost would linger in the hearts of the people of Britain for generations to come. The tale served as a grim reminder that true power lies not in magic or dominion, but in empathy, compassion, and the courage to resist the temptations of darkness. And so, the new era dawned, and the story of the crowns passed into the realm of legend. Jax adjusted the oxygen regulator on his worn enviro suit, the hiss a constant companion in the dead silence of Xylos. The crimson dust swirled around his boots, painting the desolate landscape in hues of rust and blood. Xylos had been a paradise world once, teeming with vibrant life. Now it was a graveyard, another casualty of the Stellar Imperium's insatiable hunger for resources. Jax wasn't here for salvage or scavenging. He was a xenobotanist, a relic of a bygone era when science valued understanding over exploitation. He sought whispers, echoes of what had been. He chased rumors of resilience, of life clinging to the void. And the whispers on Xylos spoke of a garden uncorrupted, untouched by the Imperium's blight. A garden said to possess the last vestige of true magic in a galaxy drowning in cold, hard tech. He consulted his antiquated datapad, the screen flickering with static. The coordinates, etched from faded star charts and coded xenolinguistics, led him towards the shimmering canyon. It was a geological anomaly, a gash in the planet's surface where the very air seemed to ripple with unseen energies. Days blurred into weeks. Jax navigated treacherous ravines, scaled crumbling cliffs, and dodged the automated defense drones, remnants of a forgotten war. The drones, rusted and erratic, still patrolled their designated sectors, remnants of a defense system long since abandoned. He lived on nutrient paste and recycled water, the taste of survival a constant reminder of his isolation. He almost gave up. The datapad malfunctioned, his suit sprung a leak, and the despair of Xylos began to seep into his soul. He imagined turning back, returning to the transport ship he'd stashed in a crater, abandoning his quest as a fool's errand. Then he saw it, a shimmer, deeper and more intense than the canyon itself, a cascade of emerald and sapphire light spilling from a hidden crevice in the canyon wall. Hope surged through him, a jolt of electricity that banished the creeping despair. He scrambled towards the light, his heart pounding against his ribs. He squeezed through the narrow opening, scraping his suit against the rock, and stumbled into a world that defied logic and reason. He stood on the edge of a valley, bathed in an ethereal glow. Lush vegetation exploded in a riot of color, a stark contrast to the desolation he had left behind. Towering trees with bioluminescent leaves cast dancing shadows. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals shimmering with iridescent light. Waterfalls cascaded down moss-covered cliffs, feeding crystal-clear streams that snaked through the verdant landscape. It was a symphony of life, a testament to nature's enduring power. Jax removed his helmet, his lungs filling with air that tasted clean and sweet, carrying the scent of exotic blossoms and damp earth. He felt a tingling sensation on his skin, a vibrant energy that seemed to resonate with his very being. He had found it, the garden, the last bastion of magic in the universe. He descended into the valley, his boots sinking into the soft earth. He reached out and touched a glowing flower, its petals cool and velvety. He ran his hand along the trunk of a bioluminescent tree, feeling the pulse of life thrumming beneath the bark. He spent days exploring the garden, cataloging the flora, studying the fauna, marveling at the sheer biodiversity. He discovered plants that healed wounds instantly, fruits that granted temporary bursts of energy, and flowers that emitted soothing melodies. He encountered creatures he had only read about in ancient texts, iridescent butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, six-legged deer with antlers that glowed with inner light, and playful sprites that flitted through the trees, their laughter echoing through the valley. He felt like he had stepped into a fairy tale, a dream woven from the threads of imagination. But as the days turned into weeks, a sense of unease began to creep into his paradise. He noticed that the garden remained perpetually in a state of twilight, the sun never rising above the horizon. The creatures, while beautiful, seemed to possess an unnerving intelligence, their eyes following him with unsettling curiosity. He also noticed that he was losing track of time. Days and nights blurred together, and he found it increasingly difficult to remember his life before the garden. His memories of Xylos, of the Imperium, of his research, began to fade like whispers in the wind. He tried to access his data pad, but it was dead. He tried to contact his transport ship, but the comm system was silent. He was cut off from the outside world, trapped in this verdant paradox. One evening, as he sat by a crystal-clear stream, a figure emerged from the shadows. She was tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair that flowed like liquid silver. Her eyes were the color of emeralds, and they held an ancient wisdom that both intrigued and intimidated Jax. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice like the gentle murmur of the wind. "I am the gardener." Jax stared at her, speechless. He had heard tales of the gardener, the guardian of this mythical place, but he had dismissed them as folklore. "You have found my garden," she continued, her gaze piercing. "You have witnessed its beauty, felt its magic. Now, you must make a choice." "A choice?" Jax finally managed to stammer. "Yes," the gardener replied. "Every traveler who finds this garden is given the same choice. You may stay and live in eternal bliss, surrounded by the wonders of this place, or you may leave and return to the world you came from." Jax's heart leaped. Leave? He could return to the Imperium, expose their lies, share the secrets of the garden with the galaxy. He could bring hope to a dying universe. "But there is a condition," the gardener added, her voice dropping to a somber tone. "A condition?" Jax asked, his hope dwindling. "If you choose to leave," the gardener said, "you must forget you ever saw this place. You will return to your life as if this garden never existed. The memories of its beauty, its magic, its secrets will be erased from your mind." Jax was stunned. Forget? Forget the most incredible discovery of his life? Forget the key to saving the dying worlds of the galaxy? "Why?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Why would you do that?" "This garden is a sanctuary," the gardener explained. "It is a delicate ecosystem, vulnerable to the corruption of the outside world. If its existence becomes known, it will be exploited, destroyed, just like so many other wonders before it. The Imperium would strip it bare, leaving nothing but dust and ashes." "But the galaxy needs this," Jax protested. "It needs hope. It needs magic." Hope and magic cannot be forced upon a world, the gardener said sadly. They must be nurtured, grown, and cherished. The galaxy is not ready for this garden. Its heart is too dark, its greed too insatiable. Jax struggled to reconcile the gardener's words with his own beliefs. He understood her concerns, but he couldn't accept the idea of abandoning the galaxy to its fate. "Isn't there another way?" he pleaded. "Can't I share the garden's secrets without revealing its location? Can't I use its magic to heal, to restore, to inspire?" The gardener shook her head. "The magic of this garden is inextricably linked to its essence. To share one is to risk exposing the other. The choice is yours, traveler. Eternal bliss or forgotten knowledge." She held out her hand, offering him a glowing fruit. "Eat this, and you will stay. Your memories of the past will fade, replaced by the joy and wonder of the present. You will become a part of this garden, a guardian of its secrets." Jax stared at the fruit, his mind racing. He imagined a life of peace and tranquility, free from the pain and suffering of the outside world. He imagined wandering through the garden's verdant valleys, bathed in its ethereal glow, forever captivated by its beauty. But then he thought of the desolate landscapes of Xylos, of the suffering of the countless worlds ravaged by the Imperium. He thought of the people he had sworn to protect, the scientists, the explorers, the dreamers who had risked everything to find a better future. He couldn't abandon them. He couldn't turn his back on the galaxy, not even for the promise of eternal bliss. He took a deep breath and looked at the gardener, his eyes filled with resolve. "I choose to leave," he said, his voice firm. The gardener nodded, her expression somber. "So be it. May you find peace in the knowledge that you have made your choice." She snapped her fingers, and the world around Jax began to blur. The vibrant colors of the garden faded, the sweet scent of the blossoms disappeared, and the gentle murmur of the wind turned into a deafening roar. He felt a sharp pain in his head, as if his memories were being ripped from his mind. He tried to hold on to them, to cling to the images of the garden, but they slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. He saw the gardener's face one last time, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and understanding. Then darkness consumed him. Jax awoke in his transport ship, his head throbbing. He looked around, disoriented. He didn't remember how he had gotten there. He checked his data pad. The screen was blank. He checked his suit. It was damaged, ripped in several places. He checked his supplies. They were depleted. He felt a sense of unease, a nagging feeling that he was missing something, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He felt like he had been on a long journey, but he couldn't remember where he had been or what he had done. He started the engines and set course for the nearest space station. As he flew through the desolate landscape of Xylos, he felt a pang of sadness, a longing for something he couldn't name. He tried to recall his mission, the purpose of his journey. He remembered that he was a xenobotanist, that he was searching for something, but the details were hazy. He reached the space station and docked. He underwent a medical examination, but the doctors found nothing wrong with him. He purchased new supplies and repaired his ship. As he was preparing to leave, he noticed a strange symbol etched on his wrist. It was a delicate design, a spiraling pattern of interwoven lines. He didn't recognize it, but it felt strangely familiar. He tried to research the symbol, but he couldn't find any information about it. It was as if it didn't exist. He dismissed it as a random mark, a blemish on his skin. But the symbol continued to bother him, gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. He returned to his research, traveling from world to world, studying alien flora, searching for signs of resilience. He made discoveries, published papers, and gained recognition for his work. But he never forgot the symbol on his wrist. It was a constant reminder of something lost, something forgotten. Years passed. Jax continued his research, his life filled with purpose and accomplishment, but the ghost of a dream haunted him always. One day, he was visiting a library on a remote planet when he stumbled upon an ancient text. It was a collection of myths and legends from a forgotten civilization. As he flipped through the pages, he saw it, the symbol. He read the accompanying text, his heart pounding in his chest. The symbol, the text explained, was a representation of the Garden of Lost Memories, a mythical place said to contain the last true magic of the world. Jax froze, his mind reeling. The garden. He remembered the name, the vague outlines of a verdant valley, the shimmer of ethereal light. He remembered the gardener, her emerald eyes filled with wisdom and sadness. He remembered the choice. He remembered choosing to leave. The memories flooded back to him, overwhelming him with their intensity. He saw the glowing flowers, the bioluminescent trees, the playful sprites. He felt the tingling sensation on his skin, the vibrant energy that resonated with his very being. He remembered the beauty, the magic, the secrets. He remembered everything. He closed the book, his hands trembling. He knew what he had to do. Jax abandoned his research, sold his ship, and traveled to Xylos. He knew that the chances of finding the garden again were slim, but he had to try. He followed the same path he had taken years ago, retracing his steps through the desolate landscape. He navigated the treacherous ravines, scaled the crumbling cliffs, and dodged the automated defense drones. But this time, he was different. He was driven by a purpose, a burning desire to find the garden again, to reclaim the memories he had lost. He reached the shimmering canyon and searched for the hidden crevice. He spent days scouring the canyon wall, but he couldn't find it. He was about to give up when he saw it. A faint shimmer, barely perceptible to the naked eye. He approached the shimmer and touched it. The rock dissolved beneath his fingers, revealing the narrow opening. He squeezed through the opening and stumbled into the valley. The garden was still there, as beautiful and vibrant as he remembered. The glowing flowers bloomed, the bioluminescent trees cast dancing shadows, and the crystal-clear streams sparkled in the ethereal light. He had found it again. He wandered through the garden, marveling at its beauty, his heart filled with joy and wonder. He felt like he had come home. He searched for the gardener, but he couldn't find her. He called out her name, but only the echo of his voice answered him. He was about to give up when he saw a figure standing by the crystal-clear stream. It was a young girl with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair that flowed like liquid silver. Her eyes were the color of emeralds, and they held an ancient wisdom that both intrigued and intimidated Jax. "Welcome back, traveler," she said, her voice like the gentle murmur of the wind. Jax stared at her, speechless. "I am the gardener," she said, smiling, or at least a part of her. Jax realized that she was not the same gardener he had met before. She was younger, different, yet she possessed the same essence, the same wisdom. "You remember," she said, her gaze piercing. "Yes," Jax replied. "I remember everything." "You broke the bargain," she said, her voice tinged with sadness. "I had to," Jax said. "The galaxy needs this garden. It needs its hope, its magic." The gardener sighed. "I knew you would say that. You are a stubborn one, traveler." "Is there nothing I can do?" Jax asked. "Can't I help the galaxy without endangering the garden?" The gardener paused for a long moment, considering. Finally, she spoke. "Perhaps there is a way, but it requires sacrifice, dedication, and unwavering resolve." Jax straightened, his eyes shining with hope. "Tell me. I'll do anything." The gardener smiled. "The key lies not in revealing the garden, but in spreading its essence, in planting seeds of hope and magic across the galaxy." She explained that the garden's magic could be distilled into a potent serum, capable of accelerating growth, healing wounds, and restoring ecosystems. Jax could travel the galaxy, using the serum to revitalize barren worlds, heal damaged landscapes, and inspire hope in desolate populations. But there was a catch. The serum was incredibly rare and difficult to create. It required specific ingredients found only in the garden, and the process was time-consuming and dangerous. Furthermore, the effects of the serum were not permanent. It required constant care and attention to maintain its benefits. "It will be a long and arduous journey," the gardener warned. "You will face opposition, setbacks, and despair. But if you are truly committed, you can make a difference. You can bring the light of this garden to the darkest corners of the galaxy." Jax didn't hesitate. "I accept," he said, his voice filled with determination. The gardener nodded. "Then let us begin." Jax spent months in the garden, learning from the gardener, studying the plants, and mastering the art of creating the serum. He discovered that the magic of the garden was not just a physical phenomenon, but also a spiritual one. It required a deep connection to nature, a profound understanding of life, and an unwavering belief in the power of hope. He worked tirelessly day and night, honing his skills, refining his techniques, and strengthening his resolve. He learned to extract the essence of the glowing flowers, to distill the life force of the bioluminescent trees, and to channel the energy of the crystal-clear streams. Finally, he created the first batch of serum. It was a shimmering liquid, pulsating with vibrant energy. He carefully packaged it into specialized containers designed to preserve its potency. He bid farewell to the gardener, promising to return one day. He left the garden, carrying with him the hope of a dying galaxy. He traveled to Xylos, the planet that had led him to the garden in the first place. He found a desolate patch of land, ravaged by the Imperium's mining operations. He injected the serum into the soil and waited. Slowly, miraculously, life began to return. The crimson dust subsided, replaced by patches of green. Flowers bloomed, trees sprouted, and the air filled with the sound of birdsong. Jax watched in awe as the barren landscape transformed into a verdant oasis. He knew that it was only the beginning, but it was enough to give him hope. He continued his journey, traveling from world to world, seeking out those in need. He revitalized barren planets, healed damaged ecosystems, and inspired hope in desolate populations. He faced opposition from the Imperium, who saw his efforts as a threat to their control. They sent assassins, saboteurs, and propaganda campaigns to discredit him. But Jax persevered. He rallied the support of local communities, trained them in the art of sustainable living, and empowered them to protect their newfound resources. He became a symbol of hope, a beacon of light in the darkness. He inspired others to join his cause, to plant seeds of remembrance across the galaxy. Slowly, the tide began to turn. The Imperium's grip weakened, their lies exposed, their power diminished. The galaxy began to awaken, to remember its lost connection to nature, to embrace the power of hope. Years later, Jax returned to the Garden of Lost Memories. He found the gardener waiting for him, her eyes filled with pride and gratitude. "You have done well, traveler," she said. "You have brought the light of this garden to the darkest corners of the galaxy." Jax smiled, his heart filled with peace and satisfaction. He knew that the journey was far from over, but he had planted the seeds of a better future. The galaxy was still broken, still scarred, but it was healing. The magic of the garden had taken root, and it was spreading, slowly but surely, transforming the universe, one seed at a time. Jax knew that one day the galaxy would be ready for the garden. One day it would be able to embrace its hope, its magic, without destroying it. And on that day, the Garden of Lost Memories would no longer be a secret, but a sanctuary for all. An old man, weathered and worn but with kind eyes, knelt in the rich soil of a newly blooming garden on a world once ravaged by war. He carefully tended to a sapling, humming a forgotten melody. He was surrounded by children, their faces alight with wonder as they watched butterflies with wings like rainbows flit through the air. One of the children, a young girl with bright, curious eyes, approached him. "Grandpa Jax," she asked, "where did you learn to do all this?" "Did someone teach you?" Jax smiled, a hint of a faraway gaze in his eyes. "I don't quite remember, little one," he said, his voice raspy with age. "But I know in my heart that it's what I'm meant to do." He paused, then pointed to a small spiraling symbol tattooed on his wrist, now faded with time. "Sometimes," he whispered, "I see this, and I feel like I'm remembering a beautiful dream, a dream of a place of endless beauty and of a promise I made a long time ago." The girl looked at the symbol, her eyes wide with fascination. "What was the dream about, Grandpa?" Jax looked at the thriving garden, at the children laughing and playing, at the vibrant life that had returned to this once barren world. He knew that even if he couldn't fully remember the Garden of Lost Memories, its essence lived on, not only in the flourishing landscapes he had created, but also in the hearts of those he had inspired. The true magic, he realized, wasn't just in the garden itself, but in the act of sharing, of caring, of believing in the power of hope. "It was a dream about hope, little one," he said, his voice filled with tenderness. "A dream about a world where even the most desolate places can bloom again." And as the sun set over the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues, the girl smiled, knowing that she too was part of that dream. The legacy of the lost garden, the seeds of remembrance had taken root, and the galaxy would never be the same. The Abbey of Avalon stood cloaked in the pre-dawn mist, a sentinel of stone against the encroaching darkness. For centuries, it had been a place of peace, a sanctuary for the weary and a silent guardian of secrets older than Britain itself. Among its hallowed relics lay a treasure of unimaginable power, Excalibur, the sword of King Arthur resting in its scabbard, waiting for the day its king would rise from the ashes. Tonight, however, peace was a forgotten dream. A shadow detached itself from the abbey walls, a figure cloaked in darkness, moving with a practiced silence that spoke of countless nights spent in the shadows. This was Caelan, a thief whispered about in hushed tones in taverns from Tintagel to Londinium. He was a ghost, a whisper, a phantom, and tonight he was after the greatest prize of all. Caelan wasn't driven by greed, not entirely. He was a pawn in a game far grander than he understood, manipulated by promises of power and vengeance. A nobleman, Lord Edric, stripped of his lands after backing the losing side in a succession war, had promised Caelan riches beyond measure, the freedom to live a life free from the shadows if he could retrieve the sword. Edric believed Excalibur was the key to reclaiming his birthright, a symbol to rally the discontented and ignite a new rebellion. The abbey's defenses were formidable, a labyrinth of locked doors, hidden passages, and watchful monks. But Caelan was a master of his craft. He slipped past the outer guards with ease, his movements fluid and silent as a whisper of wind. He navigated the maze of corridors, his fingers tracing the cold stone walls, guided by a map stolen from Edric's heavily guarded study. He disabled pressure plates, slid past watchful sentinels, and picked locks that had guarded their secrets for generations. Finally, he stood before the inner sanctum, the chamber where Excalibur rested. Two hulking guards stood watch, their faces grim, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. Caelan knew he couldn't fight them head-on. Stealth was his only weapon. He noticed the small ventilation shaft above the door, a forgotten relic of the abbey's early construction. It was a tight squeeze, but Caelan was slender and agile. He scaled the wall, his fingers finding purchase in the ancient stone, and squeezed into the shaft. He crawled through the darkness, the musty air choking his lungs, until he reached a point directly above the guards. He loosened a stone from the ceiling, letting it fall with a soft thud. The guards looked up, their eyes narrowed. As they did, Caelan dropped down, landing silently behind them. He moved with lightning speed, his dagger flashing in the dim light. Both guards fell without a sound, their bodies crumpling to the floor. The chamber was circular, the walls lined with ancient tapestries depicting scenes from Arthurian legend. In the center, resting on a pedestal of white marble, lay Excalibur. The sword gleamed in the flickering candlelight, its blade radiating an almost palpable aura of power. The scabbard, crafted from dragon hide and inlaid with precious jewels, added to the sword's majesty. Caelan approached cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. He had stolen from kings and nobles, from temples and treasuries, but nothing he had ever touched felt like this. This was more than just a sword. It was a legend, made steel. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and grasped the hilt. As his hand closed around the grip, a surge of power coursed through him, a jolt of pure energy that sent him reeling. Visions flooded his mind, charging knights, clashing steel, the roar of battle, the face of a noble king. The images were overwhelming, terrifying. He almost dropped the sword, but the promise of freedom, the image of a life free from the shadows, kept him anchored. He pulled Excalibur from its scabbard. The blade sang as it left its sheath, a high, clear note that echoed through the chamber. The air crackled with energy. Caelan felt a strange lightness, a sense of invincibility. He was Caelan, the thief, but for this moment he felt like a king. He sheathed the sword once more, feeling the power settle, feeling the magic begin to thrum through his veins. He grabbed the scabbard and, with a final glance at the fallen guards, turned and fled the abbey, disappearing back into the pre-dawn mist. He had the sword. He had delivered on his promise, but he had also unleashed something far more dangerous than he could ever have imagined. As Calin rode away from Avalon, clutching Excalibur to his chest, the land itself began to stir. The old magic of Britain, dormant for centuries, awakened with a jolt, responding to the theft of its king's sword. In the deep forests, the ancient trees rustled their leaves in a language that no human could understand. They whispered of broken oaths and stolen glory, of a balance disrupted and a debt to be paid. The creatures of the wild, the deer and the fox, the owl and the hawk, felt the change in the air, a prickling on their skin, a sense of unease that sent them fleeing deeper into the woods. Beneath the earth, the ancient spirits stirred in their slumber. The guardians of the land, the elementals of stone and water, felt the disturbance in the weave of magic. They rose from their ancient slumbers, their eyes glowing with an eerie light, and began to seek the source of the disruption. At Stonehenge, the ancient stones hummed with a resonant energy. The air around the monument shimmered, and ghostly figures materialized, their faces etched with sorrow and anger. These were the spirits of the Druids, the priests and priestesses who had once held dominion over the land. They had foreseen this day, the day when the balance would be broken and the land would cry out for justice. The first sign of the awakening came in the form of unnatural weather. A storm brewed on the horizon, a tempest of wind and rain that gathered with unnatural speed. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the landscape in flashes of blinding white. The wind howled like a banshee, tearing at trees and whipping the rain into a frenzy. Calin felt the storm gathering around him, a physical manifestation of the magic he had unleashed. His horse, spooked by the lightning and the roaring wind, reared and bucked, threatening to throw him from its back. He struggled to control the animal, his hands slick with rain, his heart pounding in his chest. He pressed on, driven by the urgency of his task. He had to deliver the sword to Lord Edric, collect his payment, and disappear before the storm consumed him. But the land itself seemed to be working against him. Fallen trees blocked his path, swollen rivers forced him to detour, and the wind seemed determined to rip the sword from his grasp. As he rode through a dense forest, a figure emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. It was a woman, tall and slender, with eyes as green as a forest canopy and hair as dark as a raven's wing. She wore a cloak of woven leaves and carried a staff of twisted oak. "You cannot pass," she said, her voice as soft as the rustling of leaves, but as firm as the earth itself. "The land does not permit it." Calin recognized her instantly. She was a druid, a guardian of the forest, a servant of the old gods. He had heard tales of their power, of their ability to command the elements and communicate with the spirits of the land. He knew he couldn't fight her. "I mean no harm," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "I am merely delivering this sword to its rightful owner." The druid's eyes narrowed. "There is only one rightful owner of that sword," she said, "and he is not among the living. You have stolen what does not belong to you, and you have awakened a power that you cannot control." "I was paid to do this," Calin protested. "I had no choice." Everyone has a choice, the druid said. You chose to serve greed and ambition. Now, you must face the consequences. She raised her staff, and the forest around them seemed to come alive. The trees swayed and groaned, the ground trembled, and the air crackled with energy. Kalen felt a surge of fear, a primal terror that threatened to overwhelm him. He knew he couldn't stay and fight. He spurred his horse forward, hoping to break through the druid's blockade, but the forest seemed to close in around him, the trees reaching out to ensnare him, the ground opening up to swallow him whole. He managed to escape the druid's grasp, but he knew he couldn't outrun the wrath of the land. The storm raged around him, the wind howling, the lightning flashing, the rain lashing at his face. He was lost, alone, and hunted by forces far beyond his understanding. Lord Edric waited impatiently in his castle, a crumbling fortress perched on a craggy hilltop. He paced the great hall, his boots echoing on the stone floor, his eyes fixed on the storm raging outside. He had sent for Kalen days ago, and the thief should have arrived by now. Edric was a man consumed by ambition. He had once been a powerful nobleman, but his fortunes had been reversed when he chose the losing side in the succession war. His lands had been confiscated, his title stripped, and he had been forced into exile. But he had never given up hope of reclaiming his birthright. He believed that Excalibur was the key to his success. He had studied the ancient texts, consulted with sorcerers and seers, and convinced himself that the sword held the power to restore his family's glory. He imagined himself leading an army, wielding Excalibur, and overthrowing the usurper king. He knew that the theft of Excalibur would not go unnoticed. The king would send his knights, his spies, and his assassins to retrieve the sword. But Edric was prepared. He had gathered a loyal band of followers, men who had also been wronged by the king, and he had fortified his castle, preparing for a siege. Finally, he saw a figure approaching through the storm. It was Kalen, his face pale, his clothes soaked, his horse lathered in sweat. Edric rushed out to meet him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "You have it?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Kalen nodded, his hand trembling as he reached into his cloak and pulled out Excalibur. The sword gleamed in the dim light, its blade radiating an aura of power. Edric gasped, his eyes wide with awe. "At last," he said, "the power of kings is mine." He took the sword from Kalen, his fingers closing around the hilt. He felt a surge of energy, a sense of invincibility. He raised the sword above his head, his voice ringing with triumph. "With this sword," he cried, "I will reclaim my birthright. I will overthrow the usurper king. I will rule Britain." But as he spoke those words, the castle shuddered, the ground trembled, and the air crackled with energy. The storm outside intensified, the wind howling, the lightning flashing, the rain lashing against the walls. A figure materialized in the center of the hall, a knight clad in shining armor, his face hidden behind a visor. He carried a shield emblazoned with the crest of Camelot and a lance that glowed with an ethereal light. "You are not worthy to wield that sword," the knight said, his voice echoing through the hall. "Excalibur belongs to the rightful king, and you are nothing but a pretender." Edric recognized him instantly. It was Sir Lancelot, the greatest knight in the land, the champion of King Arthur. He had come to retrieve Excalibur, and he would not be denied. "You are too late, Lancelot," Edric said, his voice trembling slightly. "The sword is mine now. I will use it to crush my enemies." "You cannot control the power of Excalibur," Lancelot said. "It will corrupt you, consume you, and destroy you." "I am not afraid," Edric said. "I am destined to rule." He charged at Lancelot, wielding Excalibur with all his might, but the sword felt heavy in his hand, unwieldy, as if it resisted his touch. He swung wildly, his movements clumsy and uncoordinated. Lancelot parried his blows with ease, his shield deflecting the power of Excalibur. He moved with grace and precision, his lance a blur of motion. He struck Edric's sword hand, sending Excalibur clattering to the floor. Edric cried out in pain, clutching his injured hand. He staggered backward, his eyes wide with fear. He had underestimated Lancelot, underestimated the power of Excalibur, and underestimated the forces arrayed against him. Lancelot picked up Excalibur, his fingers closing around the hilt. He felt the power of the sword surge through him, a familiar energy that resonated with his soul. He raised the sword above his head, his voice ringing with authority. "By the power of Excalibur," he cried, "I command you to yield. Surrender the sword, and I will spare your life." Edric hesitated, his mind racing. He knew he was defeated, but he couldn't bear to give up his dream of power. He looked at his followers, his loyal band of rebels, and saw the fear in their eyes. He knew they would not stand and fight. "Very well," he said, his voice filled with bitterness. "I yield." Lancelot lowered the sword, his eyes fixed on Edric. "You have made the right choice," he said. "Now, you must face the consequences of your actions." He ordered his knights to seize Edric and his followers, to take them back to Camelot, to face the king's justice. He sheathed Excalibur, feeling the power of the sword settle once more. He knew that the theft of Excalibur had unleashed a chain of events that would have far-reaching consequences for the land. Lancelot returned to Camelot, bringing Edric and his followers as prisoners and Excalibur as a testament to the power of good over evil. King Arthur was overjoyed to see his sword returned, but he was also troubled by the events that had transpired. He knew that the theft of Excalibur was not merely an act of greed or ambition. It was a sign that the old magic of Britain was stirring, that the balance of power was shifting, and that the land was crying out for a true king. Arthur summoned his advisors, his knights, and his sorcerers to discuss the matter. They debated for days, arguing about the meaning of the events and the best course of action. Some argued that Edric should be executed as a traitor, others that he should be imprisoned for life. Some suggested that the sword should be locked away in a vault, never to be wielded again. Others that it should be used to crush any potential rebellion. Merlin, the court's ancient and wise enchanter, listened patiently to the debate, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Finally, he spoke, his voice ringing with authority. "You are all missing the point," he said. "The theft of Excalibur was not a threat to the kingdom, but an opportunity. It was a test, a sign that the land is ready for a new king." "What do you mean, Merlin?" Arthur asked, his brow furrowed with confusion. "The rightful heir to the throne is not among us," Merlin said. "He or she is hidden, waiting for the time to come when they will reveal themselves. The theft of Excalibur was a catalyst, an event that will draw the true heir out of the shadows." "But how will we find this heir?" Arthur asked. "How will we know if they are worthy to wield Excalibur?" "The sword will choose its own master," Merlin said. "It will only respond to the touch of the true heir. You must organize a tournament, a trial of skill and courage, where any who claim to be worthy can attempt to draw Excalibur from its stone. The one who succeeds will be the rightful king or queen of Britain." Arthur agreed to Merlin's plan. He sent messengers throughout the land, announcing the tournament and inviting any who believed themselves worthy to participate. The news spread like wildfire, attracting knights, nobles, and adventurers from far and wide. Among those who heard the call was a young woman named Isolde. She was a shepherdess, living a simple life in a remote village, but she had always felt a strange connection to the land, a sense of destiny that she couldn't explain. She had grown up hearing tales of King Arthur and Excalibur, and she had always dreamed of one day wielding the sword herself. Isolde knew that she was not a knight or a noble, that she had no claim to the throne, but she felt a pull towards Camelot, an irresistible force that drew her towards the tournament. She believed that she was the one the land had been waiting for. She set out for Camelot, traveling alone and on foot. She faced many dangers along the way, bandits, wild animals, and treacherous terrain. But she persevered, driven by her belief in her destiny. Finally, she arrived at Camelot, exhausted but determined. She stood before the castle, gazing up at its towering walls, and felt a surge of excitement and trepidation. She was just a simple shepherdess, but she was about to compete for the throne of Britain. The tournament at Camelot was a spectacle of pageantry and martial skill. Knights in shining armor clashed in the jousting arena, swordsmen battled in the dueling ring, and archers competed in the target range. The crowds cheered and roared, their excitement building with each passing day. Isolde felt out of place among the knights and nobles, but she refused to be intimidated. She knew that she didn't have their training or their experience, but she had something they didn't, a connection to the land, a sense of destiny, and the unwavering belief in herself. She competed in the various events, surprising everyone with her skill and courage. She was a natural archer, her arrows flying straight and true. She was agile and quick in the dueling ring, dodging blows and landing strikes with precision. She even held her own in the jousting arena, unseating several experienced knights with her surprising strength. But the true test was yet to come, the trial of Excalibur. The sword was placed in a stone in the center of the castle courtyard, surrounded by guards and onlookers. One by one, the knights and nobles stepped forward to attempt to draw the sword, but none were able to even budge it. Some strained and grunted, their faces red with effort. Others used magic and spells, hoping to break the enchantment. But Excalibur remained firmly fixed in the stone, a silent testament to the worthiness of its future wielder. Finally, it was Isolde's turn. She stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She ignored the jeers and whispers of the crowd, focusing instead on the sword. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and grasped the hilt. As her hand closed around the grip, a surge of power coursed through her, a jolt of pure energy that sent her reeling. Visions flooded her mind, charging knights, clashing steel, the roar of battle, the face of a noble king. But this time, the visions were not overwhelming or terrifying. They were inspiring, empowering, filling her with a sense of purpose and determination. She pulled on the sword, and it came free from the stone with ease. The blade sang as it left its sheath, a high, clear note, that echoed through the courtyard. The crowds gasped in amazement, their eyes wide with disbelief. Isolde raised Excalibur above her head, the sword gleaming in the sunlight. She felt the power of the sword surge through her, a familiar energy that resonated with her soul. She was no longer just a simple shepherdess. She was the chosen one, the rightful heir to the throne of Britain. King Arthur stepped forward, his face beaming with pride. He knelt before Isolde, offering her his fealty. "You are the true King of Britain," he said. "I pledge my loyalty to you." The crowds followed suit, cheering and shouting their support for the new ruler. Isolde smiled, her heart filled with joy. She had never sought power or glory, but she knew that she had a duty to her people. She had to lead them, protect them, and guide them to a brighter future. Isolde's reign as Queen of Britain was unlike any that had come before. She was a wise and compassionate ruler concerned with the welfare of her people. She traveled throughout the land, listening to their problems, addressing their concerns, and working to improve their lives. She reformed the laws, ensuring that justice was applied fairly to all, regardless of their rank or status. She promoted education and culture, encouraging the arts and sciences. She fostered trade and commerce, bringing prosperity to the land. She also proved to be a skilled warrior and a shrewd strategist. She defended Britain from its enemies, repelling invasions and forging alliances with neighboring kingdoms. She wielded Excalibur with skill and courage, inspiring her troops and striking fear into the hearts of her foes. But her greatest achievement was her ability to unite the people of Britain. She brought together the warring factions, the feuding nobles, and the disparate tribes, forging a sense of national identity and purpose. She inspired them to work together to build a better future for themselves and their children. She did this by embodying the values of compassion and empathy, by understanding the needs of even the least of her subjects, and acting in the best interests of the all of Britain. One of her first acts as queen was to pardon Calin, the thief who had stolen Excalibur. She recognized that he had been manipulated by Lord Edric and that he had acted out of desperation, not malice. She offered him a position in her court, giving him a chance to use his skills for good. Calin accepted her offer, becoming one of Isolde's most trusted advisors. He used his knowledge of the shadows to uncover plots against the queen and to protect her from danger. He proved to be a loyal and devoted servant, grateful for the opportunity to redeem himself. Lord Edric, on the other hand, was held accountable for his actions. He was stripped of his title and his lands, and he was banished from Britain for life. He spent the rest of his days wandering the world, a broken and bitter man, haunted by the memory of his failed ambition. As for the druid who had confronted Calin in the forest, Isolde sought her out and formed an alliance with her. She recognized the importance of respecting the old magic of Britain and of working in harmony with the land. She appointed the druid as her chief advisor on matters of nature and spirituality, ensuring that the kingdom would be guided by both wisdom and magic. Isolde's reign brought peace and prosperity to Britain. The land flourished, the people thrived, and the kingdom became a beacon of hope and justice in the world. She proved that true kingship was not about power or glory, but about service and sacrifice. She showed that even a simple shepherdess could become a great ruler if she had the courage to follow her heart and the wisdom to listen to the needs of her people. Years passed, and Isolde's reign continued to be marked by peace and prosperity. She ruled with wisdom and compassion, earning the love and respect of her people. But she knew that her time as queen would not last forever. She had grown old, her hair turned gray, her face lined with wrinkles. She had no children, no heirs to inherit the throne. She knew that when she died, the kingdom would once again be plunged into chaos and discord. She summoned Merlin, the ancient sorcerer, and asked him for guidance. "What will happen to Britain when I am gone?" she asked. "Who will rule after me?" Merlin smiled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Do not worry, my queen," he said. "Britain will always have a king or queen. The land will choose its own leader, just as it chose you." "But how?" Isolde asked. "How will the land choose someone worthy?" "Excalibur will decide," Merlin said. "The sword will remain in the stone at Camelot, waiting for the next true heir to come and claim it. Only someone with a pure heart and a noble spirit will be able to draw the sword and become the ruler of Britain." Isolde nodded, satisfied with Merlin's answer. She knew that the history and the legacy of the sword was paramount to the future stability of the country. She spent her final days preparing the kingdom for her departure, ensuring that the laws were just, the defenses were strong, and the people were united. When she finally passed away, the entire kingdom mourned her loss. She was buried with honor and respect, her name etched in the annals of history, as one of the greatest rulers Britain had ever known. As per her wishes, Excalibur was returned to the stone at Camelot, waiting for the next true heir to come and claim it. The kingdom was once again without a ruler, but the people knew that the land would choose someone worthy, someone who would lead them to a brighter future. And so, the legend of Excalibur continued, a symbol of power, justice, and destiny, waiting to be wielded by the next rightful ruler of Britain. The tale of the thief, the lord, and the shepherdess, the magic of the land, and the legacy of the sword will be told and retold for generations to come. A reminder that true kingship was not about blood or birthright, but about character, compassion, and the courage to serve. The salt-laced wind whipped around Silas's face, stinging his cheeks and tugging at the brim of his worn-out woolen cap. He squinted, his eyes scanning the churning gray expanse of the Atlantic. For 5 years, the isolated granite sentinel on the New England coast had been his world. The lighthouse, affectionately, or perhaps begrudgingly, nicknamed Old Bess by the locals, was his post, his responsibility, and, more often than not, his prison. He preferred the term refuge. Silas wasn't running from anything, not exactly. He was running toward something, solitude, peace, and a chance to unravel the tangled threads of his own thoughts. The constant rhythmic pulse of the lamp, the crashing waves, the cries of gulls, these were the sounds he needed to piece himself back together. He'd been a history professor once, bright and articulate, but the academic world had become a suffocating maze of politics and egos. Old Bess, with its unwavering beam piercing the gloom, was a simpler, more honest existence. But even in the stark simplicity of lighthouse keeping, oddities could creep in. It started subtly. A fleeting glimpse of a square-rigged ship, sails billowing in a spectral breeze, disappearing as quickly as it materialized in the thick morning fog. Silas chalked it up to fatigue, the tricks the sea played on a weary mind. Then there was the Roman galley, oars flashing, gliding silently through the mist as if rerunning a battle from millennia ago. A Viking longship, dragons carved menacingly on its prow, followed a few weeks later. He documented them meticulously in his logbook, initially dismissing them as elaborate hallucinations. He rationed his coffee, increased his sleep, and even tried meditation, a practice that, in his former life, he would have scoffed at. But the visions persisted, growing bolder, more frequent. These weren't shipwrecks or ghostly apparitions. They were complete, tangible vessels, plucked from the stream of time and momentarily deposited in his reality. He could almost smell the pitch on the decks of the galleon, hear the chanting of the Viking oarsmen, taste the salt spray from the Roman warship. He was witnessing history, or perhaps history was witnessing him. The rational part of Silas's brain, the part that still clung to its academic roots, struggled to reconcile what he was seeing with everything he understood about the universe. Time, as far as he knew, was linear. It marched forward, relentless and unforgiving. It didn't loop or bend or spontaneously regurgitate artifacts from the past. But the sea, Silas was beginning to understand, held secrets deeper than any textbook could reveal. The rhythmic pulse of the ocean, the ebb and flow of the tides, the constant whisper of the wind, it all seemed to resonate with a hidden energy, a force that could warp the very fabric of reality. Then came the storm. A nor'easter of biblical proportions slammed into the coast, unleashing its fury on Old Bess. The waves, monstrous and relentless, clawed at the granite base of the tower, threatening to swallow it whole. Silas, strapped into his harness, fought to keep the lamp burning, a defiant beacon against the raging darkness. It was in the heart of the storm, as the lighthouse groaned and shuddered around him, that he received the call. It crackled through the radio, a static-laced voice barely audible above the howling wind. "Mayday, Mayday, this is the Kronos, cargo vessel Kronos, requesting immediate assistance. We are taking on water, position approximately—" The voice trailed off, lost in a burst of static. Silas gripped the microphone, his heart pounding in his chest. "This is Old Bess Lighthouse, New England coast. Repeat your position, Kronos. What is your cargo?" More static. Then a faint, desperate voice, younger this time, panicked. We're caught in some kind of temporal anomaly. Our navigation is haywire. We don't know where we are. We're going down." "Temporal anomaly?" Silas repeated, his voice barely a whisper. He checked the date on his modern digital clock. The Kronos. He knew that name. That ship wasn't due to be launched for another 100 years. It was supposed to be the first commercial vessel equipped with experimental time displacement technology. He quickly tried to regain his composure. The distress was of a ship that doesn't exist until another 100 years. "Kronos, this is Old Bess Lighthouse. Can you give me your coordinates?" "Coordinates are unreadable. The system is damaged. We are somewhere in the North Atlantic." The voice was cracking, almost tearful. "Please help us." Silas hesitated. This was impossible. It defied logic, reason, everything he thought he knew. But the desperation in the young man's voice was real. And the sea, as he had learned, didn't always abide by the rules of logic. He looked out at the raging storm. The lamp, his lamp, cut through the darkness, a promise of safety. He couldn't ignore it. He couldn't turn a blind eye. "Kronos, this is Old Bess. I'm transmitting a beacon. Follow it. Do you copy? We copy, old Bess. Thank you, thank you. Silas adjusted the lighthouse's powerful beam, focusing it on a specific point in the churning waves. He knew it was a long shot. The Chronos, if it was truly from the future, could be anywhere, anywhen. But he had to try. He had to do something. He spent the next few hours in a frantic dance of communication and observation. The Chronos' signal was weak, intermittent, but he managed to glean fragments of information. The ship was powered by a revolutionary fusion reactor, its hull constructed from an advanced alloy unknown in his time. The crew was small, barely a handful of engineers and scientists, all young and filled with the naive optimism of those who dared to tamper with the fundamental laws of the universe. As the storm began to subside, a faint light appeared on the horizon. It flickered and danced, almost swallowed by the lingering fog. But it was there. A ship, unlike any he had ever seen, was emerging from the temporal vortex. It was sleek and futuristic, its hull shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The Chronos limped into the harbor, its fusion reactor sputtering, its hull scarred and battered. Silas watched from the lantern room as the crew, pale and shaken, disembarked onto the rocky shore. They looked like kids, dressed in strange silver jumpsuits, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. The captain, a young woman with fiery red hair and determined eyes, approached the lighthouse. Silas met her at the base of the tower, the wind still howling around them. "Thank you," she said, her voice hoarse. "You saved us. I'm Captain Eva Rostova, and I think we owe you an explanation." Eva, after quickly accessing a translator device, led Silas back to the Chronos. Inside, he was confronted with a dizzying array of technology. Holographic displays flickered with complex equations, wires snaked across the floor, and strange humming devices pulsed with energy. Ava and her crew explained their mission. The Chronos was a prototype designed to test the feasibility of temporal cargo transport. Their goal was to transport valuable resources from the future to the present, alleviating shortages and driving scientific advancement. But something had gone wrong. The ship had become destabilized, caught in a temporal eddy, and flung back in time. "We don't know how we ended up so far in the past," Ava confessed, her face etched with worry. "Our navigation systems are fried. We're stranded." Silas listened, his mind reeling. He had always been fascinated by history, but he had never imagined that he would become a part of it, or rather, that the future would become a part of him. "What can I do to help?" he asked, surprised by the calm in his own voice. Ava smiled, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "We need to repair our navigation system, but we don't have the resources or the knowledge of this era to do it alone. We need your help to navigate the past, to stay hidden, and to find a way back to our own time." And so, Silas found himself drawn into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He became the guardian of the Chronos, helping Ava and her crew scavenge for parts, navigate the treacherous waters of the past, and avoid detection by the authorities. He learned about the future, about the wonders of technology, and the dangers of unchecked ambition. He also learned about the past, about the resilience of the human spirit and the timeless power of hope. They hid the Chronos in a secluded cove, accessible only by a narrow, treacherous passage. Silas became their liaison, venturing into the nearby town to purchase supplies and gather information, always careful to avoid raising suspicion. He told people the futuristic ship was a wealthy industrialist's private yacht, undergoing secret repairs. The crew of the Kronos were brilliant, but hopelessly out of their element. They were accustomed to a world of instant communication and automated systems. They struggled with the technology, or lack thereof, of the 21st century. Silas found himself teaching them how to barter, how to navigate by the stars, and how to avoid the prying eyes of the local gossip. One night, while huddled around a makeshift campfire on the beach, Ava asked Silas about his past. He hesitated, reluctant to dredge up the painful memories. "I was a professor," he said finally. "I taught history, but I lost my way." "What happened?" Ava asked gently. Silas sighed. "I believed in the power of knowledge, in the ability of history to teach us about ourselves, but I became disillusioned. I saw how easily history could be manipulated, distorted, used to justify agendas and fuel conflicts." "So you ran away?" Ava asked. Silas nodded. "I came here to find peace, to escape the noise and the lies. But I guess you can't escape the past or the future, no matter how hard you try." Ava smiled. "Maybe you were meant to be here, Silas. Maybe you were meant to help us." As the weeks turned into months, Silas and Ava grew closer. They shared their hopes and their fears, their dreams and their regrets. Silas found himself drawn to Ava's energy, her intelligence, her unwavering determination. She, in turn, was captivated by his wisdom, his compassion, and his quiet strength. But their sanctuary couldn't last forever. The Kronos' presence in the past was creating ripples in the timeline, anomalies that were becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. The visions that Silas had been experiencing grew stronger, more chaotic. He saw glimpses of future wars, of technological disasters, of realities that could never be allowed to exist. One day, a stranger arrived in town. He was a tall, imposing man with cold eyes and sharp suit. He introduced himself as Agent Thorn, a representative of a shadowy organization known only as the Chronal Integrity Agency. Thorn knew about the Kronos. He knew about Ava and her crew, and he knew about Silas. "We've been monitoring your activities, Mr. Blackwood," Thorn said, his voice smooth and menacing. "You've become involved in something far beyond your understanding. The Kronos is a threat to the stability of time itself. It must be neutralized." Silas stood his ground. "They're not a threat. They're just trying to get home. Their very existence here is a paradox," Thorn countered. "They are contaminating the timeline. The longer they remain, the greater the risk of catastrophic consequences." Thorn gave Silas an ultimatum. Help him capture the Kronos and its crew, or face the consequences. Silas refused. He couldn't betray Eva. He couldn't condemn them to an uncertain fate. Thorn smiled, a chilling expression that sent a shiver down Silas's spine. "Very well, Mr. Blackwood. You've made your choice." Thorn's men descended on the town, searching for the Kronos. Silas and Eva were forced to flee, leading Thorn's agents on a desperate chase through the rugged coastline. They fought with everything they had, using their knowledge of the terrain and Ava's futuristic technology to evade capture. But they were outnumbered and outgunned. Thorn was relentless, and his agents were closing in. Cornered on a cliff overlooking the sea, Ava turned to Silas, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resolve. "There's only one way to stop them," she said. "We have to activate the Kronos' temporal drive. We have to jump to another time, another place. But it's risky. We don't know where we'll end up." Silas looked at Ava, his heart aching. He knew that this was their only chance, but he also knew that it meant leaving everything behind, abandoning his life, his home, his past. He took Ava's hand, his grip firm and unwavering. "Then let's do it," he said. "Let's jump." They raced back to the Chronos, Thorn's agents hot on their heels. Ava scrambled to activate the temporal drive, the ship humming with raw power. Silas stood guard, wielding a rusty old shotgun he had found in the lighthouse, determined to protect Ava until the very end. As the Chronos trembled, ready to leap through time, Thorn burst into the ship, his gun raised. "It's over, Rostova," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "You can't escape." Ava ignored him, her fingers flying across the control panel. The temporal drive reached critical mass. The ship bathed in an eerie blue light. "Goodbye, Agent Thorn," she said, a defiant smile on her face. "See you in another life." With a deafening roar, the Chronos vanished, leaving Thorn standing alone in the empty cove. Silas and Ava found themselves hurtling through the temporal vortex, a chaotic maelstrom of colors and sensations. They had no idea where they were going or what awaited them on the other side. When the Chronos finally stabilized, they found themselves in a world unlike anything they had ever imagined. The sky was a vibrant shade of purple, the trees glowed with bioluminescent light, and strange alien creatures roamed the landscape. They had jumped not just to another time, but to another dimension. Ava and Silas spent the next few months exploring this new world, marveling at its wonders and adapting to its challenges. They discovered that the inhabitants were a peaceful, intelligent race, far more advanced than humans. They learned about their culture, their technology, and their philosophy, but they never forgot about their own world or their own time. They knew that they had to find a way back to warn humanity about the dangers of temporal manipulation and to prevent the rise of organizations like the Chronal Integrity Agency. With the help of their new alien friends, they managed to repair the Chronos' temporal drive and recalibrate its navigation system. They were ready to return. But before they left, Ava turned to Silas, her eyes filled with gratitude and love. "Thank you, Silas," she said. "You saved my life, and you showed me the true meaning of courage and sacrifice." Silas smiled. "You showed me that there's always hope, even in the darkest of times." They embraced, a silent promise of a future together, whatever that future may hold. With a final farewell to their alien friends, Ava and Silas boarded the Chronos and set course for their own time. They knew that their journey was far from over. They had a mission to fulfill, a warning to deliver. But they also knew that they were not alone. They had each other, and they had the knowledge and the experience that they had gained from their incredible adventure. As the Chronos vanished once more into the temporal stream, Silas looked back at the strange, beautiful world they were leaving behind. He knew that he would never forget it. He knew that it had changed him forever. He was no longer a disillusioned professor, hiding from the world in an old lighthouse. He was a time traveler, a protector of the timeline, a guardian of hope. And he was ready for whatever the future might bring. Back in the 21st century, Silas and Ava emerged from the temporal vortex, landing the Chronos in a remote, uninhabited island. They knew that they couldn't simply reveal themselves to the world. They had to be careful, strategic, and above all, discreet. They spent years gathering information, studying the timeline, and identifying potential threats. They tracked the activities of the Chronal Integrity Agency, uncovering their secret agendas and their insidious methods. They also sought out allies, individuals who shared their concerns and who were willing to fight for the preservation of time. They found them in unexpected places: a reclusive physicist, a disillusioned historian, a rogue CIA agent. Together, they formed a clandestine organization dedicated to protecting the timeline from those who would seek to manipulate it for their own gain. They called themselves the Chronal Guardians. Silas and Ava became the leaders of this organization, using their knowledge and their skills to guide their allies and to thwart the plans of their enemies. They traveled the world, investigating temporal anomalies, rescuing stranded time travelers, and preventing catastrophic paradoxes. They were always one step ahead of the Chronal Integrity Agency, anticipating their moves and disrupting their operations. They exposed their lies, revealed their secrets, and ultimately brought them down, dismantling their organization and dismantling their control over the timeline. In the end, Silas and Ava achieved their mission. They secured a future of time, ensuring that it would remain a stable and predictable force. They became legends, whispered about in hushed tones by those who knew the truth. But they never forgot their humble beginnings or the lessons they had learned in the old lighthouse on the New England coast. They continued to protect the timeline, vigilant and unwavering, always ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. And so, the story of the lighthouse keeper and the time traveler became a timeless tale, a reminder that even the most ordinary of people can become extraordinary when faced with the impossible. A tale still lingering in the salty winds that whip along the coast, among the waves crashing and the warning of Old Bess. And now, some soothing rain sounds for those that are still awake. Sweet dreams, friend.